Z28 Spy Agent The Cross Chapter 1. The aircraft takes 2 engines, painted gray without signs from AI, who invaded the North Vietnamese sky, and overcome Hoa Binh Mountains earlier. Behind the Major, Van Binh stared at the red-blue clock on the dashboard, while the assistant officer, a young man, with amorous and manifested eyes, wearing a hat to listen to his head. To receive meteorological news. When the plane left Da Nang, the meteorological expert predicted tonight the weather in the north, especially around Hanoi, very bad, so the aircraft carrying Van Binh could fly low, and drop him down near the Adventure without fear of low. Reminded the hat to hear, the assistant Tung, told Major Hoa Tiu, "Nai too, the sky started to be beautiful, I could not fly anymore. Passing the air of peace, we have to go up very high. However, there is nothing to worry here because their aircraft cannons are only placed along the border that we have passed earlier. 10 minutes to Xuan Mai." In the moment Van Binh had a tilted feeling like climbing the mountain. The assistant copy the mouth. The meteorological guessing the wrong weather like this is broken. The weather changes partly because I evaporates slowly. If I didn't have to fly a border to avoid the high gun of the Lao Pathet, I would have overcome the spring tomorrow when it was bad and my friend jumped down. The dance is low is predetermined, right? Hoa replied. ACC are dancing but a bit dangerous. Floating in the air is 7,000 meters higher, the air begins to change, and it seems short of breath. Pilot tablets attach oxygen masks, and personal phone tubes for Van Binh. At this height, respiratory must be with a separate oxygen tube. Vien Hoa Tiu commander over the phone suddenly turned to hoarseness, the reality. At night, I did not take into account the high dance, so I forgot to bring more personal oxygen. As the status of this mission, I was not responsible for dropping from 7,000 meters. I asked us to return to Da Nang. Van Binh shook his head. I can't go home. The work has been arranged. People wait for me below. So there is only a way to dance near the ground. He had to remove the oxygen mask, jumped out, waited for a minute and a half in the space to be allowed to open the umbrella. Open although close to the new ground is not afraid to reveal, get down quickly. So only that method. If he danced, it was okay. As if halfway through unconsciousness. You rest assured. I got used to the flying machine. Through the plane glass, looking down on the ground, Van Binh had a felt in a fairy world. Outdoors are abnormally bright. More than 7 kilometers below, the scene of the North Vietnamese Delta, captured as tiny as on the picture of the water, he involuntarily remembered the villages on the plain, including his hometown that he was far from since many years. I have not had the opportunity to return. It is the receipt that the pilot, when coming to Saigon, will submit to Mr. Hoang, General Director of the Secret Service. Signing means recognizing that Van Binh approached Van Dien and danced safely. Van Binh Ha Pen. After finishing the paper, the assistant patted his shoulder, thanked him. Unfortunately, the leader did not allow it, otherwise I would go down tonight with him. I and my sister and her mistress down there, rub. The price of Major allowed to jump down for one night and then the hook after the hook was so happy. My life always dies for girls. Van Binh defends. Ho, beautiful girl no one loves, huh? There are 3 difficulties in this world, you don't remember. Why don't remember? I'm kidding. Wood also likes passionate wine, fat goats, and girls who are just in silk of the pilot flying butterfly. Binh replied, that's like that. The handsome friend like this must have a young woman, his eyes, apply red lipstick and have just showered with fragrant water to welcome. It's about to be. Flower pilot drops the aircraft to fly slowly, then tell Van Binh, invisible to the dance location. Invite him to prepare. Major replied. The quite a lot of hope. Now, our 3 powerful launch stations are releasing the continuous waves of electricity. The correlation point of the waves is the location he will dance. Thanks to the machines on the plane, I can calculate the correspondence without fear of mistakes. Now I let the machine less. We are 6,007 yards from the mainland. 5 minutes, he will dance. Ask him to listen to me. Do not forget a detail because forgetting is life-threatening. Have you heard it clearly? Eat the bottle and said, NGHE. From leaving the plane to pulling umbrella, please count all 90 seconds. Thus, even though it will be about 300 meters from the ground. 4 minutes left. 90 seconds before he danced. I will tell him. My assistant will remove oxygen mask, and the tube tells him. Please breathe deeply to full chest before jumping. From above, jumping down, maybe he will suffocate in the moment. But Mr. Yen try, oxygen in the lungs will help him from being unconscious. The posture of Van Bin, the agent Z28 of the Vietnam Secret Service, 3 minutes before leaving the plane to jump into the enemy ground to perform an extremely dangerous mission. It seems simple and normal as when he prepared to go fishing in Ba Ngoi, or compose luggage to Guga Waterfall Tintin with a long-haired girl, with her thighs and buttocks like rubber. He looked closely at the umbrella, and put his hand, trying to hold the jerking hilt for familiarity. Not skillful even if they are entangled, they will not spread. Then dead. Death like that will be smooth, rather than dying before the enemy's execution team. Because once Van Bin was arrested, he would be tortured, taken to court, and received a death sentence. Besides, the death for him was just a meaningless happening. Just like he ate, he breathed, he smoked Salem smelled of mint smell, he whistled a bottle, and hugged dozens of people for one night. Van Bin suddenly saw his heart again. In front of him, he appeared the beautiful figure of Nguyen Hong, the young and ripe young secretary like the Delotte strawberry of the general manager Hoang and the puffed chest hidden behind the thin silk of the volcano. He had just lived a month with the wave of Vung Tao. And just like many times had passed in the midst of him drunk with the beauty, Mr. Hoang again came back. Tonight, sitting and looking at the luminous clock in the office, Nguyen Hong will probably take a minute to think of a beautiful young man like a screen actor crossing the frame of the aircraft, to the enemy ground, in the cold weather. And Mr. Hoang, the old man director, has a unique face, and the strange brain will cut another cigar with the mouth. Z28 just jumped down to Hanoi. V eat the bottle out of the dream because the sound of the commander-in-law exploded in the machine said, we to the place. Within 60 seconds, the people will come to remove his mask and tube. This trip, do not forget to buy you a few tails of nuggets. How to eat nuggets in this mouth. He went to Hanoi, through the Dong Hang, remember to look at the house at the end of the road. My little mistress's house. I wonder if the girl has stopped the room. Have you prepared it fully? Eat the bottle, Zong. Thank you for taking me here. Hope we'll see him again. Wishing Mr. Van Su is expected. The speech is uneasy and hangs on the hook in the plane. Van Bin removed his belt to tie him into the seat, then looked at the lamp. Just then, the green light on Van Bin's head turned on. Sentence from the plane. He looked out the black empty door frame. A cold wind came in, the door was expanded. The flag-wearing flag in the left hand has been spinning the needle. He inhaled strongly, as if he wanted to collect all the air in the oxygen, before returning it to the assistant officer, then pressed the flag clock button to calculate seconds, stomached, calm mental, dancing wrapped out in the air. He felt throbbing in his heart, his temples seemed to be forced between the two pliers. His eyes were close to the flag. 15 seconds, 16, 17. Although the cold air he did not feel cold. He looked at the flag, continued to count like the machine. His heart became more and more painful. 2 morning membranes as if torn. He started suffocating. 50, 55. Thinking of an important mission waiting and tens of thousands of people depending on his success, he felt like he had just received an oxygen. His chest was less angry, but only a second later as before. 70, 75, exactly 90, Van Bin pulled umbrella. Sweat poured out all over him. The evil parachute is not open. The instructions of the coach in the International Spy School, 10 years ago, the crop appeared in the mind. Half a second is as long as a week, like a year of waiting. He took his mouth, jerked the emergency. The Buddha once, the umbrella of the rejuvenation was born, causing a loud noise like tearing silk. He did not hear anything anymore. His ears buzzed completely, and the scene before his eyes, under his feet, stopped completely, melted in the moonlight lowering the pale weak and melted into a bad smoke. Slowly the umbrella breaking down his strength and slowly bringing him to the ground. When his foot touched the ground, he had to not touch it, but his whole body still shook like a car in a cement column. The underground atmosphere slipped into the lungs. He breathed hard, so much, similar to the drowning person who had just returned to life. The white umbrella radiates wide on the ground. Looks like he did not see anyone. He fell right into a large beach, near Van Dien, surrounded by luxuriant trees. He tried his tongue. If he was wrong, jumping in the right forest in front of him did not know how to remove it, if he did not have a broken leg. Go to the market. Indeed, away from his homeland for a long time, this time he had just returned to Van Dien. He did not grow in Van Dien, but lived here for a long time. He belonged to the smudged face of the tin station, lonely, of the houses standing close to each other as if he wanted to get warm to escape the cold air at the end of the bone. Airborne into Van Dien, close to Hanoi, the northern capital, is an extremely bold act. At first, Mr. Hoang wanted him to come to the north by Thuy Dinh to land on Sam Sun Beach, but somehow this plan was changed at the last minute. He took off his astronaut, stuffed it into the small shovel on his back to dig the soil. Van Dien land was not solid, so he finished his blink of an eye, leaving the package evenly. His clock was exactly 4:30 am. He reviewed the objects in him before leaving. From this minute Van Bin brought a new name. He is Dang Tai Trin, officer of the Provincial Party Committee of the Labour Party of Ha Tin. Went to Hanoi to work. 30 years old, the farmer, with more than 10 years of the party, and many important service achievements. In the back pocket, he has a leather wallet, not a soft crocodile wallet that he often uses, but a hard-working pig wallet for officials. This drawing contains some identity papers, identity cards of the provincial province, the administrative committee of Ha Tin, special passports, and introduction to the contact agencies in Hanoi. Dang Tai Trin's purpose of work is to Hanoi to meet with the party's Central Politburo to report on the movement to change, cooperate and renovate from business in the province. Any papers are posted with Van Bin photos and stamped. Of course there is no real paper, and are made by the department's specialized committee, but not different from the real paper. The experts have put these paper into their own machines to make the old paper as used for a long time. If real, only the money he stored in his pocket was real, including 2 tens of thousands of silver Ho Chi Minh, 5 taels of golden leaf gold and 3 diamonds each wearing an external ka ki ki kio, standing neck, wide tube, wearing Chinese hats, tie rubber sandals. On his shirt, he wears an aluminum circular badge printed with President Ho Chi Minh's portrait. Bags with 2 pens, 1 ink, 1 lead, great money. The bottom of the pocket is left with 2 stocks to see the state-owned ball in Ha Tin a week earlier. He carried the leather briefcase, the only contact string between him and Mr. Hoang. On his shoulder dangling a large beam, the face of the male face was horrified. His face was sunny, his hair was short, from the shape and coat of his clothes to the outside, the most stereotyped with the North Vietnamese official. He puffed out his chest and walked along the way of imitating the loud gait of the Provincial Party Committee, the Kong Chin Kong Kong Kong. Before the working day, he practiced walking, yes, just walked away, took half a week. 5 a.m., Van Bin came to Highway number 1. Farmers went out to the field. The sound of the loudspeaker calling for the people to get up to practice public sports from afar. A few minutes later, he went to the front of the yellow paint sign, the red word, Van Dien. He went around the small road, through the 2 bamboo sides, and the village cemetery to a deserted farm. He threw the tiny area into the pond and pushed the half-closed wooden gate into the camp. Pushing door open. Inside the oil lamp is also burnt. A young woman 25 stood near the lamp waiting for him. The young woman is very beautiful, high forehead, short hair, left face, slightly sad, lips like drawing, nose like sculpting and clear eyes. She wore a mediocre of light blue cadre but could not hide her small slim waist, and her breasts were round, not artificially. Seeing him, she paused for a second. Please a cup of hot tea. I do not have hot tea, only water is bold, okay. Disgusting. I waited for him all night, thought that he missed the appointment, or was arrested by the people. Because this time, I was pleased to meet a class, so in any way I decided not to let the people catch. Sir, my name is Lu and Thuy Lu. My husband is a senior character of the party. The guards here are my juniors, If unfortunately he was arrested, I could remove it for him. I'm at home, my house is away. Currently my house is working abroad. I was alone at home. Before leaving, Van Bin was carefully told by Mr. Hoang about contacting Thuy Lu. She belongs to the intellectual component that was forced by a high-class farmer to be his wife, so although her body in the north, her heart was directed to the south, she was used as a receptionist station operating in Hanoi. Van Bin thought that he did not understand what kind of grace of the old king was predestined to admit all beautiful girls. If Thuy Lu wore a shirt, wearing a iridescent diamond earrings, the new American car, walking around Saigon, everyone mistook her as a cinema, Lila disguised Vietnamese people. Thuy Lu pulled the chair, eyed by him. Behold, why did he stand forever? Outside, he must be very cold. Well, what is the name? The bin. It is pleased to give me. How do you know? Z.61 in Hanoi told me if he brought more machines for you. The radio here is too few, the staff is too crowded, so it is not enough to use it. This farm is nearly one model, 2 dogs like a tiger no one dares to approach. Besides everyone respect my house. My family is a member of the party central committee. Thinking of a young woman asked, you have parachuting recently. At first, I was going to dance low because there must be clouds, but when I went to Ha Dong, it was good to dance, so I had to dance high. Winning. Yes, doing this job, both me and her are not easy. A moment later she said, well your fault, I am busy talking. I forgot to stir. He stayed up all night tired. I cleaned his bed. This bed, of course, is not as smooth as the Saigon bed. Van Bin entered first, she followed the door closed, her mouth said, what he kept calling, I sat out here. At noon, there was a ship to Hanoi. Thank you. What time will I meet Z.61? Z.61 instructed him to come. Exactly 6:30. It seems that Z.61 was revealed. Why did I come to me? I can't clear. I am just a clue with Z.61. Granted, the organization was large, including quite a lot of people, but I only knew Z.61. Acting in the enemy area, what are you strange? I heard that this work was relational and urgent. So why did he come today? Z.61 was afraid of being arrested. Recently, contact with emergency procedures and in the order of contact Z.61 asked me to remind him not to miss the appointment with obstacles. Only Z.61 and another person know. You often call it the eldest brother, or Z.30. I will stay here until noon. Han. I made a few dishes to invite Mr. Man. He went from the night to be hungry. Lu brought into his room a small tray smoke. A pure North Vietnamese and luxurious meal like pre-war. 8 fragrant rice dish, fake civet bowl, frozen meat dish, nuggets. We eat. Van Bin just asked, what can you buy meat? I'm too complimented. In this cold weather, but not to eat frozen all year round as in the south. Do not have a refrigerator, sir. Well, I heard that the ball theater has air conditioners even cooler than Chapa, right? Yes. Indeed, she almost forgot that Van Bin had just jumped into the enemy and herself was a fairly serious role in the enemy, every minute and every second rubbing with the god of death. Under the oil lamp, Thuy Lu is abnormally beautiful. Perhaps she was thinking of Saigon, submerged under the brightest of the palace, the fragrant fragrances and the noble women's flesh, the magical moon nights on Vung Tau Sand Beach, in Da Lat Forest. She symbolizes the ideal woman of the era of rocket and agitated music, which means that they are not young, there is still a cute shyness of the 20s, and there is a bouncing body. To the height, full experience of sex. He fits the small lamp, incout him on vacation. He wanted to hug her to kiss his nose along the coconut and his eyes wide open, but she quietly turned, closed the door. In the dark, he heard her sigh. Van Bin turned his face to the wall trying to sleep. Van Bin mixed into the passengers in a hurry, and took a ticket to get tickets to Hanoi. Going to the door, he stopped for a minute, presented the paper for 2 police officers to wear guns, all eyes. Van Dien is the last station on the way to Hanoi. Van Bin, Dang Tai Trin chose a crowded corner in the 3rd-class car and then collected the smoking. In Thang Long smoke, he seemed to smell the aroma of Thuy Lu's hair. Early in the morning, at 5 a.m., when I woke up, I saw Twilu sitting alone and sewing himself under the light. Hearing, she let go of Kim asked, "You have gained up." V. The Pacific. She was no longer called the polite as the night. Suddenly remembered, she flushed her cheeks. She carried the hot breakfast dish and a good thing long medicine package, with a red star. Like her husband's wife, she peeled off a cigarette pack, handed it to him, "In my grandmother." When he prepared a luggage, Twilu stood the god of the door. In his eyes, he was full of regret. Van Bin hurriedly walked out to the yard, because he was afraid to hold her for a long time. The cold wind was gently fans on his face. A police officer of Nam Dinh green Ka uniforms came to each paper car. He pasted my nearsighted eyes into Van Bin's identity card, but only a minute later returned to him, accompanied by an intimate greeting. A moment later, the police were in a young man wearing old brown clothes. Strangers did not have identification papers, trying to escape by transmitting to the roof. He was handcuffed in a corner. According to the police officer, he was the spy of the South. Van Bin wanted to shout loudly, "Oh my God, if the police comrades know that the provincial party committee officials are sitting in front of the main and high-end spy of the South, they will be fainted." The ship to the outskirts of Kong Vong. From afar, Van Bin saw the black paint steel columns cleaned up and imprinted with a bizarre shape on the purple-blue sky one last day of cold winter. The train slowly brakes. Bok Mai Hospital is lying on the railway, with a new cement wall sweeping the dazzling yellow color and the flagpole above the flag fluttering as big as the five-pointed gold star. Next is the French military cemetery with white crossroads, then crossroads, Kim Lean. Arrive in a gate of the train without fencing. Van Bin jumped down. He set a short distance and then climbed onto the cyclo to kick the Hua Bin Hotel opposite the Heng County station. This Lu Quan was first of the French after the Anchor Agreement was pounding into the state-owned system. It was a three-story building overlooking the road surface. The architecture of the pedestal, including many wide rooms, Hong Kong beds pierced the golden bronze and the limb ironwood staircase. Previously, every afternoon down to Com Thien Dam with her head, Van Bin normal passed. Mon Yeast flirted with the young grass with full of amorous lips, Eureka knives and the great breasts exposed most of them. Every time she pretended to bend down. On the tall rattan chair, the girl sitting in the old days, he saw the old man's old man, the old and the silver edges, wearing a thick myopia glasses. The gun was so colorful. The secretary asked him, in the central voice, "I want to stay." Van Bin nodded. The secretary continued, "The officials have notice or now," he recorded. "Put the leather briefcase down." Van Bin replied, I was on the road, so the provincial committee could not get electricity." "Is there any room?" "Ask you to present your identity card." A young man wearing a police hat came out. The old secretary transferred Van Bin's papers to him. After glancing at the rules, he threw it on the table for the old secretary with a smile of a snail like a snail water, in hot tin. Hong Ki grapefruit must know why the provincial party committee does not bring a little grapefruit out here. V eat the bottle laughing very well Kadri. Lately working a lot, I went urgently so I could not keep up. Well, begging comrades later. After finishing, the old secretary returned the identity card to him, quietly pulling the key hanging on the board behind the back and placed neatly on the counter. The lock here. Room number 271. At the end of the corridor, Dong Kai pays the fee in advance. After finishing the money, Van Bin hugged his pair, raised his hand to greet the two and then went to the stairs. Just climbing wooden steps, Van Bin silently submitted to Mr. Hoang. A week before the departure, he was taken to a secret center. There he learned meticulously about life in Hanoi, from the price of a tail of beef at Dong Xuan Market more expensive than the market in the market so much to the room position in the Hua Bin Hotel that he will come. So he did not put his hand in his pocket and waited for the room to carry his luggage as in other places and eagerly climbed the ladder alone. Here guests have to carry luggage. Compensation is not a tight body as if to fart, but a young man with a taciturn bone face, carefully trained in intelligence work. The second floor, he turned left, went to the corridor and stopped in front of the room 217. He looked at the key into the drive. Inside the scene is as gloomy as under the reception room. A wooden bed covered with thin mattress and white throttle, half area. Next to it is a trash wooden writing table, 2 chairs that are not based and a small mirror cabinet. On this side is the door to the bathroom. Water up for hours, so during the day, the water must contain water in a small jar. Sleep first. Normally, before embarking on the important work he often sleeps a full sleep so that the mental and body will be relaxed and relieved. He knew he would sleep peacefully, not afraid of anyone disturbing. Besides, if the police arrived at the room, they only arrived at night, after he revealed a suspicious trace. Over here, officials Z28 are senior characters, royal gestures and serious. No, Van Bin is still peaceful for a while. At least this first sleep on enemy land. Chapter 2. Nguyen Don walked back and forth in the room, his face thought. According to Mr. Hoang's news in Saigon, an employee who has the right to dispose in the spot will parachute near Hanoi and will come in contact with him today. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking through the window on the street, the group suddenly saw her heart tightening. Still familiar figures sometimes step through his progressive bookstore. Tu Quan Tien is one of the and that where the spies met in the security of the patriotic movement founded by Mr. Hoang in Hanoi. Since the long-standing union of unusual events. Being familiar with the dangerous life, the delegation trained the sixth sense. He felt that the enemy tightened around him. In the past few days, the delegation has strengthened the work of abandoning useless contacts. He did not personally face the action staff and transferred to the mailboxes scattered in Hanoi capital. His side always has a gun and bullets and poison tubes of Shie Nuya. He will swallow the intestines once exposed. Such caution does not mean that Nguyen Don is afraid of death. No, he was only afraid of being captured by the enemy, not promptly dispersing important news and documents and biting pun poison to kill himself. If he was afraid of death, the delegation did not choose this dangerous job. He was stubborn with persecution and torture regularly. The strong expansion of the patriotic movement made the authorities horrified. From collecting news to the south to organize sabotage cases, the movement has created support among the people. Because of that, the police and anti-cockroaches were increasingly tightened. Tu Quan Tien was secretly guarded day and night. However, so far no comrades of the movement have been arrested. The delegation knew that the enemy was waiting to take a big batch of fish. In the street, the electric light was burned in the afternoon. The winter afternoon in Hanoi dropped in a hurry, a bit of cold accumulated from the sea as if gathered and blown into the 8 gates. Dong Zan just ran over. According to the appointment Z28, he had to come to see him at the restaurant right 6:30 night. The delegation carefully closed the window to turn the lights in the room before falling down the stairs. He was still afraid when he went to the police house to spread the roof into the balcony that he could not keep up. If the police entered suddenly, the first ammunition was enough to knock them, before they had time to fight back. Outside the stall, there was only one bookseller, and there was no one who bought it. The store only opened one side, the other side closed silently. From the day the Union saw the air of the movement was revealed. The progress of the progress was revealed that he could order, but the problem was late, the withdrawal was not easy, moreover other facilities have not been informed in time. I had to stay with the spirit of death. But if you don't meet at the shop, where do you know? For several weeks, Nguyen Don could not leave the door without being stuck by the enemy as shown with the ball. After telling the guard carefully, the group became guarded. 30 minutes left. Z28 is only 5 minutes. A tall man walked over to the shop to stop tying his shoelaces. After finishing, this person pulled out tobacco to smoke. In the end, this person boldly entered the brand. Definitely not a buyer. Or, the assembly smiled and Gao, well, he bought books. Stranger shook his head. No, I want to buy coal paper. The thing of Czechoslovakia. Only Bon Hungary, do you use it? R is R. Intimate change of voice. Ho and Z.28. Z.61 is waiting for him to be upstairs. The stranger has just been called. Z.28 greeting Du Hoi and then straight inside. Du Hoi left the stall, went out in front of the door. The interior occurs within a snap of clock. So fast that Z28 did not know where the accident came from. When he came to the door, he felt a sharp nose stab throughout his chest. This pointed baton is a bullet from a large gun fitted with a bar break from outside the crowded sidewalk. The muscular body of the stranger claimed to be Z28 obscuring Z28, so he calculated to keep the machine gun. As a second, the clock twisted at the right time when strangers approached, zooming in a small blade like willow leaves and sharp as water weak in his servant. Calculating the sitting and unable to cry out, the Sten fell into the enemy's hands. Strangers do not rush to the guard. He turned his face out his hand to signal the invisible accomplice, climbing a step on the stairs. He was happy because the person saved him, though nearly 20 minutes earlier than the appointment time. He protruded through the door. According to the indicator, Z28 must say the password first. But strangers kept coming in, and until the delegation knew that he was not comrade, he could not react anymore. Strangers rushed back, blocking blood vessels on his neck. In the moment of the Union's face swollen and bruised because the blood could not come to the brain. Nguyen Doan was soft as a noodle fiber slowly delivered to the ground. But the delegation was not dead. He just fainted. The stranger has just defeated this dangerous martial arts to calculate the squeeze so that he did not die. Strangers were Pham Linh, the defense of the Hanoi counterintelligence, the third level of the Huyen belt. What does Nguyen Doan martial arts mean before a hard-working enemy like Pham Linh? While Z28 is really So Van Bin, a young man who loves life, handsome, talented, parachuting last night near Van Dien Terminal, who was walking from Hon Kiem Lake to a progressive shop in Hang Duong. Wearing shirts as well as when in the ceiling, the performance attracts people and especially women. His appeal to women is increased by his stubborn but lovely face, regular white teeth, bright eyes when intense, gentle, slightly curly hair before falling on the shape-wide forehead. Today's peaches are no longer a row of silk peaches in the old days with young girls, laughing with their son crossing the street, after 100-colored fabric, with the prints of the razor and fragrant fragrance of perfume expensive. Today's peaches are no longer polite, courteous, tongun and poetic. Right at the beginning of the road, the Sword Lake is a retail store of Traudick. Inside there is a woman, but the woman that Van Bin does not like because they wear straight clothes without curves and so wide that I just saw that everyone thought that they were wearing her abdominal shirt. Through Hang Duong Street, Van Bin raised his left hand to see the time. In 5 minutes, he must be present at 2 Quan Tien at the top of Hang Rua Street, near Dong Zon Market. He walked through the bookstore, glancing inside. As Tui Lu said in the morning, he saw a person sitting still behind the bookstore, wearing nearsighted glasses. One side of the door was closed. He tried to cross the road, suddenly stood. Last night, at this hour, he was in the office of Mr. Hoang in Saigon. Mr. Hoang Ashtray Ha Van Cigar was familiar with a serious voice. You need to know the truth to be wary. He should have directly met Z.30, the commander of the division in Hanoi, but to try the problem I wanted him to contact Nguyen Doan. If I were not mistaken, the delegation was revealed. Enclosure but not caught. They only arrested him if he knew exactly that he was weak from Saigon. And they only know that if in our ranks there is a protest. He stood up, looked straight into his eyes. I should be cautious before going to the shop to meet the group. The doll made of stuffed cloth displayed in the glass case. The clear mirror does not reflect any suspicious silhouette. In the right minute 6:30 a.m. Van Bin came to the other summer, leisurely coming to the bookstore. The staff behind the counter asked him, he bought books. Van Bin waved his hand. No, I want to buy coal paper. The thing of Czechoslovakia. The other person responded not. Only Bon Hungary, do you use it? Eat Vase nodded. The other person pointed to the door. Instead he went upstairs. Z.61 waited for him earlier. In his life, he jumped into the enemy soil many times and encountered a spy staff operating in the enemy soil many times. Every time he was as happy as he went to the appointment with a friend. But this time he felt his throat dry and impatient as fire. He closed his left hand close to the armpit, accidentally touching the 9-glass Mannlicher gun of Austria, one of the common weapons in Hanoi. The door went upstairs to open. He slowly entered. Opposite him was a young man, Over 30 years old. Hi. His face was like a college student. His voice was elegant. It's sitting. Yesterday, he looked closely at the picture Z.61. Despite the fluttering in his heart, his face was still calm as if nothing happened. He shook hands with himself Z.61, and while holding his hand, he knew that the opponent was a super martial artist. Van Bin did not say the second password as usual. He smiled naturally and told strangers, the very new meeting. Are you strong lately? P. Fleet Lin. Yes, strangers. Pham Lin accidentally responded. That's a long time. Thank you. I often change my voice. To go to work. Disgusting. I thought he could not come. Worried about how much he came to Hanoi and how bridge he gave me. He quietly put his hand in his inner pocket. His mouth said, yes, there was a secret command, written in chemical ink. The secret command he pulled out was the Manlikar. Van Bin slanted to the side. His hand raised his hand. Raise your hand out of your head, hear it. Picking down the arrogance of Pham Lin made him skeptical. As fast as cutting him a half-body backward, he saw the black gun. The hands of the gun holder before the stork, the Manlikar had released a bullet hit the target. Pham Lin Din moved, but Van Bin's gun was backwards. Do not be foolish. Raise your hand. This gun gives him a sense of security and warmth. Knowing that he was trapped, he kept his extremely calm attitude. Another ball went upstairs. One hit the heart. Another body down. Van Bin's eyes did not leave Pham Lin while he stepped back to the wall. A series of little lean fired through the glass door, causing him to bow his head to paint fragments. A series of other bullets were shot. He shot two howling and jumped into the corner. As soon as a series of guns were shot like watering him 5 seconds earlier. The cry had just poured. The pistol of strangers spoke. Van Bin turned his head and in the blink of an eye he knew he hit. He heard strangers screaming and silent. Completely silent. Silence as never before, but the sound of a car roared and then a sesame headlight from the police from the front of the shining to the shop, accompanied by a harsh command. The gun immediately surrendered, going away from death. A fierce scream, the scream of the lighting staff. The shout of the dead. The headlights are out of light. He heard another command again, passed through the loudspeaker, Bon. Shoot. Gun firms on all sides. In front, behind, left, right. He was imprisoned among the steel flames. He used the head of the Soviet subgun to the door and then released a series of bullets. Through the bullet of the police in response, he saw a lot of black shadows on the roof nearby. Takata, Takata. The enemy fell like a fig. Obstacles are flat. Van Bin feet jumped on the roof of the tile, running to the other end. Just then, the police officer had climbed up the balcony in front of the house, broke the door, illuminated the headlights flooded with the room that Van Bin met Pham Lin just now. Familiar with the exit on the roof, so in the blink of an eye, Van Bin came to Hangchu Street. He dropped down the alley near the Long Bien Theater. Outside the alley, the police fence is surrounded. Van Bin shook his shirt, put it again neatly, put the Manlikar into the armpit bag, threw subline down the groove and casually went to the road. People hardly pay attention to the presence of a large police officer. Van Bin turned to his right hand, walking towards the river. Escaped death in the hair after setting foot on the beloved Thang Long land. Arriving at the banks of the Van Bin River, Cyclo, told to pedal to Heng County Station. The old Cyclo whispered, do not catch the Vietnamese world. Which Vietnamese world? Really? Why is it called Vietnamese? A spy on the empire has just brought a bomb to explode in Hanoi. His accomplice was summarized by the police in the Progressive bookstore. Yes, the river arrived at Heng County Colmist Station for half an hour and climbing Hai Ba Trung Street, then I Bol Pity. Van Bin Din told him Cyclo that he was a spy to laugh for a while, but he was silent. Being silent because this joke is not suitable for the current situation. In the work in Europe, he can joke like that because the police net is not tight, and here, anyone can be the ears of the authorities, so be cautious. He ordered the Cyclo to lower in front of the station door and then he climbed angrily. He bought a newly released People's newspaper, sat down on the chair waiting to pretend to read. Waiting for a while when the Cyclo ride hidden towards the parasols, he just returned to the Hoa Bin Hotel. Chapter 3. Nguyen Don slowly woke up. I was hurting like it. Seeing that he choked on his neck, he remembered that when he was in the dark, he was unconscious. Stirring his eyes around, he only saw 4 walls painted in black. The wall is soaring, not looking at the roof, at the top, dimly a small bright frame. The outside light through the steel-eye knitting, shimmering on the wall. His legs seemed to stick to the ground, his limbs were twisted. He took a long breath. Although the atmosphere in the room smells stinking, including people's stool, urine and mossy smell, he still feels both sucking clean and healthy air. About 15 minutes later, he sat up and leaned back to the wall. His mouth was bitter and thirsty. Typing his hand on the wall listening to koong koong, he knew that the cell was a bar, and it was the cry of the iron door. The outside light suddenly turned on and the sound of din low cop shoes. Then the lock of the click. The door opened. Under the golden light thrown into the bar, he saw 2 tall police officers, dressed in cadre and wearing hats covered. A Chinese Tiulin communist, and the other in the hand of the tree and the key bunch of keys. Blister. An hour, the other cuffs covered Nguyen Doan's wrist and he was pulled out. Nguyen Doan was taken to the interrogation room of the Hanoi Police Department. He knew for sure that the police department because he had a chance to get the document. He had noticed 2 big trees a year ago in front of the detention area, next to the room. He entered the room. On the ceiling dangling many lights. The interrogation staff turned the lamp brightly, at least 500 candles, in the middle of Nguyen Doan's eyes made him close his eyes. Pham Lin's voice after the table smashed into his ear, "Phi his eyes. Sit down." Mu Lin hid his body in the dark, continued, the fierce voice, "To the police have been watching you for a long time. Now, the whole drive has been arrested. You are the oligarchan." If he ended up, responded clearly to the questions I asked, tomorrow he would go to court to avoid death. He was only tried to foolish accomplices. Nguyen Doan did not respond. Pham Lin's voice. The first question, who is his leader? Guy Nguyen is still silent. Pham Lin smiled faintly. He very much. He did not answer. I also had a way to ask. I will ask my friend from the south to see you. The guy on the chair almost fell. Glaring his eyes on the fire and watching the police just beat him, Nguyen Doan regained his normal power, and stood up and kicked hard between his stomach. The police shouted for an hour and then fell to the ground and hit the wall. A crowd rushed to the delegation. Pham Lin waved his hand, the calm. Let me need to give me. Everyone let go. The police was seriously injured by Nguyen Doan. Pham Lin's voice was changed to calmly, you see it. If I didn't stop it, he would have thousands of pieces. Who would people want to die? He declared the truth, I will mobilize the sentence for him. After a few years of studying labor, he will be returned. Is it better than being silent and tortured, executed? Looking at Pham Lin through the bright light, Nguyen Doan replied, although he was cut by his ears, cut my nose and did not say. If I want to say, I don't know anything. He is no wonder the method of secret organization. One person only knows 1 or 2 comrades are the same. In the bookstore, there were 3 people with the subgroup with me. The brothers caught them all, besides I no longer know who. The arrogant Lin, I know your organization as there are many people. For example, who is the eldest? Who is Z.199? Who is Z.28? What did Saigon set staff come here to meet you? Elder, Z199 and Z.28 are, I don't know. I have not met these people. As for the issue of the staff in Saigon, I was not in contact, so I did not know which directives he brought. Besides, he asked him if he was more convenient. He quickly escaped, but he would not run far away, sooner or later will be grossed. Last night he parachuted to Hanoi, between him and he had a contact staff. I need to know who this intermediary is. Nguyen Nguyen shook his head. I did not work with anyone other than Du Hoi and Tran Tin. Do not believe him, ask again. Pham Lin beat the table. H-roots and calculations have all declared. Because they did not know how the 2 of you were dying, Nguyen Doan asked to confront. He knew that he never met and had the secret of the organization's secret. Pham Lin gritted her teeth in a poisonous manner. H-roots and calculations were executed. They do not deserve to be drilled. Although he was at the top, he had a more advanced spirit than them. Now only me and you in this room, you say, no one heard. I guarantee that I would not reveal to anyone. Nguyen Doan chuckled. There was no need to rummage through the plastic tape rotating slowly under Pham Lin's paper table, and if he was not mistaken, here, in the dark corner or in the side room sitting behind the special stethoscope, the specialist of the department police are not taking notes. The charter of the spy active in the enemy area appeared in the position of dazzling golden words. Filling 5 of the charter not allowed to be weak and confessed to the enemy and clearly declared the organization. He understood that according to the tradition of this spy profession, he realized, the enemy also killed him to protect the secret. Pham Linh Ha poisoned suddenly. Pham Linh continued his voice. If you really collaborate, I would like to promise the honor to pay for you, otherwise. He deliberately left the sentence so that Nguyen Doan feared. But his face was still calm. He whistled like a tiger injured, when he was so good. But then see what ink you will be good. Nguyen Nguyen was dragged to the torture room. The creepy hair, despite the time of training at deep newspaper school, he learned how to support in torture. Especially thinking of the plump, curved butt of a pretty girl, to the sharp chest, real, 100%, not a vague fake cheating black rubber. The delegation was graded on the subject of the school. But the barbaric figures were displayed in the torture room, full of black blood and full of death, still made him cold. And many unbearable people have to surrender. In the Japanese period, the Nazi period, similar instruments were used again. This time it was Nguyen Doan's turn in the Hanoi Police Department. Pham Linh pointed only a wooden barrel filled with water in the corner of the room, told Nguyen Doan. In the case he was stubborn, forced me to let him go to the ship. Nguyen Doan did not smirk. He heard you narrate the go to the Chinese, in the Northern Police. Prisoners are tied up like a piece of rolls, hanging upside down. Their heads drop into the water tank while the water rises slowly, rising up the hair, flooding his eyes, flooding his nose, flooding his mouth until the prisoner is suffocated. Nguyen Doan silently watched the 2 police struggling into his big toe with a tiny steel second. They pushed him down. A guy supported him, the other slowly pulled the steel strand hook into pulley for his legs to touch the ceiling. Nguyen Doan felt like a sharp blade was broken. The pain left on the feet and on the head was sloping. The cold water was like a bandage touching his hair. Guy Nguyen Doan put all his mind to think of a woman with the hope of forgetting the pain in his toes and chest, and he imagined the strange woman he met 3 years ago in Saigon, before the day of going to Hanoi. He got used to many women, but still ecstatic at her quirky attraction. Her characteristic is that no one can guess how old she, 20 or 40, have a husband or also huge silk. Her body is the wonderful combination of tight curves, round shoulders, round neck, round knees, solid breasts that are soft and soft. The eager man has a blessing. Blood vessels die. Her white skin is also the wonder of the universe, from her head to vacuum, without a freckle, no acne, no small scars. Her face is gentle but passionate, joyful but quiet, cute but solemn, innocent but old. Nguyen Doan lived exactly 1 week with her on Thuan An Beach, then each one went on. He set out for the mission, and she seemed to drown in a beach. Perhaps at the bottom of the sea. Listen to her name. The Dragon King was amorous, causing a hurricane, dragging her to the aquarium, forced her to be his wife. The water is fluttering in the eyebrows. The cold winter water is terrible. Hundreds of thousands of needles stabbed into Nguyen Doan's flesh. Nguyen Doan's eyes were sunk in the cold water. He closed his eyes, imagining another beauty. This person was thin, bone, on her body was small. Small mouth, small nose, small chest, limbs are small, but the small god of magic has made men fall in love. Whenever they are entangled, they cannot draw anymore. Flooded his nose, flooded his mouth, and he would stop breathing. His ears were flooded, but he also heard a regular, gloomy clock of the wall hanging on the wall. His eyes did not see anything else, but he still saw Pham Lin's cruel face bent near the water barrel, and on his dark lips, a murderous smile. Author. The sound of clock was like a counting time, signaling to him dead. Water up to the nose. He attracted all his strength. His head turned to the nose, trying to take a bit of oxygen. Futile. Nguyen Doan waved strongly, touching his head in the barrel. His intention is to push the barrel. He did not know that this evil barrel was buried on the room, and each time he touched Nguyen even more painful. The air, his lungs were torn. He tried to hold back but could not help it anymore. The water rises on the nose, rising to the mouth. Earlier, his mouth was wide open to temporarily take a little reflection and to spray water with nostrils, but it was submerged in the water. Water rushed into Nguyen Doan's intestine. He swung on the strand of steel in a desperate way. Nguyen Doan waiting to die. However, his brain was still awake. Pham Linh ordered a police officer to turn off the faucet. Another name lifted Nguyen Doan's head, pulled out. The body is as hard as a wooden song. His head was as heavy as wearing a big rock. Many invisible knives stabbed into his mind. He wanted to scream loudly, but the cry hard in his throat, then he fainted. The Fleet kneeled next to Nguyen Doan, doing artificial respiration for him. 5 minutes later he woke up. Nguyen Doan was helped to sit and was tied to the back of the chair. But no, he was still in debt naked. I just let him near death, then saved his life to taste other dishes. Torture more brutally, I did not declare it. Who is it here? The electric shock is strong in Nguyen Doan meat. Thuy Lưu, Z.199, was arrested. He crashed out to be afraid, not for his fate but for the fate of the young, beautiful, but he dedicated to defending. He was cautious, perhaps the enemy was so quick to contact. That woman is not Thuy Lưu but an old lady over 70 years old. Nguyen Doan turned out an angry sound. The old lady came in, due to the two people shocking their armpits, having a very sad tone. Her hair is silver, wrinkled skin looks like a ripe fruit, dark circles, wet tears. As soon as he sat down on the chair opposite him, the old lady burst into tears. He has never been as touched by this time because the old lady sat in front of him. His mother. Using the poisonous image, he turned to his emotional crime. Mrs. Doe's tears and the brainstorming gap that want to do not make him feel. She did not know anything about his work, but Pham Linh would borrow her hand to exploit a part of the truth, and would definitely win. Knowing in advance, Nguyen Doan tried not to show emotion. He gritted his teeth to not cry, and closed his eyes as if he did not receive the old lady. The old lady cried angry and said, "Mo up here. Children, did you realize my mother?" The old lady asked. "Han. Group, didn't you recognize you? Oh my God, what did my child do that people tortured like this? You don't know. Doing Vietnamese time but you still want to defend. B.O., the old man raised his head, answering tough. I have the right to love it. What did it do? I don't need to know. Smocking. I don't know and she will know. Torturing the old lady is cowardly. Mother has 3 sons. 2 children have been killed in Luc and Chau after the nationwide resistance, do you forget? In the past, the 2 were also considered Vietnamese. Come on, Mom, go. My tears make me feel honestly, but my great work, I have to keep it until I die. My mother cried. Yes, I remember, but I only have me. In the past, my teacher died, telling me to connect the fire of the house. Now that you have any fate, my family must be great. Mom just need me to live. I have an appointment for people to advise you to declare the truth. Don't be angry with you. You know that the farmer is not angry at this situation. She was old, every day, every hour, listening to the scrambles and thought that the truth would be nothing. If she lived in the profession, knew the importance of silence would forgive him. Nguyen Doan sighed. MRO go home. I could not listen to my mother. Pham Linh said. If her children did not speak, forced me to torture her. Sin. Born a Vietnamese child without guilty. Besides, whether or not, he will see. Before his mother's eyes, Nguyen Doan was tied up more. The 2 police officers brought out a small chest containing small iron caps with dry blood. Nguyen Doan suddenly understood. Pham Linh will use his nail appareil. His hands were inserted in a small shackles. A police officer chose a big black plug, wiping him close to him, blocking his hand. Pham Linh loudly ordered. Tay left first. Then to the right hand. Start the index finger. The mucous nails of the flesh and blood left the finger, red blood splashing. Nguyen Doan closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and did not call for pain. His mother hiccuped and fell to the ground, fainting. Pham Linh sent his subordinates to spray cold water into her face and pulled it to the chair. Waking up, the old lady cried like a child. Nguyen Doan pretended not to hear his mother crying. Pham Linh said, "Do not hear your mother crying." The filial son. Although martial arts were good, he was hit suddenly. He did not help. He had to put in the water barrel to make the water shot wildly. The expression did not show anger. He pulled the blindness to wipe the wet spot and said, "On, very brave." Spit one more to see where he was brave. Another nail was pulled out of his fingers. Blood rises again. The mother of the delegation cried out again. Then came the third nail. This time the old lady fell and unconscious again. He did not expect the job he did again related to his mother, and he did not expect the opponent to be so brutal. If he shut his mouth soon, his nails will leave his fingers. Withdrawing all the nails, Pham Linh will cut the ears, cut the tongue, cut the eyes with the purpose of discovering the truth at any cost. Looking at the mother gradually regaining consciousness, suddenly Nguyen Doan came up with formidable initiatives. He will declare. When Pham Linh ordered the fourth nail, Nguyen Doan looked at him. His voice was dry. "The tools, I was content to say. The crime will answer what he asked, but with two conditions. The first condition, the brothers immediately released my mother." Pham Linh nodded. "The agreement. I will send her to take her home. Mom, don't worry about you anymore." The old man hugged the group. Her tears wet his thick shirt. A minute later, Pham Linh pushed her out, then ordered the member to. The Mr. Trong took her out, told the driver to take her to Ha Nam. Pham Linh sat near Nguyen Doan, intimate figure, "Do see." He set two conditions, listed the first condition I approved immediately, no need to know the second condition. Thus, I knew that I was very merciful to him. He knew that if he was not satisfied, Pham Linh would recur the extreme game, and this fiend of course his mother would be, took the ship, and was pulled up like him. Pham Linh's voice is like from the far realms, in the second condition. What's second condition? Let me finish declaring it is not too late. Calling the member to come here. Nguyen Doan was opened. Pham Linh invited him to smoke fragrant and drink orange juice. Done, Pham Linh began to interrogate, while the two speeders recorded. Z28 who is? Nguyen Doan replied as a machine, as the staff of Mr. Hoang parachuting near Hanoi. Will you meet you at the advanced shop? If you do not know the place of skydiving, you must also know that the person who is responsible for waiting for Z28 last night. Who is this person? Although I was the leader, I did not know the contact. Unfortunately, he killed. If he was still alive, he would help a lot. He was the chain between me and the person who welcomed Z28 last night. Z.199 who is? Obviously, Pham Linh did not know Thuy Lu. This work is told to wait for Z28 to know. Where is the eldest? I don't know. The eldest brother is the direct commander that you don't know. Because I never face it. Organized by mail. I received many typed letters inviting me. I am content. Why appointment? One person came to pick me up. At all. Do not know, because wearing a mask. Voice. How much is the level? On 35. Oh dang trong or dang why. Okay. Now the most important paragraph. I believe he completely declared, because if he declared that I could control it immediately. I was ready to keep my promise. Agree. If the afternoon meeting at the bookstore progressed was not finished, and the second place. So where does this room meet this room? When will you meet? What is the password? Do I now set the second condition? I want to visit the body of Du Hoi and Hoang Tin. What to do? Firstly, to confess love. Second, for self-defense. If these two people are alive, I cannot disclose the organization's secrets. If they died, I would have revealed no one doubt me. He followed me. Nguyen Doan and Pham Linh went to the next room. In an instant, Pham Linh could be knocked down by the delegation, but he considers himself to Ha Linh and could not escape. Spent equal. Moaning a stretcher still dyed blood. Du Hoi and Hoang's royal wave lying on a stiff wave. The astonished face of the dead proved that both were killed in a surprise minute. Nguyen Doan bent down to stroke his eyes, then told Pham Linh, Zong. I was willing to declare all. The group said, the voice is dreamy. The newspaper was urgently and the newspaper considered the newspaper to pull out. On the right hand, I took the book of red leather cover. But I don't believe Z.28 to the appointment. This appointment is a half room if you don't see each other for the first time. On the other hand, Z.28 came in conflict with you. If I saw me coming, Z.28 immediately knew it was trapped. Besides, if I didn't come to the socks Z.28, I would face my face. Because he knew that if he was arrested, someone would replace him. Nguyen Don shuddered. He still thought Pham Linh was deceived, but no, he knew that he lied earlier. He knew he contacted the eldest brother, contacting Z.199. He knew that outside the delegation, the eldest also knew about the case of room. Nguyen Don smirked. Pham Linh laughed. I have arranged fully. Now the Capital Press has announced that he escaped from the front page. In life, no one has tolerated half an hour of ships and lost all their nails. I was captured by the brothers. The brothers tested me, I had to declare, but like you, I will protect my comrades. Similarly, achievements. I don't lie. I understand very much, so I did not ask. Or you, or someone else, but you are better. So tomorrow, he will see Z.28 at the lake. Z.28 will bring on the secret person. When he realized me, he would come close to ask for cigarette fire. He will ask me, it's cold like this and you dare to go to Hoguam to the wind. I have to answer, in the house, it is a bit cold, so many people still come here to sit here. After the password is exchanged, Z.28 will instruct me. If Z.28 is cunning, that is, if he is a small part, I will record the first guy. Do you understand? I understand. Tomorrow night, if you deceive us, I will order his right nail to spit his right nail and will bring his mother to witness the scene of cutting his nose, cutting his ears, and finally he will tighten the limbs. Until death. And after you die, we will torture his mother like that. I don't need you to be completely honest. You just need to help me tomorrow night. Meet Z.28, he only needs to sneeze. The rest, he left me. The aunt arranged to guard him, he would not come. On the way around the lake, there will be no guard. Well, let me go down. I repeat, if you honestly, I will release unconditionally. As for, Nguyen Nguyen Don interrupted, I understand. The room that Pham Linh has just mentioned is the solid barges that he was imprisoned from the time he came. Nguyen Don group tongue. The my. Yeah, there are 24 hours more. Still board time. See sleeping goods always do not know. Chapter 4. Pham Linh squeezed the trumpet to avoid the cow car filled with earth from com in favor of 7 models. He howling a mulberry sound when the front almost touched the tree of the cow car leading. This convoy of Nguyen Tri school students brought land from the suburbs to fill the lake. The first car wears 2 red flags, that is, the emulation flag is rewarded. Pham Linh didn't stop the car to give the young men to work a lesson, but thinking about the need for his eyes to sauce, kicking the throttle, streaming. Labor, agree, but the students who go to work are blind or why do not know the driver of the new Pobita is Comrade Pham Linh, the number 1 character of the Hanoi Anti-Cotton Agency. Away to Heng County Road, crossing the Hoa Bin Hotel, Pham Linh has just thought of the inspection later with the experts of RU, Central Intelligence Government. Zylops and Bethlehem are 2 senior employees in the Soviet embassy in Hanoi in charge of the newspaper. For a long time, Pham was flexible under the guidance of cylinders and concrete, but only when he had a relationship, he had the opportunity to face, discuss and receive instructions. Knowing that it is related to Nguyen Don and the spy organization of the patriotic movement. This morning, when he arrived at the department, he received a phone call to leave everything, and to the intensive presentation with the RUSA before I could solve the work during the day. At 9 a.m. Pham Linh hurriedly drove to see the cylinder and the cone. This villa has soldiers and dogs that are well trained, guarding day and night, towering walls, on the top of the electric wire, which is the headquarters of the RU in North Vietnam. Linking the car, he was stopped by a tall Russian soldier. Produce papers. The guard call inside. 3 minutes later, 2 other soldiers, 5 machine guns, pounded out heel, signaled to Pham Linh. Despite going in and out of the Villa RU many times, Pham Linh is still creepy in the back of the neck. Although he is a black martial artist, every time he saw more than a dozen Russian dogs, every one was as big as a tiger lying from the yard to the main door, in his heart. Trying. Only one main door includes enough devices to prevent strangers invading. The windows in the villa have large iron bars, and thick steel mesh. Not to mention a thick layer of glass without breaking. The main door and the side doors are closed around the clock, because the inside is the air conditioner. At the corridor, Pham Linh also had to wait another 5 minutes to get 2 other soldiers, also armed with machine guns, leading to the room. In this room, it was reported to the secretary's room in concrete, Chief and Deputy Vice RU. Since Pham Linh stopped the car before the company until she was taken to the second guard to meet the deputy head of Tai, it took exactly 40 minutes. Lake. He was made an appointment, if he did not know how long to wait for the meeting. Through the room, the iron door opened and closed with electricity to a large door, dark blue paint, attached the copper sign recorded in Russian. The office of the Bang is open. Inside is a room of about 8 meters wide, 6 meters horizontal, surrounded by high iron cabinets near the ceiling. In the middle of the room is a wide table. All are painted as dark as the door. Sitting behind the table is concrete. Standing next to the bossy attitude was the head of the cylinder. Do not wait for Pham Linh to greet and sit down on the chair, the cylinder said. Do he knows what? The case of enemy spies Nguyen Doan is being continued to exploit. The cylinder shift seems to be calm. I have just met the Deputy Prime Minister. Starting from this minute we will personally in charge of Nguyen Doan. Pham Linh replied, yes, a small sound. Xylop asked again, do you know how to where about the parachuting spy in the night near Hanoi? What is Z28? What is the real name? Dear did not know. The concrete pulled out a pale blue file. On the black paper, wrote some white words, the enemy's spy profile. Better took out the typing paper, stamped, the top of, with red ink in the corner given to Pham Linh. Tong Van Bin, Northern people. About 30 years old, graduated from many international newspapers, served under the Second Wartime in the OSS under the control of Donovan. After OSS dispersion, returning to the country to join the Secret Service of Mr. Hoang in Saigon, the #1 agent of the enemy. High martial arts. The third is the legendary belt of the religion. Having won many champions on boxing in Europe and South America. Van Bin. So, Xylop asked. What comrade? Pham Linh, his voice is determined. I will personally kill him. Killing a person like Van Bin is not easy. Although he pointed to the third threaded black belt, he could be the fourth martial arts, or the fifth. About boxing, he was able to face the heavy champion. He is also good at many other subjects such as karate, Shaolin Qian, Bo Sako, no religion, internal and mercy, shooting, launching knives, fighting, all enough. Lifting the day of peace, I encountered him in Buca Rut and knew his talent. Want to kill him, must use the majority. And especially using plots. Besides, in this case, the problem of killing him is not the priority task. The most relationship is the issue of documents and news about the enemy's organization. What do we need to know? Z28 to Hanoi. What is called patriotic movement, which staff, and how do they work? After that, we did a big batch that was not too late. Asked, his voice was surprised. What was he who wanted to use him as a bait? It was Pham Linh's turn to ask. Oh, and my attitude towards K.4. Cylinder asked again. K.4 are newspaper's secret of the patriotic movement, right? Do. Give me the news that Van Bin jumped. That's right. Calling and jerking. The drop. There is one more thing. Ask comrades to strengthen security protection for the Soviet delegation currently visiting here. Must too. I want comrades to personally guarantee security for the head of Bilatop, Mr. Dong, to prevent the enemy coming to Hanoi for the Bilatop delegation. Xylop laughs disdain. The truth is as clear as 2 with 2 is 4. Last month, the sect visit Dongduk, the stupid spies of the Second Room and Intelligence Service to abduct Bilatop. They have failed, they will find a way to kidnap here again. The life of Bilatop is more precious than the lives of 10 divisions of Thainchian soldiers. Perhaps the enemy sent a friendly employee to steal a cryptography or assign some spy facilities. All must be a very important case. This case could not outside the Bilatop. They will know this trip is the last trip of the boy Z28. And his old master. This fiend they will be buried with the same acupuncture point. Cutting the joy of the two leaders, Pham Lin laughed and laughed like a chuckle. Of course, as if remembering what, Pham Lin stopped laughing, then asked Xylop, do he dare to carry his face to the appointment? Xylop replied, I will definitely come. Nguyen Doan is his only contact here. Even though he was dangerous, he had to come, and I was no stranger to his lava. It's okay for him to burn. Before or after, he also had to lead the body to the Bilatop delegation. At that time, we were not too late. Pham Lin nodded in admiration. Rempt who predicted like a god. Then this fiend comrade experienced wrong or right. The door opened. Pham Lin shook hands with cylinders, concrete and returned to the road, climbed into the Pobita car to launch straight, happy like opening a festival. This fiend Z28 will get into the trap that he exaggerated. Then, Xylop, Bethleft will not criticize him as an apprentice. Unreasonable. The winter morning sunlight seemed not enough to beat the dark clouds weighing on the city, so Van Bin felt Hanoi without the sun. The sound of traffic from under the road. The train whistle from Heng County Station shouted signaling the newly arrived train. Yesterday also at this hour, the mail train released him in the middle of Hanoi capital. 24 hours just passed. Opening the dry cake box bought yesterday at the trade store in Tun Dan Street to eat to relieve hunger. After finishing eating, he took a sip of the beer, and then pulled Thang Long tobacco to smoke. The meeting yesterday was broken, but there was a room meeting tonight. Earlier read the newspaper in the new time he was heard that the delegation had escaped. Fortunately for him and the whole group because more than once he was captured and interrogated by the communist police. Every time he escaped his death, he brought a deep memory and many scars never healed the same. He read the Hong Dong book that Kim Dong published to children, to help sad. In this communist land, every story is dry. Fortunately there is a story of Nhi Dong is still a bit happy. This experience he had earned after many activities on Russia and in the communist countries of Eastern Europe. Reading forever bored, he climbed into bed again. Sleeping was not read by him again. The moment of waiting in the enemy always stopped in one place. He replaced the new clothes with check, thrown away the immortal hat in the bed with the leather column, but did not forget the Dearman Liquor 9 separated bullets. 1 minute standing in front of the mirror to see if it was completely comrade of the provincial party committee, then Van Bin was assured, opened the door, locked, down the stairs. In the communist region, but Van Bin has no other way. While he was away, managers came to consider the room and discovered the tiny electric radio in the closet. But Van Bin took a light tongue, trying to chase the bad thought. Not a shadow of women, whether it is a thin or fat woman, the woman that Van Bin never craves his eyes, making him suddenly sighed. Still the old comrade sitting behind the receptionist, the voice of Deng Trong did not bother to look up at him. Still a few police officers wearing hats sitting at the corner of the two-co card. A cyclo passed through, he signaled to stop, climbed up, and told Hugh Street. As for the spacious time, Van Bin Din went to the Dai Nam cinema to sit until the dark. Dai Nam Theater that day showed a Russian movie, titled The Story of a Sailor. He chose the hidden chair in the corner because of the absence of the audience and then hid asleep. Tonight, he must have a lot of work. Another hour in front of the post office he will meet the delegation, or a party member to replace the union. In the evening, there was a large meter at the People's Theater School near the lake, so the road around the lake, although the winter was cold, still crowded with people. Although not encountering any police officer, or who has a suspicious appearance, Van Bin also feels grateful to his heart. Last night in the progressive Kwantu, he also closed his eyes and put his head in the noose. Who knows, today the noose is tightened again. He thinks as fast as an electronic computer. Many people have the benefit of helping him to avoid it easily, but there is a harm if the opponent gives many specialized staff mixing. He only raises his hand to the goods. Passing the Nok Sun Temple, he crossed the Ba Din Flower Garden, headed towards Hang Bang. He stopped by Lo Mu and stabbed deep into an alley. Meeting a cyclo guard in the alley, suddenly he came up with a formidable initiative. It looked like no one. Van Bin approached, and did not wait for the far away to speak. His hand chuckled his throat. The cyclo was unconscious and fell down. The four sides are still empty. As fast as cutting, Van Bin peeled off the brown shirt of the far away, and put on his officer shirt for the victim. At least the victim will be delirious for an hour. It was 8 hours pour 15. When the victim woke up, Van Bin's plan was completed. Van Bin built the victim on the car, riding slowly to the end of the alley. Including the warehouses used to contain crockery. He unlocked, pushed the door and carried the cyclo in, placed on the floor. 5 minutes later, officials of Van Bin Dang Tai Trin turned into a cyclo, wearing a shuffle hat, cycling to Lo Su Street. Hangdo already going to the post office. 8 hours less than 6 minutes. Pham Lin sat in the car with Nguyen Don, and the walkie-talkie. The anti-cockroach staff was ordered to arrange around the lake from the darkness to prevent Van Bin prevention first. Near Ba Din Park is a car that sells porridge of AUS. At the other end, the old Go house is another guard. On the terrace of the real estate house, the old bank of the good shot by the counter-cockroach is cockroaches on the viewfinder of the long-barrel gun, the German-style Teulen Hammarly Walther. This type of gun shot very sensitive, oil at a distance of 1 kilometer. Every group of police contacted with walkie-talkie with the mobile command of Pham Lin. Pham Lin mobilized nearly 50 employees to catch and monitor Van Bin, with the instructions for arresting alive otherwise, killing at the battle. The hole is full of full position in the predetermined position. A mosquito is also difficult to escape. 5 minutes left to 8 o'clock. He ordered Nguyen Don to get off. According to Pham Lin, the delegation will walk from cars to cement seats in front of the post office within 4 minutes. While the delegation walked to the lake, all the police eyes watched each inch. In the case of meeting Van Bin, the delegation will stop talking for 1 or 2 minutes and then go straight to the market. And through the row of flowers selling flowers in the past, there was another black car waiting for him to take to the police officer. Hi, Van Bin is taking the excuse to park the car to eat chicken porridge near Ba Din town. His eyes did not miss any effects around, especially the familiar figure of Nguyen Don under the light that he remembered carefully before parachuting down to Van Dien. The delegation had made an appointment. Looking at the Chinese hand paying the change, he was creepy. This hand is not used to cooking chicken porridge, but the tendon hand, with the thick life of the Japanese martial arts practitioner. The hand of the acquaintance flipped. The hand of the murderer. In a snap of clock, he briefly saw the danger waiting for him on the other side of the road. Maybe he was surrounded by 4 sides. But he kept his head. The road around the lake started to sparse. The sound of the mass meter and cheering in the big theater hitting his ear. For some reason, his heart was incredibly pure. Suddenly he recalled his beloved faces in his life. The courageous face of the 2 brothers was killed in Luke and Chow. His mother's face knew was near the sky far away. And especially the solemn face, austere but full of sympathy of the king. That night, one night without moon stars, on the rugged Ha Long Bay, Nguyen Don shook hands the captain of the submarine before the potential to be pulled down and the small water-shaped turned off the machine on the sea surface, between the 2 black rocky ranges. Mr. Hoang did not mind the danger of seeing him on the deck, silently looking at the rubber canoe. He drove him to the shore to meet Z28, the permanent leader of the department in the north of the latitude. Perhaps holding his hand, intimate voice, "I want to ask him again. Activities in the enemy are extremely dangerous work, can be arrested, killed at any time. You have the full right to refuse if you want. My duty as well as my conscience did not allow me to bring my partner into death." Nguyen Don Nagiam's voice, "Well, going like this is a great honor for me. When I signed the application, I considered many life and death." He served under Mr. Hoang before the anchoring agreement. After the day the country split him in half in Hanoi at the department's orders. Some time later, he secretly went to Saigon to study a special training course. He saved the South a year before returning to Hanoi. Then he was arrested, because he could not betray. Before goodbye, he decided to save something to the brothers in the movement. The beads of God's picture worn on his neck since childhood, since he was a naughty student at Hangbot School, was taken away by the prisoner. The statue is no longer on his chest, but the gentle image of Jesus from Jesus is closer than ever. He lifted his hand across his chest, muttered, "Dear God, please forgive me." The surroundings were very sparse, but the delegation knew that dozens of gunmen hiding here were heading to the bench. At 8 p.m., Nguyen Doan remembered around. Perhaps Van Bin left the appointment. Van Bin's cyclo was 20 meters from the bench. Van Bin's eyes were tightly stuck to the two sides of the road. He sniffed a formidable event. This feeling is like the feeling that comes from the sixth sense of the beast in the jungle opposite the hunter who is entering the darkness. Takata, Takata, Takata. Tiu Lin exploded a series of terrible Van Bin. The tragedy takes place in a period of 5 seconds. A sudden black Skara car from Nok Sun Temple appeared as if flying towards the post office. The driver almost stabbed him, and when he passed the Nguyen Doan cement chair, the front glass door spaced out the red sparks. Cyclo, running back to Nguyen Doan, was shot, amid the hundreds of big and small guns exploding like tearing his ears. Where a group of people did not know how to run to the support Nguyen Doan. The electric lighting clearly exhausted the blood of the delegation. However, he was still awake. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Van Bin looked at Nguyen Doan's eyes, quickly said, Z28, what do you want to say? Say it. As an invisible power, just signaled the delegation who asked him was the comrade he would meet, so he tried to lean himself, whispering, Der Polizei. Das first Verdu. Then Bin stood up. Pham Lin came down from the black car. In the past time, Van Bin went back to the willow and slaughtered the lake, squeezing between the people who had just come home from the protest, the time to the electric station. The Skara had just shot down and still ran ashamed like drunkenness. The driver was hit by a death bullet, so the unmanned car crashed into the old tree on the side of the road, upside down a few rounds before burning. The user of Tiu Lin was thrown away from the car. The clothes were full of blood, struggled a few times and then stopped breathing. Before the eyes of the two death staff of Mr. Hoang had just died in the enemy. 5 minutes after being shot, the delegation was transferred to the cold room, where a doctor and nurse waited with the revival tools. Do not leave the phone tube. The grumpy voice of the vice chief of the RU benetically in the stethoscope, the harmful food. Can you get Z.28? P. The fleet of the small fear was afraid of being eavesdropping. Do he didn't come. The tube said, turned to ask the assistant of the anti-cockroach. The voice was slightly trembling. You were present immediately after the delegation was arrested. You. The department of the department. It seems that Der Polizei. Der Polizei means the police. The delegation could only say an hour. It seemed that Der Polizei. Where did he only speak every Der Polizei? And where did East Verdu throw away? You should never forget among the employees working with him, the loyal ones, and the salary of the Soviet Union is not small. They are much more loyal than him. Knowing that he was helpless, I followed the followers of Z.28. He won't escape from my hand. Hey, Allo, what do you think about the moon of Nguyen Doan? No, that is German, meaning, police come and arrest you. In my opinion, it may be a signal. You have to find the meaning of that signal. Allo, trying to save Doan from death. When he regained consciousness, he could soothe, or so he could not cut him into each piece of meat to ask for the meaning. Pham Lin is as shocked as a dream. It turned out that the person who listened to Nguyen Doan was Van Bin. Van Bin I decided not to escape from my hand. Pham Lin loudly asked the assistant, you know the name of the employee? No, why are you asserting that it is not? Any enemy dare to face it. And, if it was the enemy, we died the button. Pham Lin wondered, it can escape death. The doctor nodded. Pham Lin, a voice, if the doctor did not object, I would ask the victim right now. Take your heart until midnight. At that time, he wanted to bring him to his arms tightly my feet did not dare to stop. Very tired and lost a lot of blood. Fortunately, only 3 bullets were played. Comrade tried to wait for 2 more hours. At midnight, I could take the bow. Pham Lin nodded. Faithful appearance. The door of the cold room closed tightly, Everyone was out, only Nguyen Doan and the nurse. The reason he went back to the north of the city, saw that the trip was so few people were afraid of being easily identified. He interrupted in the middle when the train crashed and moved the wheel. Suddenly he noticed a person wearing a person who stood on the railroad, waiting for the tram to run to jump up. Having lived for many years in similar cases, he felt like being monitored. The stranger did not go to the car. He advanced again, looking back. A black painted pobeded a car, running slowly. Dudam did not want to cross the tram. However, he was not sure if he was monitored. The car just now deformed. From Hangback Street, a Tatra car also painted black, and also slowly ran to the electric car. Arriving at Dongzon Market Station, the Tatra was deformed, and a tiny Polish Medusa car appeared. He suddenly understood. That is the scientific monitoring principle applied by all international secret agents. Each train stopped, there was a crowded intersection, changing the monitoring vehicle. Every time the train stopped, the enemy would add another employee to climb the train tightly around him. Run through. He needs to try the problem again. Try to see if the enemy wants to catch life or just want to follow him but have not caught. He guessed not wrong. Just a minute later, a passenger jumped from electric car tram to Chohang electric car. The electric car to the lake. He met the familiar black paint pobeda, but this time he ran in front of the train. Thinking the scientific monitoring principles that any wise spy worker learned. But from this minute, what he can believe is that the enemy just wants to follow, not catching, except for the case. In case he took action first. This fiend is hard to change the ship. He had to find a way to escape along the way. Electric tram through the gardens of men. Go to a dark alley, lingering an electric light at the top of the road. As calm as if he did not know how to follow Van Bin, he walked down and walked into the alley. As fast as cutting him to the side, hiding under the big gate. The foot of the sandwich cars should not make noise. 2 minutes later, a black shadow dressed in cadre quietly walked over. Arriving at the place where he hiding, he was like a sniffing, but Van Bin did not give him a snap of clock. His iron hand clamped his throat like in the pliers. He could not resist. Van Bin pulled the stiff meat into the gate, then picked up his pants, confiscated the leather wallet, put it in his pocket. The list of short stories. Love language. Tien Hik Tu Western Trin Tham. Criminal Sam. Life skills. Magic story. Horror story. Children's health. New Year of the Chinese star Lulu. Lulu. Adventure of economy. Management of tales. Mythology history. Politics of KYKY. Depending on Vietnam marketing. Sales of Hawk Hawk. Technical Foreign Language Institute of Legal Institute. Tiu Lam Tuong. Religion of V. Feng Shui Sports. Art Information Technology Modern Celebrity Modern without ancient words He. Happy ending Talented urban area The love for the love of the female flaming funny army world The Huyan Ton My truck own Jia how the Giu world of ancient hammock occasionally hack bang black spring garden school of Bok Sin Bok Hop Tu Thuong military school of patriarchal books introduced by books reading Lu Kotesi Senga set import to use the features. Lu book is reading, save your favorite reading position and noted. Z28 exceeding the line IVTT, log in to use the features. Save the book is reading, saving the position of reading and noted your favorite content. Select the white background color. Increase or decrease the font of treatment TT, International Experience Pigs. He knows within a few minutes the second name will appear. Normally, just one employee follows but sometimes use 2 or 3 later to support the name to go first. Or sometimes use a name first and a name goes later and the person who is stuck in the middle. Hearing the sound of brick slippers, Van Bin knew the second name was coming. He did not hide in the dark anymore and walked back to him. This name is not an apprentice as his friend. He was well prepared, he just approached him quickly and his gun in his chest made him unable to return. He talls over 1th80 and weighs over 70 kilograms. And as a foreigner, based on the skin, the blue eyes shiny light in the darkness above the nose. He was Russian because Van Bin heard him order him in Russian, no stirring. Raise your hand. Van Bin only raised his hands from his head. This Russian continued. The back. Stabbed into the wall ahead. Van Bin backed up. The hands on the wall, the head must touch the wall. 2 feet back, 30 inches from the wall. Okay, how to make the body with an angle of 45 degrees. Van Bin told him. Well, this guy is a player. Standing angle of 45 degrees is a difficult subject that is hard to counterattack. As if guessing Van Bin's thoughts, strangers laugh arrogant. It how to rob guns. Do not dream. Van Bin laughed nose. Ho, Mr. N is also a people in the profession. Are you in the center? There is the center that you know that you are Van Bin tonight. The stranger put his hand in the inner pocket of Van Bin withdrawing the Manlicaire 9 glasses. It was an instant he expected to steal the initiative. He moved, turned around 90 degrees, just turned, his right hand had just hit the stranger's gun holder. However, he still shot the first bullet. The tip of the rubber gun breaks the bar so the bullet shot out to here, set, like the sound of the ginseng cork opened. At the same time with the right hand blocking the gun, his left hand aimed at the opponent's throat. The opponent was a connoisseur in a fighting industry, so he let go of the gun to lean back to avoid the murderer of Van Bin. The enemy lost guns. The game now was uniform. Literature is more peace of mind. He took another step to use a fierce martial arts to cut off the opponent's shoulder. But the Russians of Rum a lot of tips is a religion, so many pieces of Van Bin were overturned and his unexpected charge was shot like an arrow into Van Bin's abdomen, causing him to sit down. The enemy fell back, his hands tightened his neck and wrestling on the ground. Van Bin was on his back, his legs were locked, his neck was clamped between the enemy's hands. Being in this dangerous martial art, if not Van Bin, he would have broken his backbone. Song Van Bin has pushed the stranger out. The two of them hugged each other buried on the sidewalk and this time Van Bin sat on. He heard clearly the opponent's breath and his feathers were trying to crush his armpits. The elbow beat the opponent's hand and added the punch to Mui Sun in the middle of his face. The angelic punch will cause broken teeth and blood. No doubt he suffered an familiar blow so he was not unconscious. Van Bin donated another pharynx to send him to the old father who was a guards under the golden stream. Suddenly from the beginning of the alley of the headlights shone in the place with the sound of a lingering call in Russian. Bell. Contract. It turned out that this stranger was concrete. A few years ago Van Bin encountered him in the cold and that time he was hunted by him. The dough. Contract. He jumped out of the light of the headlights while a series of sub-bullets broke out. He went to the wall, landed in the ancient villa yard, and then quickly went inside. Outside, the sound of the cylinder calling the concrete still rang. Van Bin crossed another wall falling into the dark alley leading to Hang Bong Street. In the street, people walked around. Leaving Van Bin alley to see a 4-horsepower Mossich-made Mossich car stopped in front of an adjacent restaurant. A couple of boys and girls wearing a Chinese costume stepped down, perhaps the Chinese mentor. Vietnamese driver sat behind the steering wheel. Waiting for a couple of boys and girls behind the restaurant, Van Bin leisurely opened the car door, went to sit and slammed the door on the driver's back, with the threat, "Drive away quickly, lest the skull shell." The driver chirped to gear, straight. Since Van Bin left the alley until the car stopped from the margin only for 10 seconds. The blue-painted car ran up the alley just now. Van Bin struggled with the concrete. A police convoy with long radio stakes filled with soldiers wearing iron hats stealing Tiulin, beaning on the road. Deep in the alley, the headlights still searched the darkness. The car ran to the parasols. Van Bin forced the driver to increase the speed. Turning to Li Thuong Kiet Street, he ordered to climb up the margins. A gun hit the gun into the back of the neck. The driver fell down the steering wheel. Van Bin pushed him to the side, holding a bonbon to the row of the craftsmen. Passing the park at the end of the road, near the firehouse, he stopped the car, turned off the engine on the sidelines, threw the lock in the heart of the driver unconscious and then got off the car whistling the song, "Victory of the Low River." The song is prevailing in Hanoi, fixing the gate of the staff, then leisurely to Hoa Bin Hotel. Nguyen Don stirred on a gray mattress bed. The doctor had bloody for him. And he was waking up gradually. His first thought was that he found himself alive. Looking around, Nguyen Don did not meet anyone except the nurse in white, standing by the closed window. He heard the sound of the air conditioner running crazy. The room was only the bed he was lying, the big cabinet and the night table. The bedside is 2 wooden chairs based. That's all. He was not surprised to be taken to this advanced treatment area, usually only for senior officials. Because, although he was a confam, although he was the opponent of Pham Linh, he still wanted him to live and live to provide documents to the Hanoi counterattack. When he wakes up, Pham Linh will definitely interrogate himself and the mental and material torture may recur. So, although he had not opened his eyes in a hurry, he tried to lie still to think about the plan to do. Flowing from the hospital is what he never thought of. His shoulder was injured, bones near broken, his whole body was interrogated as a noodle. Besides, he had the magic to defect, he also became in vain. From the moment he was arrested, he was no longer a luck for the brothers but the harm. Brothers love him but everyone expects him to die as soon as possible. He died, the new organization from revealing. The new brother can continue to work. Suddenly he thought of the Škoda car secretly shooting on him. The car was so fast he did not see the person inside but knew that he was not an employee of Pham Linh. The anti-cockroach should be a child, prey to catch Z28 and other comrades, crazy to kill him. Maybe that's. He couldn't think at all. The phone rang in the room. Although he closed his eyes, he still saw the nurse lifting the headset into his ears. His eyes stared at him. Yes. It looks awake. Please come up now. 5 minutes. Yes, I waited. Just 5 minutes. There are 5 minutes from the other 5 minutes to come, recurring torture him. He leaned on his elbow. The nurse ran to help him. Nguyen Doan County said loudly, "The too thirsty, please take water." Want to pour all the nurse's water to the next room. He also dared to expect that. Except for a minute, the nurse pushed him down, pulled the blanket to cover her chin and opened the door hurriedly ran to the corridor. The door of the room was just closed, as fast as a lightning and waking up. He forgot all the wounds and bullets on his body. Like healthy people, Nguyen Doan rushed to the window. Cold room windows are closed, including 2 layers, glass doors and book doors without iron bars. Nguyen Doan collected all the force to twist the rusted subject to open the glass door. Bodhi is wet with a light-headed dress. His hand ached as if he was broken. Nguyen Doan pulled the glass doors inside, reached out and opened the door of the book. Finally, the 2 shutters were pushed out. Cold air is cold, different from the cold air, which is regulated in the room to hit his nose, into his flesh. Nguyen Doan took a long breath, as if he wanted to collect into the lungs that were imprisoned by the vast sky. He suddenly recalled the most dear images. His mother. The woman who raised the crowded children. When he was still in school, he dreamed of being a doctor, earning money to repay his mother. His mother, the woman who could not eat well for a lifetime. Wear healthy clothes. But the call of the fatherland was stronger than the family calling. He dropped out of school, abandoned the hope of getting rich, abandoned the pleasure of the youth, rushed into the dangerous intelligence in the enemy's heart. Mr. Hoang. Mr. Hoang. With red cigars, as if all year round never turned off, with thick myopia glasses, always had to wipe with a small, pretty skin, stored in the upper pocket. Z30, the eldest brother is full of experience, full of sacrifices of the organization. Suddenly a soft figure from the past darkness appeared, covering everything. A young girl with strange sad eyes, her clear eyes without ripples, her eyes wet like tears all day. Her name is Hong, Thuy Hong. Many nights, she sat next to him, quietly watching the West Lake, listening to each light leaf falling on the water. She whispered in his ear, "Hong, I am knitting a long-sleeved sweater for you." These days, he coughed. Be careful not cleverly lung pain, money where to buy medicine. Group, you marry me as a wife, why are you hesitant? My mother is content. I know, I have many important things to hide me. Listen to her say. Nguyen Doan sighed. In life, I have not loved anyone more than love you. But because I love you, I do not dare to think about Lap Gia with you. I don't want you to be widowed early. I was young, beautiful. Thuy Hong burst into tears. Hong, don't say nonsense. The 2 met last 3 months ago. He deliberately avoided her, for fear of being involved. She wrote for him many letters. He finished reading and burned but did not answer. Then he changed his accommodation. Tonight, the sad eyes, the sad smile of Tui Hong appeared in his position. Nguyen Doan gritted his teeth to not cry, then peeked his head through the window. The door is open. The tall figure of Pham Linh, head of the Hanoi Anti-Cotton, stopped for a second on the threshold. But that precious second was enough for Pham Linh to read the thoughts of Nguyen Doan. And Nguyen Doan also has enough time to implement intentions. Pham Linh again, but the group responded faster. He toned through the empty door frame. Before crashing down the brickyard below, nearly 10 meters high, the eyes opened. The calm brave of Nguyen Doan, Z.61 of the Secret Service, also saw an intense lonely star in the south dark. 48 hours before, Van Bin jumped from above to jump to the realm of life. Tonight, Nguyen Doan also jumped down from above, but the dead. Far away there is a whistle. The sound of the hydraulic horn at the Black Ferry. Chapter 5. The sound of the ship whistle that Nguyen Doan heard before his whole body crushed, also came to Van Bin's ear. 12.5 nights. Another day just passes by. Van Bin is still unable to contact the patriotic movement. Until now, he pondered the German sentence of the delegation on the Lake Road but has not pierced the meaning. The literal meaning of course he understood, but still the shadow. It is also possible that this saying does not mean the shadow because Nguyen Doan used to live in Germany, once speaking German familiar and wanted to use this little language to tell him that the enemy was surrounding 4 sides. Electricity for Mr. Hoang. At this time, Mr. Hoang is probably floating on the submarine off the coast of Hun Ro, near Sam Sun. The reason for Thuy Dinh to take him to the enemy area, because the work assigned to Van Bin was important, he needed to be on the spot to command. Different from the past case, this trip he asked him to be absolutely cautious because if he was in action, or the confident in transferring news, the enemy would discover the organization's relationship and especially find out his presence was 3 or 4 kilometers from Sam Sun Beach. Although he did not like to drink beer, it was easy to find whistling wine here. 2 days without a drop of whistling into his stomach for him as long as 2 weeks. The term of Mr. Hoang determined that he was a week. 1 week was the longest. The offshore ship will protrude at the time and the location was planned to welcome Van Bin, bringing it to the south of the 17th parallel. Thinking of Nguyen Hong, the beautiful young secretary of Mr. Hoang, Van Bin felt craving and saliva over her mouth. Disgusting, the enemy area is so boring. Alcohol without drinking. Salem Medicine also had to quit, then the buttocks and chest of the beauty were also listed as a banned national list. While waiting, Van Bin smoked Thang Long cigarette temporarily. Perhaps the next time if he had to parachute to the ground, he had to be the wind, he would officially claim the King's Book for him to bring at least a few bags of Salem, 2 bottles of whistling and a beautiful puzzle. Thinking about it, he was interesting to laugh alone. He felt that the day here was endless. 1 a.m. Van Bin opened the wardrobe that pulled out the electricity briefcase out, with a proficient appearance, the appearance of those who never had redundant gestures and lack of gestures. Van Bin pulled the tiny steel antenna out of the radio box, the section attached to the iron window. The outside book door has been closed. The room has also been locked. Although the rope is short and the shape of the machine seems simple, it is the type of news, receiving the most sensitive and advanced news. Department ordered to Germany. In the blink of an eye, the green light, small as the button, flashed with blue waves. Van Bin held the need to code himself and then followed the .. to beat the secret biology that he had just drafted to Mr. Hoang. N.28 cent HH-69 to be captured by the enemy. It is not clear how to die but probably died stop. 2 contacts as if they were determined but the result failed stop. The enemy knew stop. Please add the stop instruction. Please answer at 3 a.m. stop. Over. The 4 surfaces still have no suspicious noise. Within 2 hours, Mr. Hoang will respond. Now he needs to sleep again. In order for the clothes, Van Bin climbed into bed and his sleep came to him easily as a driver driving with an automatic button and oil steering wheel. Like the machine, he waved the Manlik air gun hidden under the pillow, the muscles stretched out, his eyes were bright as if he wanted to pierce the dark curtain, one hand against the bed mattress, in the waiting attitude. 1 minute passed. The noise is further. The sound of the car parked. The engine is very loud before turning off. And the voice of the speaker loudly the soldiers' voices. Why did Van Bin not hear the sound of shoes? See the goods, remember here they all use car rubber, not leather shoes. However, he also heard the sound of sweeping on the stairs. They went upstairs. Then the sound of the door was rumbling, accompanied by the command, D police. And, police. The police discovered him already. Looking at the electric radio lying at the writing table, Van Bin was startled like bees. A guy put the phone in the old place, covered some brown shirts and walked on the door, pulled the door and opened the door, climbed onto the bed, went into the blanket to pretend to snore at the door. One near, came to the next room. After coming to room 217, Van Bin's room, he heard the sound of many people standing in front of the door and followed by a strong knock. The voice of a person is probably the commander, we hear. Well, the name is so familiar. It's dead. Van Bin encountered a compatriot with a fake hot tin official. He still clustered. Another hour. ADH, the door is not locked. Mr. Trin is away. Sir, he was at home. Van Bin pretended to release blankets, rubbed his eyes. The sound of a permanent police. Min comrade's error. There was a head of the hotel search board to check the papers. Please present your identity card. Despite his casual appearance, his heart was extremely nervous. In his life, he rarely used the body. This time, for some reason, he brought guns and stuffed it under the pillow. Meanwhile, a police officer approached the bed close to the gunpowder. Carefully from the sewing, the pucker, to the piece of paper in Dang Tai Trin's pocket, but forgot to give him a license to wear a gun and hold a gun. It turned out that in the world, and especially in this complex profession, no one dared to be proud to be a complete. Van Bin picked up my identity card. The commander glanced over and asked, intimate voice, comrade from Hongki. It's over. He is the North, although he is fluent in Dang Trong's voice but has not distinguished the delicate between Hot Tin and Nghe language. Yet, the expert of the department kept praising him as a staff of Hot Tin. Comrade forgot that during the 10 years of resistance, one of this province moved to another province, so there was no local voice. Like Comrade Vo Nguyen Jop, Mr. Dang Tai Mai. Now the comrades are at all, Nghe Teen's voice. Usually the household registration work here is assigned to the permanent comrades in charge. A few months I have just arrived once. But last night the upper level ordered me to personally go to the inns and hotels, examine papers and control passengers. Yes, to find a spy organization that has just been parachuting near the capital. The enemy jumped down quite a lot, so we had to strengthen the household registration management. The crazy hospital in Hanoi leading laughing, I said. Sooner or later we will discover the stupid spies. Tim Van Bin pounded in his chest. Suddenly, the police was on duty in the hotel. What, did you have any examination? Did the enemy spy hiding behind the pile of clothes of Trin? Van Bin laughed. In Phi, the spy of small enemy with a mouse. The door of the cupboard has just been slammed. But the painting is single. Seemed to be tired, the commander of his pillow to the side, trying to sit down the edge of the bed. He saw the man lick air and then asked Van Bin, do you have a gun? Eat calmly answer, yes. The party committee granted me because the situation of Inter-Region 4 has not been stable. Do you have a license to use a gun? Van Bin smirked. The natural. This comrade is new. The representative of the province on business trips forgot gun permit. Or is it a guy I am an enemy spy? The police argued. I don't dare. I just repeat a procedure. But we should know how to distinguish between you and hatred. Comrade Le Quoc then also advised that. Here, if my comrade, forcing me to submit the gun, I would like to obey the order. Minister of Public Security. After saying that, he pretended to turn towards the closet. He guessed not wrong, the permanent police, but when he first came, he covered the muzzle, with the new Omega watch saved him. He intervened. Oh, even through misunderstandings. Please, Mr. Trin, less angry. Howling. Twice for 2 days Van Bin was almost as a guest of the Northern Police Department. A few moments later, when the search was finished, he returned to the radio. It is almost time for Mr. Hoang to answer. Did the oil want he only stayed at the last night at Hua Bin Hotel. Previously, he wore Dang Tai Trin because of his role has not been revealed. The enemy reviews the household registration. All the list of all hotels and inns will be carefully controlled. Very slow is tomorrow afternoon. The Hanoi police will receive the message of the Administration Committee Ha Tin that Dang Tai Trin is a Ma.S officer when observing the corridor, and locking the room door. Van Bin twisted the switch for the radio machine to run. 30 seconds later he received the blessing of Mr. Hoang. 2 ears stuck to the right-hand stethoscope hitting the pencil. Van Bin focused the will to collect electricity and translate on paper. The broadcast lasted exactly 1 minute, and 60 seconds later, he finished translating the palace. Today there will be contact at the Stop Hotel. Please make an appointment at MHFQ Stop. After finishing the electricity, Van Bin felt the foul of the back of the neck. The AODS plan stated in the electricity is the most dangerous plan that spy organizations in the world only apply in case of despair. It is an employee operating in the enemy area will come to the place where he is exposed. Not he came to find them. He is now Van Bin's internal and not going anywhere. He had to lie in Hua Bin Hotel to wait for an employee of the patriotic movement to meet him. That is dangerous. Hua Bin Hotel is no longer a safe place. Sooner or later, soon at noon, late afternoon or evening, the police will go to Tik Tik Dang Tai Trin, and he will fall. Hua Bin Hotel is located in a sparse house area, in the case of surrounded by him with little hope to escape. Leaving the hotel, he will ruin Mr. Hoang's plan, and lose contact with the patriotic movement. Next week, his face dared to go to MHFQ, climbing down the submarine back to Saigon. Outside, the sky gradually brightened. The Sunday landscape is more busy than usual. Through the window, Van Bin saw a mathematics of a young woman who was pushing the trash. They all wear short black clothes, baggy pants, old officers, cut hair, sunny face, and mound body. A sad sadness rising in his heart. He suddenly remembered the steady, seductive body, lying on the sun on Sunday morning on the beach. 2 great snow pairs behind the bikini fabric thin like a shiny paper. *8 on the morning of. Van Bin went to the street to wavered with breakfast. A bowl of green bean porridge with sugar, scooping mouth with water, a cigarette thang long. That is over. Despite being an officer of the Provincial Party Committee, Dang Tai Trin came from Ta Dien, did not know how to drink milk coffee, and eat shaved bread, eggs in the morning. The smell of water made Van Bin stubbornly. He has breakfast with whistling wine. For 2 days, he did not have any whistles in his mouth. On page 2, the Capital News posted a short news as follows: car fire. The drunk driver stabbed into the banyan tree, electricity caught through the fuel tank and caused a fire. 2 people in the car were transported to the emergency hospital. Authorities are conducting an investigation. He was revealed by the police officer on the banks of Hon Kiem Lake and arrested after firing many warnings. Suddenly, the city of Hanoi became strange to him, although he memorized every alley, every crocodile, each cinema. He walked through Hang Dong Street, according to the instructions of the assistant of the pilot before he parachuted, to admire the face of the little mistress, but he did not see anything except for a young woman who was pregnant to surpass the face. Tangled hair, crumpled clothes and moldy skin are sitting on the ground to tiptoe for a baby too thin. Through Hangban Street, the smell of fragrant rice cake in the past was no longer available, giving way to the noisy, messy and dirty restaurants. The best wooden noodle shop in Hanoi, with a special type of coffee, bent, iron became dreamy. Where did I move? Night. He laughed diplomatically. Where go? Haven't set up yet. My has just come, comrade. Comrades don't sleep. Working all night, too tired. And not as tired as comrades at the provincial committee. Hai laughed together. Van Bin raised his hand to greet Mr. Tho KY. The old KY sit behind the counter and went upstairs. The remembering, he turned down to say, Lad again I have patrons to visit, bothering the way for them to go upstairs. The old secretary nodded. The police narrowed an eye, then said, the law prohibits not being tofu. Bringing the female comrade to the room and promiscuous is. K without talking, he smiled. He guessed him. Another pen. The expensive Chinese pen that he welcomed at the edge of his pocket. All day Van Bin just ate and slept. The cigarette butter was piled up, wrapped in a newspaper with a bad smoking. That means he smokes more than 5 packages of Thang Long. He needs to smoke a lot to wait and think. Because this is the first time Mr. Hoang asked him to apply the AOD's plan. And also the first time Mr. Hoang set up a non-timer contact. Today. So what time is it? As usual, the contact between the newspaper staff is calculated exactly every minute. Yet this time Mr. Hoang did not floss until the whole hour. Why? Perhaps inside there was a problem. It was startled because there was a knock on the door. Hand clock is exactly 6 hours 2 minutes. Winter sky in Hanoi poured dark. Do not turn the lights. He put the gun into the pocket and walked lightly to the door. How amazed, in front of him was not a police officer but a young woman. She is not beautiful but has dimples. Blue skin, a slightly long face with black eyes, pretty nose. She was 30 years old. He bowed his head first. He drifted to the side to invite her into the room. Lock the door. He came back. At that time, the young woman sat down on a wooden chair near the bed. He realized that the young woman seemed to be scared. She just sat half of the chair, seemed to stand up for easy. Her hands touched the fabric dice on her confused gesture. Van Bin asked small, "What do you want to ask me about?" Eat the vase nodded, pulled the wallet to get the papers to the young woman. After reading, return it to him. The young woman changed her voice. "I were in DNAS. And Mr. Van Bin replied, KLMH. Min. This is what I was ordered to be transferred to him." And in a steady, small voice, the young woman said a little like the reader, "Ask him to go to the house number 72 Huyen Tran Princess. People wait for him there. Remember, go to the place but do not enter the house, stand on the steps, your back turns out. Exactly 7 o'clock tonight. And did not lead me. Cannot." The enemy was very careful. He looked at her silently behind the stairs. The corridor has not lighted up. Perhaps Sunday afternoon, the police wanted to save money for the party. Of course, his gut was as hot as fire. The sixth sense signals a danger. He rolled his eyes around. Nobody. He stood nestled on one side of the large window overlooking the road. This window does not have the door and there is no song. The rear door is expanded. The 2 muscular men jumped down, thrusting their pants suspiciously. Van Bin suddenly understood. They came to catch the young woman. Meaning the hotel was surrounded as her words. That means the role of Dang Tai Trin has been revealed. However, he did not know if they wanted to catch him or catch him. He lingered for another minute. It seemed that she was a healing, so she was suddenly stopped by the third part of her way, then stepped back in the summer. As fast as cutting, the 2 men ran to the sidelines of the hotel. Not mistaken anymore, they swelled the young water to the clue. The young woman struggled in the iron arms of the 2 men. A ray of light flashed in Van Bin's mind. Later, the Pobita car will carry the unfortunate woman to the Northern Police. She will be dragged to the torture room. Every torture in this world is waiting for her. Just now, after a minute of contact, he knew she had no experience in the profession. Besides experienced, women also hard to resist the cruel interrogation of the enemy. Before and after, she also had to declare. Declare or not, she also had to die. No declaration, her body will be crushed, she will deeply die for hours, daily. Opening, the effective mechanism that Mr. Hoang Lao Tam built will be destroyed. He thought of the white skin of the young woman about to be exposed to the ceiling light. The balanced body of the body will first be a good bait for the sensuality. Then tortured. The blood in his heart boiled. He had to save the young woman. But the rescue here did not mean that he shot and killed 2 men and opened the way for her to escape. In Pobita at least 2 other names, and at least one of the pristine beans. His chanting gunfire will signal to the police to surround the hotel closer, and his escape will be blocked. Only a way. It was saving her from torture. Save her by defending her. But the hand was soft and soft, the defense did not hurt her and did not make noise. Van Bin slipped his hand into his pocket, pulled out a thin, sticky blade, and was abnormally sharp. Throwing knives is his small job for years. Van Bin leaned in and then swung his right hand forward. The blade tore the air screen flying down the road, plugging into the nape of the young woman. It was a bit dark. The street lights were turned on. The blade is too light, so sweet, no one knows. The young woman was naturally soft, then collapsed. The two men shocked their armpits could not come up anymore. The young woman died. Death did not cry a sound. Screw down a few steps. Van Bin brakes, clung to the concrete staircase, swinged him down to the hotel yard. Knowing that he could not escape with the back door and climb the wall, Van Bin risked his life to rush to the front door. His first action was to open the room of the permanent police. He could not open his mouth. Van Bin's ear flapped horizontally. He fell down. His face was surprised. Van Bin wore a police uniform on himself, took a mesh hat on his head, handed his or her briefcase. Break. 60 seconds. The briefcase will explode. This is the breaking. One, especially made by a West German company, has a strong explosion. Van Bin leisurely went to the door. He met 3 people wearing plain clothes, holding Latte's shotgun. They did not realize that he was a fake copy. The corpse lying on the road, 2 other men took the gun to go back and forth. Thanks to the break, Dean Dai could not fall into the opponent's hands. Luckily, Sunday night, if he did not meet the old secretary, he overcame the tutor when an intense explosion emitted. The explosion of the break. The ground shook, a room was landed, bricks and stone fluttered. Doi! The car exploded. The gunfire began to explode. Van Bin pleases a series of submachine bullets to the car and the 2 men are running and selling. Then he casually fell along the porch towards Comthene. Seeing the shadow of the person running, he gave an additional bullet. A short distance from Hua Bin Hotel is a crowded Kadri restaurant. Bicycles, motorbikes are tightly arranged on the sidewalk. Diners squeezed each other, ridiculously pointing to the hotel. As if the owner Van Bin set up the car, slowly put on the road and climbed a circuit. He straightened the roadside lake to pedal to the market. Along the way, looking for a deserted place, he threw the gun into the lawn. From the market of the Bok Lai Huyen Tran Princess. Bored soon. It was only 7 o'clock at 7 hours. 7 hours less than 2 minutes, he stopped in front of the house number 72. It was an old, 2-story villa, there was no light inside. As the young woman told me earlier, he stood at the door, turned his face inside. A black car-style car painted in the driving side of the side seemed to be even. Van Bin turned his head to observe. But a voice has been raised. Requires you to turn your face inside for general security. Password. Eat the command. He replied. Ouds. Okay. Invite you to the car. 2 people wearing colored shirts. Amputated hands. Leaving outside pants. Sitting on both sides. The driver shifted to Bok Mai. For a long time, he had just issued a calm order to say. He was shocked as the one who had just escaped this dream fell into another dream. He felt that he was trapped. If he could brush his guns out, but in case the opponent reacted was equally fast, he would eat bullets. He had to risk it. However, they did not give him a risk anymore. Before the command of the brain was transmitted to his hands, a gun after the skull caused him to explode his eyes. His hand was soft. In front of him, the Bok Mai road was straight up like an endless high lamppost. Then the light pole turned upside down. Unable to scream, Van Bin fell in love. The yoke of Van Bin is not awakened 15 kilometers. The top secret office of Bilatop specialist writes about the program to set up atomic missiles. Called the office is not correct because this is a long tunnel, optic underground. Tiny bath. The characteristics of this tunnel are a separate tube lamp and climate air conditioning system. Around the tunnel and near the ground there is a thick steel layer, to protect the base from the explosions outside. This secret tunnel is the standing headquarters of the Soviet Union Specialist Delegation. Do not know when the non-bullet delegation came to North Vietnam ever since, only know that the head of Bilatop delegation has been present for 2 months. Bilatop is a young scientist, about 40 years old, tall, bone face, deep and black eyes, the eyes of the amorous, wet lips, the lips of the censor. How? No one clearly, including Pham Lin, head of the anti-spirit. Except for a few high-end characters, all dimly the delegation to Hanoi to promote the plan to build an important rocket. Which fire missile? Where to build? Those are questions that no one dares to publicly raise and answer. In addition to the tunnel deep in the ground, there are also many houses of corrugated iron roofs, sweeping white lime, used as headquarters for guards and administrative staff. The security system consists of 3 electric barbed wire fences 1000 volts around the clock, lightly touching the body is scorching and dead immediately. After 3 electric barriers, to the 10-meter wide trench, 7 meters deep, under the poisonous pills, then a layer of cork fence, 4 meters taller. Inside, the besiege of the tunnel is also 3 other fences, not to mention dozens of big dogs as big as a cow, to guard with a Russian soldier, armed with Trung-Lin. The green paint room is cool, Bilatop is working hard. Normally, every afternoon Bilatop returned to Hanoi to eat rice. Today, he was late because there were some relationships that had not been resolved. The phone rang on the table. Holding, suddenly Bilatop's tired face was completely fresh. It was the phone of a female interpreter from the Soviet embassy. At the beginning of the second, the chain laughed. He da-da-da. Bilatop laughed. He missed too tram. Do this time you still compensated at the office. Didn't you remember the capital? What? However, remembering the capital is not as remembered by Miss Tram's gentle eyes. Tonight, Tram invited him to eat. Did he content? Bilatop was about to answer. Heart, then suddenly a third NT interrupted. Rem on working hours, comrades, don't talk privately and best is not talking privately with the public phone. Radio, please comrade. That is the above command. Bilatop is intense. The above-mentioned brothers, not mine. Next time, if you still eavesdrop on the Soviet advisor, I will tell Pham Lin Tong An to go to the gathering camp of Nok Market. It bothered him to tell Pham Lin that even he was not allowed to touch the pores of Bilatop advisor. The third speech was dumb. Bilatop continued to her Vietnamese girlfriend. Allo, Tram still heard it. Here, and... The police hounds are always the same. Tram is afraid of them disturbing. Whoever comes to you, I will shake prison. He went to the palace. The Prime Minister had to stand up, pulled the chair to invite him to sit. I am afraid of those elemental henchmen. Don't get a problem. Tonight, where do we eat? Please come to Dai La shop. Disgusting, he was too fastidious. Bilatop laughed. The calculation should be hated by Tram. Tram is coming back yet. For half an hour, he came to pick up. Then we pulled together to eat. He did not want to say more in the phone, afraid of the demons who heard the sound, then followed the hobby. Bilatop heard the sound of blister, but how much heart. He imagined his white hands like the lotus that he had just seen for the first time in his life. Her hand is a unique treasure. Whenever holding, Bilatop felt like she transmitted electricity into him, causing blood vessels to beat the temples on both sides of the temple, the desire to rise like a wave. As for her eyes, a pair of eyes that were not big, not deep, whenever they looked up, collapsed the universe inside, collecting the soul of Bilatop. Sometimes she smiled loudly, but when she smiled, the ivory teeth were small, regularly, on the pink flesh of the gums. Her mouth did not apply lipstick but always red. Her lips were half thick, half thin, half solemn, half loud, half gentle, half brutal. When she leaned out for him to kiss, her mouth radiates a strange aroma, like anesthetic, making Bilatop shake. He glanced at the paper on the table. The work is quite chaotic. At least work until midnight to finish. He shrugged, ignoring, the Bilatop missile expert also had to date, had to have sex with the beauty. Could it be that the people are entitled to drunkenly? The non-bullet advisor Bilatop is imprisoned all day, all night in the western prison of Balo, Asia with steel. He was addicted to Philip, so from the day he went to Hanoi to the government, the Democratic Republic of Democratic, had to buy a capital cigarette for him to smoke. Prepare to step out. Except for a second, he returned to the paper collection table, put it in a big leather pair to the side, and carry it. He expected that after having fun with the beauty he would work until the morning. In the corridor, Bilatop saw that every door of the room was closed, besides hanging the board, asking not to enter, working. It turned out that other employees have not returned yet. But then they will come back later. Perhaps the team leader returned at the same time as the mediocre staff. Fulong Kai, chief of the delegation, was the non-atomic bullet, Bilatop, the darling of the Soviet missile science, one of the brains that gave birth to the satellite of Seput. Bilatop walked through the four wings. Thick iron doors, soldiers and dogs, then arrived at the duty room, right on the mouth of the tunnel. A massive Z's, glossy black paint, from the throttle to the side running in front of Bilatop, on the car with a driver and a police officer wearing Tiulin. Bilatop grimaced. "Le comrades to rest." I drove back to Hanoi alone. The police body shook my head politely. "Bam, the advisor, the order on the arrest of us must follow. Anti-cockroach. The hunting dogs at any time will sniff the spy. Bilatop has. Do not even tell me. Ask me to tell Pham Lin like that." Saying that the Bilatop advisor called him a hunting dog. Another police officer reverently opened the Bilatop car door to refuse. "Do today, I don't want to use it far away. You want to follow, arbitrary, but must be a distance away." It was a white-painted, very strong engine. In his free time, he had an extra fuel tank, causing the speed to increase to 200 kilometers an hour. Going to the road, his small Cheka was reduced to the massive Z's, ZIL-3. Soldiers greeted. Bilatop did not bother to greet again. Leaning the throttle on the road. Highway 1 straight, cars are empty. Passing the military zone, Bilatop pulled the whistle, the siren that the police motorcycle often used in the emergency duty, launched on asphalt. Two trumpets of the Lord echoed in the sunset atmosphere. Suddenly Bilatop turned off the light, then turned into a dirt road. The police were tricked in a trick. They still discharged the trumpet, rushed straight. He was around the Windy River, to the Kwanton Boulevard, stopping the car in front of a newly built building, reserved for intermediate officials. With the position of interpreter, Tu Tram was not allowed to live in this luxurious building, but her beauty poured the shop, her superfamily turned into a force that made the Russian embassy receive her. In addition, she also has strong power. Bilatop. Not long ago, he picked up the phone to talk to Ambassador. 24 hours later, Tu Tram was invited to move to one of the most splendid rooms. Seeing that the scientist was parked, she rushed into the room, taking off her clothes. Completely naked, she opened the bathroom door. She deliberately did not lock the door of the room, and deliberately opened the bathroom door. Bilatop hurriedly climbed the stairs. Under the light, he met a Hong Kong sergeant, holding Tiulin. Seeing Bilatop knocking on the door of Tu Tram's room, the sergeant hurriedly moved away. The door opened gently, but Bilatop's chest was pounding. Beautiful people are not far away. A glamorous fragrance. Bilatop realized that her clothes threw indiscriminately on the chair. She likes to wear pink underwear with thin plastic like a shiny paper, from ballet scent to Western fashion. He looked at the 95-sized 95 feces of the gong lying on the table because he bought her. And he imagined her round and fragrant breasts. Well, wait for me a little. He discovered the door slightly opened. He has never had the opportunity to really embrace his beauty. Bilatop violently crept closer. Inside, the sound of the water, the sound of the skin palm. Bilatop shouted at the door. A scene where he had never appeared to be a giant as a scientist almost stood in the heart. The necessary pieces to cover the necessary positions. Tu Tram turned his back. The short hair showed off the sexy white neck, the back like squeezing, and down a little more as the tough butt of the blushing buttocks as if uttering dating, waiting, next to on the tight and long. Endless rolls. What Bilatop has long been going on is like a color film shining on the great screen. Alas, that innocent, sexy chest and such hidden curves. The breasts that cosmetic experts do not attempt to eat a penny. The breast that the beauty traffickers must put the charm in the glass case to sell to others who need to fix it. The golden body of the golden age was exposed before his eyes, only 2 meters away from Bilatop. Bilatop was about to launch the door, but thinking about the unspecified consequences, he tried to feel. Tu Tram took a towel to wipe his body. He took a lightly back to his feathers to sit back and built the bathroom. 5 minutes later Tu Tram fluttered out, guns in a baggy swimsuit made of thin pink fabric. Wearing a cloak, Tu Tram is even more sexy than naked because the thinner of the shirt, the treasures should have been hidden. Suddenly Bilatop remembered the nights living in the West in the nightclubs with the sensational and fiery escape. Today he was attended a much more wonderful escape phase and the beauty accidentally escaped from his own trendy enjoyment. Sorry, Tram is so sloppy, I forgot to wear clothes instead. Light blue long dresses, check leather cloaks that Bilatop gave her last week. Must drink alcohol. His words must have been recorded. I keep pursuing you, they will make it difficult for you but not play. They are in need of you. Unless you are no longer needed. But now he lacks his work. He is the #1 specialist of the Soviet Union for the construction of rocket. He used to command the construction work in the Eastern European democratic countries. He came here at the command of Kamlin Palace to conduct the setup plan. Besides, I will marry you. Who dares to ban you? Tu Tram laughed. Bilatop kissed her cheek lightly. Seeing her easy to love, he screwed his face to kiss his lips. But she pushed out slightly, alleges to be allowed. Like foolishness, Bilatop watched Tu Tram open the door. The two went downstairs. Bilatop drove to Hengke Street, to a luxurious restaurant for Joic and China advisors. Along the way Bilatop almost caused an accident twice because of his mind. Smelling her flesh and the smell of her perfume, Bilatop only thought of being blessed to stay at night with her. If she agreed, then Lulu was full of Bilatop would not regret. But the lake is easy she suffered. She said she kept her ivory body to the wedding night for him. Bilatop thought that he had not found a plot. He came to the Binmin stairs. Bilatop encountered the director of the anti-cockroach director Pham Lin standing with 2 limbs. Pham Lin lifted hats. He comrade advisory. In the evening, advisor drove the car so fast, my belonging to my member could not fulfill the duty. What do you want now? 2 comrades of concrete and cylinder of the R.U. Ask me to personally protect security for comrades. Comrades' life is very important, the survival of millions of people depends on it. I would like to ask comrades to sympathize and not bother. If he continues to disturb, I'll take the plane to Mach 2 tomorrow morning and in the report, I will write his name as the one who caused everything. He did not expect Bilatop to understand the story in a different aspect. If Bilatop knows Z28 is spreading in Hanoi and the patriotic movement is aggressive, he will probably recognize security measures as true. Pham Lin explained, when comrades think again. The enemy is plotting to harm comrades. If he moved alone without a bodyguard, the enemy could execute his intention. Bilatop laughed arrogant. How there was a strange thing that I went, the police also intimidated the sentence. Everywhere, you also said to take the enemy to make a pitch to hinder my personal freedom. After all, the enemy could not see the shadow of the brothers. Tu Tram added more oil into the fire, too. You should go with Pham Lin to be more safe than to go with you. Not to say that he investigated the key into the drive, opened the door to give Tu Tram first, and strongly stamped the door, left Pham Lin standing cold outside. Bilatop Mon Men came to the side. At first he sat half a meter away from Tu Tram, after being almost almost further. Finally, he grabbed her hand, the love you. Tu Tram shook his head, when I did not dare to refuse, but this time there were some adoration outside. You should go home. Next time I will pamper you. Bilatop's hand groping to Tu's shirt. She still left alone. The hot hand slipped deeper into the underwear. Bilatop moved close to her. His trembling hands continued the task of detecting the way. However, everything has its limit. Tu Tram was not allowed to continue to silence Bilatop further. So, this amorous scientist was not so bad. On the contrary, Bilatop has a fairly balanced body, and elegant gestures, suitable for women. Not to mention the appearance, only the talent and position of Bilatop is enough to make thousands of beauties fall in love, wish to raise towels and repair bags. As for Tu Tram, she did not love Bilatop, but at least she had a special sympathy for him. If she was not bound by her duties, she might have fallen into Bilatop's lap. She fell in love with her hair from Trung Vong's hair. He is a drug school student. Believing the vow of her lover's vow, she dedicated herself. Then the student left her with another young girl with more dowry and the situation was more worthy than her. Since then, her heart was completely dry, there was no room for sincere love. For her love has become an exchange of pleasure. Men and women love each other as well as go to the restaurant to drink appetizers. After drinking, then leaving, not nostalgic. Her outstanding beautiful is the key to help her open the most solid doors. She was abroad through the Russian scientific smart quality, she graduated with superiority. After 3 years, Tu Tram returned home, and once again her killing beauty has been an enchanting embassy in Hanoi. She was recruited into the translator of the ambassador's secret seminaries. The case was transferred. Tu Tram met the Bilatop rocket house. Really, she did not lack anything from her lover. She did not love anyone who loved and lasted for a long time. But an extraordinary innovation happened in her life. This innovation is the love movement. One night at the end of the winter, it is cold as the intestine. Tu Tram huddled by the fireplace, sadness. She is remembering relatives deep in the ground. She felt cold, lonely, and more than ever, she arose her ideal life. Suddenly, a man buckled in the door. She realized that Ho Lim, the best friend of her brother in the past. Lim joined an anti-communist mass, wandering to China. She has not heard of him for a long time. Suddenly he appeared like a ghost. She stared at Ho Lim. Well, did you wear a Colonel can? Ho Lim shook his head, a serious expression. No, this is a borrowed clothes. I was just in the safety of the area. I was responsible for contacting her. Invite her to calmly listen to me. If she refused I would leave, and ask her not to report to anyone. But I believe she did not refuse. Ho Lim sat down on the chair, smoked and set a circuit. No need to think, she accepted. She accepted to be an employee of the patriotic movement. For 1 year, whenever she had an important news, she immediately transferred to the movement. Ho Lim visited her, with new instructions. Bilatop's seductive indicator. Bilatop's curious, further. Tu Tram cowered her body, clamped on the hand of the scientist. Her voice was rabbit, half reproachful, half prayed. Do not. You talk nonsense. If you don't love you, love anyone. But bro. And hold on, a drop of glitter on his eyes. Bilatop sat for a while and left, his face as sad as the crowd. He tried to hold on to a ray of hope. What the police made Tram sad. Okay, let me give a batch tomorrow. Tu Tram sewed himself in the chair, after taking a breath of 3 glasses of vodka's throat. The phone rang. The first second is a secret, but familiar voice. Tu Tram beat hard as if he wanted to shoot from his chest. The command she waited for many days has come. Tu Tram asked. Is there number 194? I asked number 194. Asked the house of Lawyer Vin. Meow. This is the number 184. Exon's fault. According to the instruction, when she heard the phone number 194, of course not her number, she had to come to the rendezvous. In fact, the number 194 is the number of Lawyer Vin, the leadership of the Fatherland Front of Hanoi. The appointment is the alley, about 100 meters from Bin Din, near the Kwanton Park. The doors should be. The Bin corridor is now empty. She went down the stairs, around the back door, hurried into the darkness. Bilatop in Hanoi, and in front of Tu Tram's door. Well, I noticed Bilatop me Tu Tram like a cigarette. Only how to transfer her to another place. Where to transfer? She worked for the Soviet government. Omitting the embassy is not easy. Comrade, don't forget half of the embassy's employee who secretly remembered, or enjoyed her grace. Now, she passed the burden of thousands of pounds of Bilatop. I was just afraid. She asked Bilatop to transfer comrades. Bilatop is involved with Tu Tram as shadow with pictures. Sooner or later the opponent will know. Knowing, Socks seeking to take advantage. Taking advantage of, Socks exposed. Revealing, all of us. What do Tu Tram transferred? It is better to use her as a bait for fishing. And this fiend we do not bother the tiny carp, but the fisherman. I am afraid that the enemy will kill Bilatop. In the organization of Lao Hoang in Hanoi, there are also many names dare to take this death. Saying so, not I believe the enemy succeeded. The enemy will fail, because our security net always protects Bilatop effectively. Bilatop hated his bodyguard to follow, then arranged underground. The scientists are always so much. We don't love them, and they don't love us either. I will go to Tabaloy if they are no longer helpful. And they will fled to the west, howling with beautiful girls, if there are convenient circumstances. Particularly for Bilatop, he must be vigilant. Comrade, let the secret recording machine in 2 Tram's room. When finished, tomorrow noon is done. He finished drafting the plan to strengthen the control system. A special unit was ordered to follow Bilatop around the clock. 2 Tram's room is also secretly watched. Those who come close to Bilatop will be summed up by his neck as easy to grab things in his pocket. Could it be that K.4 said wrong? The previous times K.4 gave the right news. Thanks to K.4, Pham Linh had to go to the basis of the patriotic movement at the Rice Row, and knew Z28 parachuting to Hanoi. Pham Linh Ru Ru Ga, launched like flying. Chapter 6. The black-painted Tatra drove Van Bin near Bok Mai, the top, head, running along the river to Hang Ban Street, north of the city. Arrive in a luxuriant trees, the car drove through the large gate into the garden. It was as dark as squid. No light burned in the villa. Outside, everyone thought that the wild family. Behind the thick rosewood door, a 40-year-old man, high and weighted. This person, the party members in the patriotic movement are respectfully called the eldest. This person, in the profile of the Saigon Secret Service, is called Z.30. This person, in everyday life daily, practices physicians, named Dr. Tru Dung. Dr. Dung wrote a partner, telling, the time upstairs. Spraying water for the province and waited for me to go up. After finishing, Dr. Dung entered the clinic, pulled from the drawer to the rubber mask with a face, and did not forget to wear gloves. Van Bin is based on the swing chair upstairs. Under the cold water, he started to wake up. Van Bin was bewildered, rubbing his eyes. A minute later, he must wake up looking at the 4 sides and realize the wall of the gray lime scanning room, with a blue tube light, the black window blocking the light to prevent the light from falling out. Don't speak an hour. Van Bin Din woke up, lowering each name and attempting pain to take revenge but felt hangover in his throat. The bump in the neck often creates a sense of vomiting. Now he has the opportunity to see clearly. Both are young, less than 25, the face is lovely but resolute, the forehead is high, the eye-catching eyes of the learners are broad. This appearance is hidden behind the black mask, covering most of them, leaving only 2 bright eyes. Coming to Van Bin, this person stopped observing for a long time. Van Bin also looked back. The masked person is the Dr. Dung. He was confused when the masked person suddenly asked, "Do Henry's Henry?" That's it. V jerks like touching high voltage. Henry is his aliases during his years of operation for the War Service Agency OSS of American General Donovan. This alias, apart from the beloved comrades, no one knows. Van Bin nodded. The masked person. He Henry. I am Horace. He no longer doubted. The masked person is Horace, the alias of an OSS often operate with him, in extremely dangerous work in Eastern Europe. Dr. Dung handed his hand to the 2 colleagues and continued, the old man is so sorrowful. Saying your name and giving me your address is easier. Dr. Dung waved his hand, a little open as my life right away. As for me, except for trusted people, no one knows. If I knew you, I would have been in place to welcome. I don't know Z.28 is me. No, and you, also. Ah, now I remember. When he was about to say goodbye, Mr. Hoang laughed and said, exile to enlightenment trying to be very interesting. I thought County Tri was a city of Hanoi, did not dare to expect you. Oh, now at work. First of all about the contact, because of force majeure circumstances, I have to apply maximum bile measures. Sorry for being bad, because she was afraid that Diem was revealed. After meeting with him, Diem had to tell me that I had not received her news. In case Diem was arrested, another part of my will be revealed. Zhao Dung wiped the drops of bad boys on his forehead, the crown. But in his position, I also had to kill Diem. It would be better to kill her than let her fall into the enemy's hands. The atmosphere in the room suddenly had difficulty breathing. Moments later, Zhao Dung said, I please return to the story. The reason we would like to ask for an employee out of this is to implement a dark plan related to the Bilatop delegation. Do you know anything about this delegation? Yes, but only rough. Mr. Hoang told me to ask Z.30. So we have grasped an important clue. The Bilatop delegation consisted of a number of Soviet experts who were responsible for building a rocket along the perimeter of the Iron Curtain. Last year in Eastern Europe, Bilatop established nearly 30 missiles in East Germany, Poland and Czechoslovakia. CIA, IS and 2B agencies have released dozens of spies behind the Iron Curtain but finally boiling. Some of these spies were arrested. They were arrested not because they were poor. It was strange for the media to get the great news and transferred the great news of the international spy agencies, but because the enemy predicted the trap to wait for them to rush in. Good. They know the cat craving fat should bring the fat to the cat, but do not forget the trap of the four sides and impregnate the poison into the fat. And KGB, Soviet police, applies. So our work is harder and harder. Needless to say, he has guessed the importance of the planning plan here. Once we catch the graphics in hand, the package is enough to turn the ashes of millions of rubles that Russia is swinged in the rocket. Changing positions is not easy, because Bilatop has to study and plan for months to be able to move to another location. We have to stick to Bilatop to be equal. If we fail, then in the near future, the enemy's bullets will threaten the whole world of Indochina and South Asia. But please let me say, Mr. Hoang told me to keep all activities, but in this situation, it was difficult to protect the secret, because not only the department we were at least IS and 2B, 1 Chen likes wings here, and all are in the Bilatop case. The British has a consulate in Hanoi, so they work easily like the French, and we. 1 as Intelligence Service, British Secret Service, and Dixim Bureau, French Second Room. This contact is a beautiful woman, playing the mistress of Bilatop. She was loyal to her, but she was new to her career, so she did not have an old technique. I want you to meet her. Do you suspect you? I do not know. However, according to common sense as well as the recent experience in Eastern Europe with the Bilatop delegation, was Thong Mandu, who did not think of the beauty. The collar covers the neck to help the cold. The wick wind at night like the needle stabbed into her flesh. Kwanton Street was fast asleep. Except for the police of Hangzhou light flashing electric lights on the other side of the road. Saint Tu Tram suddenly turned his back to look behind. The road is empty, overgrown on both sides of the trees. A old black Tatra runs soaring, and Tu Tram climbed. Tu Tram glanced at the driver. Her heart was beating hard when she realized that she was not Aline, her best friend, who brought her into the organization, but a strange young man with a strange face, mouth and eye. He wore a dead-end shirt, revealing a solid muscle and a balanced athlete. He turned to look at her, smiling. She stopped people. He was a bit like a famous screen actor she fascinated. It's so cold. Why don't you wrap the wool for warmth? Tu Tram replied quickly. Tomorrow morning I will give her a beautiful yellow color. I prefer green than yellow. The password sentence was given. Van Bin laughed crispy. Do you prefer green than yellow? She laughed and smiled. What? No, who is the author of these passwords? In my life I hate both blue and yellow. I prefer the most pink, especially the pale pink, felt like a slightly dew. I brought from Saigon, probably she could not refuse. Fan doing this job, just meet once as close to each other than the flesh. Living in a hurry, hurriedly died, love each other in a hurry. She should not be polite, just call me by him like friends. I am Van Bin, just stayed in Saigon. I heard his name for a long time. Now, what do you need me to do? You just met him, right? At night he invited me to eat, and tricked to the room. Rushing red, she refused to continue. At that time, Van Bin had the opportunity to admire her appearance. Tu Tram is really beautiful. As a roller in love, with an iron heart that he had sympathized with her, and wanted to hug her in his lap, despite the danger. Phuong Kai Bilatop was a hungry person. What he asked you? Well, she refused. Larger than usual. I called, so he came back early, and because he came back early, he brought an important record to work at night. Bilatop just need to be done. Bilatop's documents are listed in the most important row. Can you help me? I am ready. Inviting Bilotop, she had to spoil him. In fact, he also did not want Tram to spoil Bilotop, but maybe because of a virginity of a woman who was no longer virgin but to fail to work big. As sympathetic to Van Bin's thoughts, young woman nodded. Van Bin said, that more she probably went to Bilotop's house. Meaning now she went back to the room, then called him. He drove to, she would hold him in the room for 10 minutes, then she got off the car with him to his place. In about 10 minutes, I will try to hide in the trunk. He lived in Bin Nails, the lower floor was used as a throttle, eating with the upper floor, not difficult in and out. Are you contented? Because we believe that she approved. A strange feeling invaded the heart of Van Bin. He forgot to know her 5 minutes ago, and seemed to be close for many years. Those lips, that chest, that body seemed to have possessed many times in the dream. She left alone. Then he pulled her close to him, putting his passionate kiss on his lips and trembling. Her entire body shook as if there was an electric current running in the flesh. Behind the police. 10 to 15 minutes is the same. Even if you open the safe and take the file, it is only the time. Tram wants me to come to save. Oh. Okay. Tram try to resist in that range. When you're done, I will go to the door to press the electric bell. Listen to the bell, please handle it well. Find a way to postpone soldiers. Ask Bilotop to drive immediately and make an appointment until tomorrow night. I will go back to the trunk of the car and go to Kwanton building. While she went to the room with Bilotop, I would escape. Tram remembered clearly. Tram nodded. The people returned to Bin Din Kwanton. Van Bin parked a car away from the apartment, yielding to her first. When Tram disappeared behind the gate, he got out of the car. He did not expect a single girl in the communist region to have time to care about aesthetics. Hearing her call Bilotop, Van Bin felt his heart. 2 minutes later, she put the tube to talk about the price, turned around and told Van Bin, -10 minutes to come to Bilotop. He dried up a full glass. Kava is heavy but not as good as whistling. After drinking Tram wine, pink like a bride shyly the wedding night. Tonight is also the reluctant wedding night of this beautiful woman. Under the yard, there was a car engine, and the sound of a crushed tire crust on the gravel, Bilotop's Cheka car. Van Bin escaped quickly to the corridor and then down the station to the bottom. Inside, Dr. Dung, waiting for a while ago. The electric light bulb at the throttle has been guilty, so it is not light. Bilotop set foot on the stairs. Dr. Dung protruded his head, pulled out the key bunch of keys in the trunk of the car behind the Cheka. This type of vehicle is both wide and long, so Van Bin stooped back, bent back temporarily without suffering. Dr. Dung used a knife to pry 3 rubber buttons mounted under the trunk of car wash water to escape, signaling Van Bin to get in. With 3 large breathing holes, Van Bin is not afraid of being suffocated. The shoes of Bilotop and Tram are even on the cement stairs. Dr. Dung retreated to the darkness, hiding behind another car. Bilotop started the engine, whistled his mouth and drove back to the Russians on Tuyan Kwang Street. Unlike Bin Din Kwanton, there are only 2 night guards at the gate. Here the Russian soldiers guard the secret room. In front of the door, 2 soldiers wearing guns and bayonets, walking back and forth. On each floor, there is hope. The section he supported Tram to the ladder. Touching her hand cold, Bilotop was surprised. Why is my hand so cold? I'm tired. Tram does not respond. Thought his lover was too touched. Bilotop did not ask any more. The upper floor of the house is a large room, closed windows, lights on the corner of the wall is simple but expensive. Except for a minute, Van Bin pushed the door. Meanwhile, Bilotop pulled Tram to the reading room with the bedroom. Suddenly Bilotop left the library to the office. But just now he told Tram very well. In the library, Bilotop sat close to Tram on the pink felt armchair. He hugged Tram to kiss his lips, up his neck, on his hair, and his neck. After kissing, he began to explore the treasure of beautiful women. She did not resist the liking of the scientist who craved sex but did not give it easily. Whenever Bilotop advanced, she backed. Bilotop's hand was too far away, she immediately called back to order. Just like that in the first 5 minutes. In the next room, Van Bin opened the toolbox on the table. Opening Bilotop's iron cabinets is not difficult because he has the key, and it only takes a minute to choose the digit. The door of the safe widened. He slipped his hand into the ceremony to bring out the black pair of black papers. Van voted a record with a graphic, and the whole report, spread on the table, then brought the small Minox camera with a tiny Foisy light to start shooting. Familiar with the job of stealing confidential documents, Van Bin has a calm, gentle figure of the photographer in front of the customer than that of the agent who broke into the private house, a high-class character of the enemy. The province, his eyes sticking to the pile of documents, he took the camera and finished taking a potty, was his left hand badly to another page. For a few minutes, he used all the Minox film rolls including 48 shooting. He stuffed the file into the pair, stored it in the closet, and then searched the drawer to find another document. 3 minutes left until the term he set out with Tram. Her bloody long dress was taken off to the side. The lucky fortune also slipped out of the button and the last piece of cloth covered the upper half was snatched down by Bilotop, and Bilotop was passionately touching the wonderful work he craved for so long. Falling up Bilotop, but he was stronger. His hand began to attack the stronghold below. And just a minute later, Tram was fallen on the armchair. His whole body was as naked as when he was dark under the lotus in the bathroom. Tram closed his eyes, did not dare to think of the consequences of the moments of dedication. One leg Bilotop pressed across her thigh, his left hand reached to the side, turning off the only light in the room. A silent second. If anyone stands nearly all the sound of Bilotop's breath. But a cruel and brutal bell of bells emerged. Dead, someone came. Bilotop could only wear a shirt and run like flying downstairs. But there was no one below. Bilotop asked Ki-An's voice. Do not stay with you. It was late, what to do? NN in response, the voice was scared. You let me go home, I'm scared. Here people know you come to you. Come tomorrow, I want to do anything, I would like to bear. Before and after you were my lover, completely my own, I was impatient to do. Listen to my ears. Bilotop had to listen to the beautiful people, but in the stomach of regret. Tomorrow morning, he tried to find the dead dog daring to ring the bell at night, and he had to give a bullet in the middle of his mouth. Van Bin handed the box of stealing tools to Dr. Dung, accompanied by Minox film rolls. Inner night, 2 valuable films will follow a secret path to Saigon and the second mission. In this part, Mr. Hoang never told him, but it was the most interesting part, which was the part of love. Perhaps a young woman like Tram, and he closed his eyes to get into the hands of others. Tram sat on the chair in front of the dressing table. She wore a tight, colorful kimono, and did not need to be close. He knew that behind the soft cloth was nothing more. It is indeed Tram waiting for him. At the department, many people praised him with good peach blossoms because there was no agent that he did not bring the fragrance of the beautiful flesh of the beauty. Tonight, like many other nights in his adventurous life, he will temporarily forget to worry, dangerous for a few hours. The old man kissed her neck along, the question, I'm nothing. Holding his hand, Tram was rabbit. You love me or just want to satisfy your hobby for a moment? Because I just entered the profession, so I asked me that question. In the heart of the spy cannot have a persistent love, because have they ever lived to old age and dated for a long time? This career also has no time to sympathize and flirt. The urgent time is too urgent. Maybe I'm happy tonight with you here and tomorrow you will die, or you die. I don't say. The room was sunk in indirect light, full of fanciful. Van Bin bent down and carried Tram into the bedroom. The pure white mattress, the mirror is as high as the people, the night lamp has a pink. 2 photos seem to be hidden in front of the eyes of the male and female actors, all melted into smoke. The lamp finally turned off. In the clear, outside room, the darkness was as dumb as the jar. They are dreaming of high mountains, and are tired of climbing. In the distance, the wide wave is abundant. A suspended boat took 2 people to the sea. Chapter 7. Van Bin took a nap for 15 minutes and woke up. Tram lies, his fragrant breathing fairy into his nose. Her white skin is dim in the dark. He quietly dressed, kissed her forehead and then detected the door. At that time, he knew that he was reckless and foolish. If the enemy entered the sleep, he would not keep up. He looked at the clock. 5:45. Tram tells him from 5:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., Bin Din has no guards. The leisurely appearance, Van Bin walked out to Kwanton. After leaving Kwanton Street, he went straight to Hangnan Villa to be used by Dr. Trudung as a place for daytime examination and night action headquarters. Van Bin climbed into the bed again and continued to sleep. And this time he slept. Waking up, Van Bin hurt the spine and tired hands. The aftertaste of the stormy minutes remained in the brain, veins and flesh. Although it was sunny and still cold. Right at the head of the bed, on the night table, not knowing who has set a rectangular copper tray, there is a coffee thermos, sugar box and biscuit box in Shanghai. Roasted coffee in the right size, fitting, fragrant room. Raising the cup of coffee, he thought of Mr. Hoang now on the submarine. Probably the general manager also stayed up all night and woke up like him. He likes to drink solid coffee, and dessert with an Lambro cigar. For 3 days, he will reunite Mr. Hoang. Only 72 hours left. Suddenly he remembered the cool and quiet skin of Tram that he cherished last night. Disgusting, he is an international trendy person, rubbing the skin of the beauty of the school, but he did not forget to get rid of the strange, smooth, velvety and hot skin like her fire. The door of the room opened. Dr. Dung entered the fresh face. Van Bin asked in advance, how new instructions? And if there are circumstances, then catch Billatop. It is not difficult to tell. Have you thought of any plan yet? The evil Dung shook his head, not. According to the habit, after many years of living in the cold country, he bathed in the hot water first and then cold water later, for flesh and his body refreshed. After showering, he chose a white shirt in Dr. Dung's clothes, wearing him. The countryside of officials Dang Tai Trin, he did not need to come anymore. At night, he sneaked out to the back door, walked away for a long distance and called the cyclo to Bin Din of Tram. Fun like the association. She hugged him and kissed Huyen Thien on her cheek. Van Bin asked her, intimate voice, do have an appointment Billatop? Already. Tonight he came. Suddenly he saw a small rope along the light of the 5 paved lights with Tet. This rope is as yellow as clouds. Last night, when he turned off the lights, he approached the night lamp, admiring the chow with plastic paper, printed with beautiful orchids and the kneeling legs with bending clouds, Nini. Last night, he was sobbing praise the skillful worker who threw the wires into the lamp pillar, not catching out like the 5 pivs often sold at the shop. But tonight, when the lights were turned on, he saw the rope again this strange. Although it was a small rope, sinking into the body of the lamp, his experienced eyes discovered a suspicious trace. The yellow rope. He guessed not wrong. This is not a wire, but a strange wire that is attached to, not related to the electric system in the room. This rope is connected to a small amplifier speaker of a flat coin, threaded under the carpet of the room. Speaker again. And the time, after a few minutes of exploration, he found 4 tiny speakers, each hidden in a corner of the room. Bodhisattva drops in his shirt, making him feel like wearing cold clothes in the hot sunshine. 4 speaker tubes in the room are clear evidence that a secret ear wants to hear, want to know everything that happens in the Tram room. In the next room, or somewhere, there was a machine that was amplified several times and then collected it into the plastic ice and some permanent listeners. There was no doubt. The enemy identified him, and could also use Billatop as a trap to destroy the patriotic movement. Lacing the followers, hiding into the crowd, replacing 3 or 4 times cyclo, 1 or 2 trips of electricity. He did not believe that the enemy could follow him. He kissed her a long, cuddly question. Al. Moments later, Van Bin changed his dignified voice. What's now Billatop came? The 8 hours. However, I should be cautious. I carefully watched the window and door of the room closed. Van Bin pulled her closer to the 5P, spoke small, but understood that that little was enough for the secret ear to hear clearly. An request immediately. I was assigned to do this. What an honor for me. How impatient. How is that? The central government wants us to make it stronger. Meaning the plan to capture Billatop. Such a tight room caught. Still knowing they watched the room tightly, but not so we could not do it. As long as I worked a little, I was ready now. Perhaps a few decades later he did not dare to have a bit of foreign girls. The Northern Police Department or another secret headquarters. Probably they will rub their hands, breathe proudly, then celebrate each other a glass of newly imported ca wine. From the right go, the most movement in 2 Tram's room was recorded and transmitted to the RU sect. At the paragraph of Van Bin, he suggested kidnapping Bilotop. Bethlehem glanced at the cylinder, Pham Linh and let go of the smile. In front of, eat vase, instructions like this. Mr. Hoang, General Director of the department, has released to control the Bilotop case. The submarine carrying him and the staff stopped Du Sun last night. Perhaps he went to the set. Mr. Hoang will wait at the location of the night before 2 to 4 hours. Hu Tram, the police discovered, then Nguyen Bin, I am assured. If you deceive Bilotop Du Sun, my attempt to accomplish. How to deceive? Van Bin, your plot is very simple. Bilotop is falling in love with me. Now telling him to jump into the fire he also danced. Tonight, please pamper him a little more and then choose his words to drive me to Du Sun. Hu Tram, cold weather wants to die, what to do? For example, Du Sun to see the moon. Here, watching the moon on the West Lake is much more beautiful. Besides, Bilotop is also handsome. 2 Tram, he is not as handsome as him. Not as well as him. In the machine, the sound of kissing. Pham Linh punched his hand down on the table to spill the ink bottle. Dare to bring each other in front of the recording machine to turn around. This fiend, I peeled my neck and applied the lime. My eyes, Z28's eyes. Then dropped the bananas drifting the river and the 2 of them. No loss of appetite, anger losing wisdom. He was too angry, so he lost his mind. The strongest weapon in the newspaper is a consciousness. They do not know they put the recorder, so they lead the body to the speaker tube. Jealousy is taboo, because jealousy is dead. Comrades, remember. Besides, he did not have the right to torture and drift them. The mission of comrades is to monitor, surrounded, and their fate had cylinders, and I decided. Sin Lin was in the water, chirrings of 2 comrades. In anger, I missed. The insolentness of Z28 made me angry. Xylop waved his hand, his voice, who is not angry, but the message of the newspaper is never angry. If the order to catch the arrest of both, the work arranged for many days will not be broken. Comrade forgot if we want, we have caught him last night in front of the post office. The reason we relax is to borrow it to the clue and then catch the whole drive. As for 2 Tram, is it until now we know that it is a spy for the enemy. Comrade forgot the reports of K4. The air waved his hand, the jealousy. From the recorder clearly out of the sound of the struggle to love on the front of the 5-piece lamp tree. All the discreet noises from the scolding sentence of 2 Tram, to the words of praise of the body parts of 2 Tram uttered in the middle of the sound of breathing, all fell into the ears of 3 people, and through the amplifier was still large. More than many times. Occasionally hearing laughter or giggling, Pham Linh watched the clock. Long time. This spy guy is good at any job. The whole job. The right story between Van Bin and 2 Tram continued after half an hour of interruption. I didn't see anything in the evening. Perhaps you have to go home. Stay with me later. I miss you so much. If Bilotop takes the road, what will you do? Van Bin, do you know the old hotel in Du Sun? 2 Tram, no. Near the beach, right? Van Bin, yes. There will be people waiting for you near the Dai Du Hotel from midnight to 3 a.m. 2 Tram, where to wait? Van Bin, near the hotel. People will find me. I broach. People know me. Eat jar. I don't worry. I will sit on the Cheka car of Bilotop. This car runs very fast. The machine is good, not afraid of broken, so it can be on time. Besides, the car's car to Du Sun at night is not afraid of being searched. Below, the staff ordered me to know that Bilotop's number of cars, and had his picture and his. After meeting him, she was led to a canoe and swimming to the submarine. I will go to the south with Bilotop. 2 Tram laugh happily, wow. I just hope to have the opportunity to go to the south, now I go right away. But bro, how did he let him from the scandal? The most important thing is not along the way because Bilotop is busy driving, still busy chatting and busy thinking about the moon-loving beast tonight with the beauty in a poetic deserted hotel in Du Sun. When approaching Daedu Hotel, it is important. Do not forget these details. Along the way, do not let Bilatop drive alone. He drove 50 kilometers, I drove instead. Remember. 2 tram. Remember. But so for what? Stupid. Must change the driver, then the senses of Bilatop will have the opportunity to enjoy the treasure of the beauty. 2 tram. Dukan. Van Bin. Don't joke anymore, it's time. When I approach the Daedu Hotel, I will meet a foreigner. Remember, when 100 meters away from the hotel, get off the car for a while. It was this break. He is Russian, rather, a true Russian advisor. Du tram. Russian advisor works with me. Van Bin. That's why there is a problem. I calculated, if there was no Russian man doing it in, how to enter the town of Dusun. For a year, Dusun has turned into a vacation center of Soviet advisors so strangers can hardly break. The Russians approached the car, stopped playing the smoking match, then would praise the healthy and beautiful Cheka. I replied that it was beautiful but running slowly not equal to ZIL-3. This person will say that if he installed the 2 Rama Cheka cards, he would run quickly with ZIL. That's all. That is, the password is done. The rest, there are people in charge. Eat vase. 2 tram should only know that. Now you come here. On the way to Dusun, my car will run behind my car with you. Don't forget his words. Tomorrow morning, we fell asleep on the train, spoiled for howling. Silence. Completely silent, except for Van Bin's shoes on the background. Better fluttered with chaotic hair and said, "Does the cylinder agree we temporarily forgive them tonight?" Ilep nodded. Concrete continued. The plans of our deals are very simple. Comrade Pham Lin, please arrange quickly with security stations from here to Haiphong and from Haiphong to Dusun, with all means of communication, monitoring and response. We will drive along, I go first, behind the Bilatop car. Pham Lin after Van Bin car. The head of the cylinder is controlled on the spot. Right now, Ton Lam, an assistant of comrades, must respond to a helicopter to Dusun, organize the area close to the area near the Daedu Hotel, and at the same time the customs patrol throughout the coast to find the submarine of Mr. Hoang's submarine. Xylop said, the wall of concrete. I will stay in Hanoi to adjust the work between here and Dusun. The comrades will contact me at the central by the regular radio system. Pham Lin holds the Fox cylinder. Tell me, Shet troops are motionless, listen. This fiend I will catch the whole drive. The great will bestow, Pham Lin now in his heart. This fiend oil-growing wing Z28 and his old master will also give up. When Pham Lin leaves the R.U. Then the anti-cockroach apparatus of the police, the army and the rural sect. Start moving the cake. The tightening circle was more tightly tightened, and then, the adventure of the hunting hunt, Van Bin, Z28, where the battle between him and the enemy's anti-cockroach apparatus was about to start. If he was not busy with an important work, he jumped on the train to the lake to eat crispy shrimp cakes and drink coconut water with a beautiful girl. A chain cyclo is waiting for guests near the park. Exafu sat on the ground, cigarettes. No need to approach. Van Bin knew this gentle cycloer of Pham Lin's counter-attacker, and in his pocket he had a radio contact with a short wave with the head of the ruler who knew from this moment. Going to the enemy will not leave him half a step. However, he felt more secure because the enemy was only murdered but not forced. The enemy is using him as a head lead to the secret parts of the patriotic movement. The cold wind blew through, snatching the last yellow leaves thrown on the wet and dirty sidewalk. He took a long breath, tilted his neck and breathed sparkling smoke, then put his hands in his pocket, just counted a step, and sang the international song, the song that every communist memorized. His mouth was small but his mind thought strongly. If Mr. Hoang knew he sang international songs while being watched by the enemy would laugh. He envisioned his sad face like a cat's tail of the anti-cockroaches when he was heard that his juniors were given him, dust. En Hung first had to find a car to relieve his legs. He waved a cyclo, climbed up, signaled to run to Hangdo. Hello. Mathematics must be happy. They are about to call the wire, or the walkie-talkie machine for the boss. The Z28 newspaper has accidentally fell, and the trap is gradually expanding. XXX Lo visit Dong Zon Market. He paid, went to the grocery store to buy unnecessary things, other cyclo. When he came to the row of lychee, he went to the cyclo again, walking back to the other, turning to the scale. It was the place where he was planning to cite the followers, eating dust. The scale is a small road without margins. The house on both sides is almost leaning forward and wanting to put their heads in each other. Coming to an alley, Van Bin turned in. In the past, he lived in the scale, and after returning to Hanoi, he walked through this dear road to look back at the old houses and walkways. He calculated that the enemy would follow, but only followed away, because Din Nin was a dead end. This is the back door of a dining house to Fujian Street before. This house of immigrants to the south, used by the Communist House as a club for teenagers. Tonight, not the meeting, the house was empty. Getting used to the way to detect the road at night, there is no need for lights, so Van Bin passed the wide yard full of wet water easily, and just a few minutes later he came to the iron door. He used hard steel strands to unlock, fortunately because this was not the Yale lock, then went out. Fujian bustling under the pale yellow light. The trip to Dong Zon Market has just run. For a long time, he threw down the brick lane, walked around 3 alleys, went to Sam Kong, then waved the cyclo on the Coal Row, where the villa of Dr. Dung. At this time, the Hanoi police must have surrounded Hang Wait Alley. Din Nin Z28 wings and wings did not escape. And tonight, the people will be scared to play. The face is as fresh as a blooming flower. Billatop dances 3 steps, going to 2 Tram's room. This night is the last appointment of the beauty. She could not find an excuse. Last night, the evil electric bell missed 1,000 years of fun. Tonight, Billatop threw off the turtleneck with Ga back in home, and wore a good set of felt. Billatop also did not forget to tie the tie color of the lake to compare with dark green felt. From the big felt hat, to the sewing fabric, and socks, shoes, the most bought from capitalist countries. Billatop does not like to use the traditional and bad trade. He also sprinkled on his hair a few drops of Chanel perfume, intentional, and perfume for women. This fiend will surely be content. But 2 Tram is satisfied. See, the room had just opened, she added, hugged Billatop, and the door was not locked but the 2 of them were together. Her lips were looking for lips, cuddling. Memories, Van Bin's warm, felt surface. The scene that took place earlier with Van Bin was recurred, of course, a few other details. Billatop was like a hungry animal for a long time. The bean was good, and 2 Tram could not resist, partly because of Van Bin's instructions, partly because of pity. Her Aodai was taken off by Billatop and threw it to the ground. However, she also objected. I don't like you playing like that. Billatop responded in the smell of wine. Eat quiet but joke. Love, but who loves it out here? Anyone who stopped at the clock peeked at the peeking hole was ashamed to die. He ordered the guards to go down. He told the guards here to chase all the secret agents out. Those who are sharp here will die with me. Damn Tram kisses him. Aunt's so right. I'm just afraid after being satisfied with you abandoning me. If you mean you, then heaven and earth to destroy. As for my part, I just want you to turn off the electric light. So bright, I want to die. Tram did not respond. Billatop could not know outside him. There were 2 other men in the room. 2 Tram Rung blushed when the upper half was peeled off by Billatop. She was embarrassed because she knew that Van Bin was looking at her. She refused to play the role of a beauty with Billatop. Song Van Bin urgently requested, and finally she reluctantly listened to Van Bin, and another employee of the movement called Fanhua. Zhao Deng agreed to send Fanhua to go with Van Bin to 2 Tram's room. It was extremely difficult to enter her room because dozens of subtle observations of the enemy pointed at every second. On the last floor, a Soviet expert opened the receptionist, the light torch, the car long and the holy road. The fire of the fire passed the security fence before Bin Din. Almost Van Bin encountered Pham Lin. Fanhua smiled and greeted him. Van Bin quickly eyes to another place. Get rising from the stairs, he was complete. Hearing the Billatop sound in the corridor, the 2 pulled down to the kitchen, but witnessed from the beginning to the end of the play of the peanuts on the horn. Silently sex between Billatop and 2 Tram. Every noise, Every word falls into the micro-machine and moves to the earless ear and cylinders. Near Bilotop, she felt numb, although not equal to the minutes near Van Bin, but this numbness was enough to make her forget everything in the moment. She was about to turn off the only lamp on the night table Bilotop. Her clothes were arranged by Bilotop in the corner of the bed. The flesh of the beauty showed a huge appearance in front of her eyes, making Bilotop like crazy. Bilotop panicked. Why? I promised to be in the afternoon. Two Tram smiled. But you have to spoil me. When you can do it. I don't ask much. I just like you to take me to Dusun swimming. From the day the Soviet Union took Dusun for a vacation advisor, I haven't been out there. But why go to the night bath? Wait until tomorrow. I'm afraid your friends laugh. Oh, I'll take you away. But bathing in the cold night like this is afraid of infection. Besides, tonight, the moon came, the water was not cold. The two of them hugged and swimming under the moon, the animal had to know. Bilotop fell in love, Two Tram did not say any more. The breath of two people, Bilotop turned off the lamp. The reason he waited after Two Tram asked Bilotop to appear because the enemy had a recording machine in the bedroom. He needed the enemy to hear the story of whispering between Two Tram and Bilotop to give them peace of mind. Half a snap of clock later, this hand slashed across Bilotop. The Russian foolish young girl fainted, not crying out a sound, even though it was small. Van Bin was accustomed to the method of eliminating the opponent with a temia, so he acted easily and quickly. A Bilotop's echo could ruin his program. Meanwhile, Two Tram leaned on clothes. The shame made her frantically, pierced her pants and wore underwear. Van Bin turned away, not wanting her to encounter his witty smile. Fanwa projected a small blue light on the bed and pressed the hand of Two Tram with a piece of paper with a large handwriter with a blue pencil. The spoke. Just like telling Bilotop, careful, the enemy's still recorded. 3 minutes later she said, in, Mr. Bin. From this minute, Van Bin turned into Bilotop. With a height, with a human figure, with Russian speaking, Van Bin may be mistaken as Bilotop if he costs the same. This guy also wears a fuel hat, wears a green clothes, a tie, a lion leather shoe, a rubber sole. Eat the jar for Two Tram's arms to the door. He took a step like Bilotop. Linking the lower floor, Van Bin opened the door of Bilotop Cheka car and sat and drove. Fortunately, when opening the electric ball in the car without burning, Russia's cars have few lights inside. However, he was wary of the light by pressing his eyelids, and pulling out the collar to cover his neck. Cheka is new, the rotor rotates, the quadrant is the engine. He tried, searched for, and then after searching, shift the gear, press the gas for the car to run. At the number 2, Cheka runs smoothly. The car of the great Soviet advisor is different. Q. The anti-indefinitely anticipate is not mediocre. The four sides are not a shadow. The Holy Quan buried deep in his sleep, except for Cheka soaring lonely between two towering corn trees. Having experienced many similar cases, Van Bin was not surprised. Allo, K55 please report, K55 please report. Cheka suspected just out of the gate. There is a woman in the car, and a man. It was dark so I did not receive the appearance, but based on the gate, the height and the way of rehabilitation, certainly those who have recorded in the photo. Allo, Cheka does not run straight to the beans, to the riverbank as if they were about to turn Kwanton Park, around the vermicelli. Please instruction, K55. Meanwhile, Cylinder also applied another headphone to the ear. Bethlehoy looked up at the head of the cylinder. Xylop waved to the order. Al, the central government ordered all vehicles to be on duty in the victory plan. Do not follow. 8.10 cars in the vermicelli waiting for them to follow. In the silent room, Pham Lin bowed his head on the map of Hanoi City and the Hai Phong Street, wide as the table. In his hand, the needle grabbed the red needle. Each red needle represents a radio car of the Hanoi police following Cheka, shown on the map of large blue needles. Looking at the map, everyone has to shake their heads and tongue because everywhere they see the red needle, covered with green needles, on the back, on the front, on the left side, on the right. Again in the radio machine, Allo. Cheka returned to Kwanton Street and launched to the river. The Cheka approached the bamboo wharf. Cheika went to Long Bien Bridge. Following the instruction, the 8.10 car only came to the Holy Guan and then stopped, yielding to 8.11. 8.11 car just approached Long Bien Bridge. On the other side of the bridge is another math in charge. The winning plan to order Gia Lam Station. Cheika of the enemy is running on Long Bien Bridge, asking the checkpoint not to make it difficult. First step down the ladder. Under the yard, 2 giant Z's, black paint, and glossy were opened. In the car sitting tightly, the machine gun was 5. Benet climbed first. Before departing, he also told Pham Lin, "I waited at the bridge." Later, Van Bin's car came. "I went before. Lao lam moi ko dip li zi tren cao, nyat la dem li day trang, Van Bin cam thay now. The two sides are muddy water, with the boat's night parking close, without a light. In front of Gia Lam town, the road to Duong Bridge. The top of the iron barrier, Gia Lam checkpoint on the other side of Long Bien Bridge. Number of vehicles, as if knowing that the inter-soldier advisory car stood seriously, greeting the gun, etc. Eat a bottle to let go of a sophisticated Russian sentence. Mo out. It was late at night and Gia Lam was still crowded. He remembered from the day of acquisition, Gia Lam became a working center all day and night with state-owned wood workshops, brick casting factories, and other state-owned enterprises. Speed and driving close to the margin. He threw a piece of cigarettes to smoke down on the grass, while Tu Tram took another cigarette. Tonight, he must have been strongly emotional, so he smoked continuously since he left Bin Din Quan Ton. When she left the vermicelli, Van Bin gave her a cigarette, near to the bridge again, and now he gave the medicine package to Tu Tram, and said, "I have to come back. As I told you earlier because I could not go with you." At the end, Mr. Hoang ordered the movement to carry Bilatop on another bus to be feared, afraid of being beaten. "A kilometer from Hai Duong, there will be people who welcome me," the younger brothers contact regularly to receive the instructions. "When will he come down?" Van Bin replied, "Not know. Will you go another way? Do not say nonsense." Van Bin opened the car door, jumped down the road. Tu Tram drove a straight circuit. The Bruch's cessation had just been hidden. A small and 4-horse Medusa car did not know when the roadside appeared, with a green light ray from the car. A tall man stepped down. Dr. Trudung. Van Bin and Dr. Trudung's ceremony brought from the car to a heavy iron barrel. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Dung trusted the lid of the barrel, spilled on the asphalt a special mucus water. Internal. Dr. Dung put the number 1 car on a very small, adjacent road, not opening the lights, slowly entering the village. Looking at the lamp of the Green River and fluttering on the branches, the doctor turned off the phone, howling the light. At that time, a militia from the darkness appeared to lift the river bamboo lamp, carrying it into the station. Medusa. After exchanging an identifying password, Dr. Dung asked, "Du Dong?" And the other person replied, "No anywhere. Please follow me." The moon appears in front of him. Despite the bright moon, the river water is still muddy. No wonder people are called the Red River. In the roots of an ancient shi tree, a thin boat. Dr. Dung went down first. Van Bin went down later. The two people used the paddle in the compartment, stirred the water, turned to the other side of the shore to Hanoi. Dung laughed. "You don't worry. My militia will drive to a separate station in Gia Lam. Being grabbed as usual, only a few days when I lost quite a lot of effective spies. Which were Nguyen Don, Du Ho, Tran Tin, then recently Ms. Con Diem. Then 2 young men were died at the banks of the Lake Hong Kiem. They are courageous, right? I are my commanders sometimes surprised, let alone you. Du Hoi and Tran Tin at Tien Tien bookstore knew to be surrounded by 4 sides and still stayed. 2 people on the lake were really courageous. When they passed the car, shooting Nguyen Don, I immediately knew that he was his person. It is a natural ceremony of a career. Are you afraid of the delegation? Death is dead, he will not open his teeth. I advocated to kill the delegation to liberate him from the brutal torture of the enemy, and prevent the enemy from using chemicals to catch the palace. The 2 people who execute this command are also sure not to escape death. See on the ferry stopped by the other side. Listening to the movement for a while, Zhao Dong tied the boat to the bamboo pile, then climbed on the asphalt road. Walking about 100 yards, Van Bin saw a Medusa, just like the previous one in Gia, not only like the Nook paint, from the outside, but also the same number of cars. Van Bin silently praised the layout and resourceful brain of Tru Dung. The 5-minute round, Uncle Ho Dung's car parked down a deserted road near the Holy Street. Dung sat in the car, and Van Bin opened the door. Like the ghost, he hid under the dense groves, then sneaked into two trams Bin. The enemy's net was expanded, since Bilatop fake and two tram went to the bus to Haiphong. He removed the felt hat, and the expensive Bilatop's outfit to wear the advisor outfit heaven. 2 minutes later, he came to each guard of two tram. His first thing was to give them a lesson. This room of a soda specialist is temporarily away. He held a test door. Surprisingly, the appointment was not locked but only half closed. The lamp in the room also did not turn off but turned on. When he left Bin Din, he still remembered that this room had no electric light. In front of him a scene he never expected it was happening. He saw that first was a body of a wave scratching on a yellow flour brick. Because of yellow bricks, he immediately saw a puddle of red blood. The victim lying on his stomach, his legs stretched out, and his back was quite long. Researching the way the victim's victim knew he was killed while bowing to the plastic ice, wrapping the don prepared. Beside the window, the Japanese Sony 521 recording machine on the ground was crushed. There was no plastic tape above. This detail proves that the murder has just occurred. The police officer was crying in front of the machine when the culprit came in, drove the knife into his back, died without calling for help. Silently for a second, who is the perpetrator? Could the police kill the police again? The patriotic movement was not involved, because Dr. Zhao Dung discussed carefully with him, and in the action plan, there was no murder. A lightning flashed in Van Bin's mind. He suddenly remembered Bilatop assigned to Fan Hua Gun. A creepy feeling blocked Van Bin's throat when he pushed the door to the familiar room and smelled of perfume, the smell of two trams' flesh. The art of tying his people was so sophisticated, unless the opponent turned invisible, turning out the new mosquito hope to remove the rings. On the mattress, the Bilatop was tied up and lying in the pitch. Fan Hua is also missing. Looking around the room, Van Bin did not notice the traces of a conflict. The thin pink lining of two tram was still indiscriminately on the chair. The newly drunk bottle of Ka is still on the night table, with two transparent crystal glasses. The face was bruised, the face of the person suffocated suddenly. A good hand with a virtue of the pharynx, took him to the other side before he could resist. Hua glared at him, as if to show astonishment and frustration. Hua is not an apprentice agent. Graduated from intermediate training class of post-enemy staff. Regarding martial arts, he was granted the first black belt. But in terms of strategy, temporarily better than him. Bilatop did not fly. Fan Hua died. The work returned to the start, about the painful goat. Chapter 8. The giant Z's of Bethlehem stopped in front of Vong Jia Lam, across the Long Bien Bridge. Being ordered in advance, although the car door was not opened, from the station of a person wearing an iron hat, Tiu Lin ran out, leaning to greet the cone. Put his head through the back frame, Bethlehem asked, bossy voice. The over here for a few minutes. The person replied in Russian. Well, exactly 5.5 minutes. Most of them crossed the Duong Bridge. Inside, the phone ringing. Benetically holding the stethoscope. Al, Duong Kao Station asks for reporting. The last Cheka. Obeying the command, we let the paper were not considered and did not check the car. We reported to Hai Duong. A husky voice emerged. Al, concrete. Our navy has begun to loudly off the coast, 20 kilometers from the coast. We have mobilized the machines and the target drum, 1, to detect submarines. Comrade Tan Lam is currently on board. No results. There is no special news. Let's go on the way. Although winter weather has moon, the fog covers dense. The driver turned brightly without piercing the fog. The back leaning back on the soft car mattress, the mouth of the cigar is big. He firmly grasped the success in his hand. The subconscious of Mr. Hoang, unless the new winged wing is floating tonight from Ha Long Bay. The most interesting is the handcuff of the scientist Bilatop in Dusun, the tournament assigned to the Soviet ambassador in Hanoi. This fiend concrete will be summoned to Cam Lin Electricity and promoted, at least the director of the Soviet spy agency in Southeast Asia, retired from the life of shaving paper as deputy head of the Bet, an assistant for Cylinder. Haiduang rode straight. The moonlight swept the white-silver lines under the light of the headlights. The cold air outside the Buddha is in the car. I was familiar with the deputy head of the concrete company, so the driver was very cautious. His eyes glued to the long piece of asphalt rolling in front of the powerful headlight. He knew the concrete. Driving quickly but driving slowly. Fast, slow, must depend on the command of the owner. The driver had to hug. If he hovered out, Bethleft also reprimanded badly. Of course he felt pain in his heart. In front of him, he appeared wet, not wet because of the water but because of a strange substance. That is the oil running. He tried to deal with it, was too late. The steering wheel suddenly turned to the side. He tried to keep the steering wheel straight, but the car was running over 100 kilometers per hour did not allow him to practice his intention to indulge the fastidious boss boss. Lang to the left. Then when the front wheel was sliding, the two rear wheels came. All four wheels were still pulled into the giant car into the field. Before going to the field, did not understand because the driver was frantic, because the steering wheel did not listen to the orders of the two hands anymore, or because Dr. Trudung and Van Binyi calculation in advance that the heavy car also crashed into the iron cement pole. Under the weight of 3 tons of iron, solid concrete pillars were convenient to make two like a knife tight. After finishing, the Hungdungzis suddenly stood back, as if an invisible attraction made 4 wheels sticking to the road, turning his head 2 rounds like pinwheel before plunging into the field. Large number of anchovies. The fields along Hanoi, Haiduang Road are turned into a fish pond full of water. The majestic Z's fell into the fish pond, shouting loudly. The driver was smashed in the steering wheel, collapsed and could not keep up. During the panic, Bethleft forgot the elementary principles of physics, trying to kick the door, but the pressure of the water was closed. The cry of Bethlehem was strangled by the black water. Besides, there was no one on Haiphong Street at night, no one to hear from the vice head of RU. The wire was broken, the machine was crushed, the concrete lost contact with human life. The field water continues to enter the car with thousands of tiny fish. The concrete is flooded to the chest. Shoulder rising water. The smell of fishy water makes vomit. Damn it. Road deputy head of company RU. Bethlehem drinks alcohol and German beer instead of cold water. Never tongue to the cold water. This cold water is mixed with slightly fishy and smell of the field. He was speechless, suffocating. On the shore, insects suddenly silent. It seems that they know the story of the forest. It was a moment of creating a memory of Comrade Nikolai Kohn. Pham Lin exudes a bad girl, pressing the call button. No answer. The phone was cut. The stethoscope no longer sounds. Pham Lin reached out to the side, pressed another button, contacted the head of the cylinder. Proton, here, Mr. Bethleft suddenly shut up. I went to Gia Lam right now. The radio machine in the car cries. The trembling voice of the cylinder. Why is the concrete silence? The machine is broken or in distress. P. Fleet Lin replied. The accident. I heard a strong noise and cries for help. Died of Comrade Bethla. Caution, he ordered the car to guide the way. 2 cars were launched over 100 kilometers per hour. Arriving at the road with murdered puddles, the car suddenly staggered and slid into the fish pond. 100 yards behind, Pham Lin's owl eyes saw. He did not see the puddle but saw that the shifting down the field. With the head of the cylinder. However, the car was pushed into a pool of viscosity also turned back to a new round to stop. P. Flower Lin opened the car door, jumped down the road. In a second, he discovered the commissioner of the 2 accidents that had just happened. The puddle is too deep, he has no hope of concrete access and the lead vehicle. Pham Lin's bodyguard hurriedly took off his clothes and went to the fish pond to arrange a rescue. Pham Lin Go, a member of the member who ordered Tiu Lin to stand upstairs while he reported to the cylinder, the Comrade Bethlehem was killed. Destroyed, not an accident. How to destroy. Pham Lin narrated narrative. Cylinder does not interrupt a word. After the new cylinder asked, What is the enemy knowing that we organize the monitoring? P. Fleet Lin shook his head. Clerd, maybe not. Maybe they are wary of being monitored, so they pour the lubricant on the road. However, they did not escape from our hands. In the distance, there was the sound of the engine and screaming. The fire truck and the car of the cylinder. 15 minutes later, the victims trapped underwater were pulled up, and transported quickly to Hanoi to cure. Better lying on the stretcher, his eyes closed, his heart stopped beating. Xylop turned to Pham Linh. The Cheka carrying Billatop and 2 tram was about to go to Hai Duong. Soon they will come to the room. I gave Math Hai Duong chasing. Well, there is Van Bin's car. Pham Linh muttered like in a dream. The Bin. Van Bin's car. Suddenly he ached in his stomach. This feeling often came to him whenever he was opposed to play. And Van Bin's car. During the darkness with 2 tram, Van Bin clearly stated that he would go behind 2 tram car. That is, when on the road with Billatop, 2 tram knew that Van Bin followed. Why did 2 tram pour the lubricant full of sugar? Unless the person who poured oil is not 2 tram, or unless Phi 2 tram knows that the person who goes behind is not Van Bin but a Hanoi counter-attacker. The interior is as clear as a glass. Bethla and he captured Van Bin, but it was Bethlehem and he was the victim. Van Bin has similarly planned to deceive the anti-cockroach and company. Are you like the boys and children? After that, he sighed and said to the cylinder. The 2 stood at the Z's car. For a long time, Xylop was just awakened, rushing to the radio machine. His mouth told Pham Linh, do also one way, blocking Cheka car before they came to do Sun. I feel the story between Van Bin and 2 tram is an enemy trick. The enemy may have deceived us. Only the way to swell from 2 tram to find clues. Hanoi, Al, permanent. I am here, Pham Linh here, immediately call K.4. Tell him that I wanted to meet him tonight, could not postpone tomorrow. I went back to the office immediately. Tell him to set the appointment time. At the appointment, he knew in advance. As the people, his face was sad, Pham Linh drove for the cylinder to return to Hanoi. The bridge Duong, Cheka caught his ice in the deserted night. She had just retired from Van Bin that she thought for a long time. In many months of life, the life is precarious, concerned, always rubbing with danger. 2 tram has never fluttered like now. Later, she would leave the mainland, down a secret ship. And wishing on the strange ship, Nag will meet Van Bin. The spy has a deep, cute but arrogant mouth, and especially a solid, sexy body, can shake the heart of the most fastidious woman, and no woman forgot after a passionate dating night. Q Yuan obeyed. She did not ask why the plan to bring Billatop at the last minute changed. She knew that the newspaper was a weird job, a job that sometimes her right hand did, her left hand was not good. She also did not find the reason for her to join the patriotic movement and took the task of working in the enemy. Suddenly she remembered the women who worked as a message like her. She muttered, the mother and daughter of the prostitute Mata Hari is not famous for a quarter of a century. Well, and the secret woman that Spy Village often calls as Ms. Doc, 1. This woman has real, and is very popular with international spy. The principles of spy activity are now applied in every message in the world. Please read, International Spy, published. She has just compared herself with the Wonder Woman who has been called by the spy for 40 years because she is the Doc, whose real name is Elizabeth Sarogmuller, the first reconnaissance school before the Great Battle of 1914-18. Ms. Doc is no longer on this earth, but before her farewell she has saved the posterity of spies so many principles of wise action. She was startled. One of the guidelines of Ms. Doc about the rule of spying practices whenever, anywhere must be carefully controlled to see if the opponent is monitored by the opponent. The rear lens in the car was put into the night driving position so she did not see clearly behind. She immediately pulled down her finger to the steering position. And the wet body of her neck. The bright grove of car headlights. She was chased. There is no reason. Or is Van Bin and Billatop car? She did not know anymore. She feared, a strange feeling, confusing horizontal throat, causing her to breathe. Cheka leaned forward. Behind the back, the 2 bright headlamps launched closer. She stuck her eyes on the rear, and her chest pounded. Cheka has just reached a dangerous turn. Fluttering, Her hand hugged. Crab, slightly harsh. The tire shook strongly on the asphalt surface. The whole car flew in the air in a snap of clock. Tram's stomach flushed down as if she was sitting in the plane from above, falling down the air hole. She quickly launched. The next car also launched quickly. Oh my God. She was revealed. The police convoy will come in the moment. She will be handcuffed like an animal and being towed to Hanoi. 1 dose. 37 also dose. She will not declare for Van Bin. But did she have the courage to keep her mouth forever? Human power is limited. She has heard of police punishments often applied to find the truth. Then she came to declare it. But who declared now? She could not declare to anyone because she was actually outside Lim. She knew that Van Bin's flesh was alone, and this familiarity also happened only 1 or 2 days now. Where is Van Bin? She did not know. The organization of the movement, she did not know. The chase was only 100 meters away from her. The moonlight was blurred in the darkness of the fog, making the headlights bright even more evil. And the closer the speed of the rear car increases. Looking at the rearview mirror, she did not know what the car was, but based on the bright lights, based on the massive ribs and its swallowing speed, she was sure that Z3 or ZIS. Vague, Tram was nervous. They blinked the light pretending to overcome to find a way to pass and force themselves. No, I'm not so stupid. No, I decided not to fall into their hands. If I have to die, I will die in honor. Thinking so, Tram ma'am lips kicked the accelerator. The last horsepower was also locked in a powerful cheka, pushing 4 wheels soaring on the asphalt road. Tram felt proud. Anyway, she abandoned the police car. She was out of Haiduang when she did not know. Haiduang today is different from Haiduang a few years ago. The streets are poor, there are no shops to open to welcome guests at night. Haiduang buried himself in a fascinating sleep after a few hours of hard. Cheka crossed the main street to make gravel rising. The permanent guard of the police at the end of the town was not as bustling as usual. The tree needs wood to block the town to consider when the paper did not understand when it was withdrawn. Tram drove over. A snap later, the giant car crossed her car, then turned into the deep night. She felt embarrassed. It turned out that while so scared, she was autistic that the police was monitored by the police. Tram breathed. She has not been exposed yet. She hit the last cigarette in the cigarette in which Van Bin left. Feeling from Haiduang City, 20 kilometers, suddenly she saw 2 other headlights in the rearview mirror. Maybe the car's car down to do sun change the wind. But there is no reason. There is no reason to go to the beach in the sweet cold season. She shuddered. The cold ending wind made her unknown and became terrible. Through the expanded glass box, each cold wave rushed into the car like tiny knives to cut her face and hand skin. Her tiny and glossy teeth hit each other. Her hand hugged the steering wheel seemed to be released and numb. She suddenly regretted not carrying warm feathers. This phase stream is not different from the thread just now. The phase of the night car running on Haiphong Street often encountered. Why is she trembling? This time, she had traced the cold invading her body. The cold was not due to the weather but from the soul secreted, a vast cold like the sea, the cold of the organs of the people about to be threatening to life. The 6th official let her know the danger near. The rear car launched crazy on the straight line. Like the machine, Tram Tong added a gasoline station. His eyes did not leave the needle speed. 80, 100, 120 needles stop at number 2 as timid, as if they did not want to inch more. Why? Perhaps the needle advised her not to continue to launch quickly. 125. Tram kicked more. 135. 145. 150. She has never drove as fast as today. And she never had the courage to go to the network like today. But as fast as she ran, the next car was close to her. The yellow light flushed into the rear of the brooch, making Tram not see the front. She tried to cling to the steering wheel, but somehow her hands refused to follow the orders of the nerves. Her eyelids were heavy, an invisible finger crushed her eyes. Then naturally, as if a mysterious bird was taken back to the past, she recalled the days of teenager, moments of hugging and passionate body of Van Bin, and of other chaotic boys she had met in thunderstorm life. The sound of the Dharma in the explosion burst into the explosion of the landslide. Tram felt like everything around her was exploding into dust. She forgot that she was driving with a self-transport speed of 150 km per hour on a dangerous journey. She forgot the car of Haiduang police was about to touch Bilatop's innocent Cheka car. She forgot everything in the world. Gradually forgot Van Bin. Forgot the night she was able to enjoy the flesh of life. Her heart stopped beating. Her breathing did not puff the cute nose and her breasts straight, full of sexy. Tram went to the other world. There is no trees in the front nor a light pole. This field is not filled with water. The newly cut rice plants, and the original route. Cheka was angry like a skating across an area of over 200 meters long without obstacles. Cheka hit the solid green stone wall. Large rocks collapsed. Losing, Cheka turned around. 4 wheels turned to the sky. Gasoline splashed, but the car was not burned, including the strange. But the most strange is the body of Tram. She waved on the car cushion. Her whole body was not wounded by a broken glass and the locomotive was crushed. The head of Haiduang Police Department commanded the hunting person to illuminate the lights strongly on the front door, while belonging to the tablet of the body of Tram's body out of the car. Her mouth also smiled nostalgic. Perhaps her last thought was for the beautiful spy. Because in the secret command, he had to stop the Cheka carrying Tram and the scientist Bilatop. But Van Bin as well as Bilatop are great. Who kidnapped Bilatop? Cage. That is the difficult question. Bilatop was tied up. Van Bin was not a craft in the profession. Tram's room in Bin Din Kwanton did not have a trace of a conflict, even though it was a small conflict. So all the third secret hand entered. The hypothesis of the communist police and Bilatop self-rescued to whip on the side. Who is the third hand? The pendulum clock hangs on the wall. Zhao Deng sighed. Tram was. The eating jar also sighed. It is unexpected. Before doing, I thought carefully. At first, I was going to protect her, but after all, I could not sacrifice her. Want to bring Bilatop to the trot is no longer planned than the Tiger Li Sun. I have to use Tram to make the cat's mouth. Beating 10 meals, they must definitely chase, and not the police often chased but one of the anti-communist anticipants. When we rushed into my pool of oil, the car was overturned. Experience said that no car runs more than 50 kilometers an hour without falling with a large puddle of 200 liters. The case here is the police car. Police vehicles hunt people ever run under 100, huh bro? But also Tram. Do you believe she died before being arrested? I was close to the button. They only ordered Cheka's chase after their first car was enlightened near the Duong Bridge. At that time, Tram passed away from Haiduang. The poison impregnated in cigarettes for her to smoke has a fairly strong impact. She will stop breathing before falling into their hands. Meaning that before the car had an accident, Tram had stopped breathing, and she no longer knew pain. Although I still have a bit, just a little, the affection for Tram. Perhaps I said it was right. Maybe he did not know Tram loved me. She loved me right after meeting me for the first time. Her love is not a one-night physical love. When she is satisfied, it is not the love of the 20s. She loved me honestly. She was not foolish, because I told her that she could not respond to her true love, because of the ties of the action life. But she replied that she just needed to know if I love her or not. She did not need to know how later. I compared the light weight between her and Bilatop. We do not love Bilatop, but he deserves to be protected more than Tram dozens of times. So I had to sacrifice her to catch Bilatop. He thought, if necessary, he and I were willing to sacrifice his life, then Tram sacrificed was also normal. Fuang Kai-an was arrested for the patriotic movement will be shocked. As for her, she was alone. I did not object to his actions, but I felt regret that we had not thought about how to save her. The onions cannot be. If Tram did not drive to Dusun, I could not catch Bilatop. The police surrounded the 4 sides. Tram could not return to Hanoi with him and me. We also cannot allow her to pick her in the middle of the road. Try to ask for her near Haiduang and where to take her. Not only Lam Wei, even the welcome people were killed. The whole organization will be shaken. In case she was arrested alive, even more disastrous. Well, rather use her to do anesthetic to sleep the opponent. Rem on him, but the sacrifice of 2 tram only meant when he grasped Bilotop. Over here. The content did not finish. He hit the diem chom more cigarette. Up to now, he took a breath on 10 cigarettes. He continued, his voice slowly, the life of the brothers and sisters in the organization, sometimes for the common interests, sometimes because they did not want them to fall into the enemy's hands, we had to sacrifice. That is not I don't know. But he was in my position that was awkward. Sacrifice 2 tram, but the work did not move any steps, I had to bear the responsibility. Responsibility for failure. He was clear that I was not allowed to fail. And 2 tram, broke in this glue. Now losing 2 tram always lost Bilotop. Do you see our danger yet? Eat the bottle and sit still. In his life, he was not for the first time he was in a dilemma, but he always passed away and occupied the last victory. The newspaper profession is of course a job that needs plots, need martial arts, need more virtues than any other profession on earth, but say that is not the luck not to occupy the decisive part. Luck is one of the success factors of spying. Sometimes the eyes were blindly lingering in the dark night silent, suddenly a lightning appeared, and suddenly the espionage found the solution. Dung also sat silently, his hand held open the sound button, selected a funny music. But he did not see forever. The female Russian spokesman in the machine kept speaking forever. It was a radio play. The story happened in Germany before the Nazi party surrendered. The drama came to the thrilling section. A SSSS catching a communist young man. This young man escaped. Then peace re-established, he returned. Whenever mentioning the Nazi police, the role of drama cursed badly. Rowling shook his head. The time I know. Do you forget that when we were adventurous to Dong Ba Lin? Back then I had to play the role of the deaf and dumb old man. Deaf and dumb to not have to speak German. Why did you ask me that? No, I thought of Nguyen Doan's last words before being shot dead. When I heard the delegation, I kept thinking that I was good at German, wanting to report to the police to surround the 4 sides for me to escape, but tonight heard Der Polizei in the radio. I had a slightly strange feeling. Polizei. Das ist für du. Oh, why is the group using German? Of course, as if remembering something, Van Bin patted his forehead. Well, he understands. Polizei. Der Polizei. Das ist für du. The police came to arrest him. Every 30 seconds, the actor in the radio play mentioned Der Polizei in the vicious voice. Van Bin turned off the bar. The room was completely silent again. Zhao Deng muttered oddly words in German. Suddenly he stood back. A lightning flashed in his head. Perhaps a person who plotted the mind like Nguyen Doan just told him like that. Must be. Zhao Deng shouted. I'm guess correctly. Certainly, the delegation wanted to use this sentence to give back a secret, and also to protect the secret, so he sewn himself from the floor of Fudong Hospital to the Tuyun brickyard. Perhaps the delegation wants us to pay attention to Din Fuck. Why did he guess that the delegation wanted to think of Din Fuck? Nin Fuck was an employee in the movement. The reason for hearing the Der Polizei, I think of Din Fuck because there is der with the word d at the beginning like din, and the sound of Polizei, there is p like fuck. Why do the delegation have to use German? Using a French sentence with the letter d and p is more likely to understand because the delegation is more fluent in French than German. Din Fuck is very good at German. And also because he wanted to refer to Din Fuck with his German-speaking talent, the group used German. It is also suspicious because I've never believed him so far. He is a double spy, both for us and to make the second room of France. So far, his work has nothing wrong. I am not sure if he is completely stomached with me or to France, so he has not assigned directly an important work to him. Fuck is familiar with the delegation. Quen, because he is in the same division with the delegation. Tram, Van Bin's question is like a 100-pound dumbbell in Tru Dung's head. He darkened his nose to the side. The truth is so easy to understand that he keeps swimming in and out. Van Bin asked, Sal bro. Do you two know each other? Ha, bro. Both Din Fuck and Tu Tram graduated from the Russian language course in Mak Tu Koa. Where is his house? T rolled the writing table, pulled out a drawer to a large Hanoi map, spread on the floor. He took the red pencil bricked in Kim Lean area, Din Phuc's house. A few minutes later, Van Bin jumped 3 steps down the stairs. The black paint of Dr. Trudung is still hot, the key is in the switch. Van Bin opened the driving machine smoothly to the gate. The car turned to the east door to Hang Bong, went to the south gate flower garden, and then straightened the line to the south. Hanoi capital went to sleep earlier. It was over 1 o'clock at night. The political and metropolitan meetings shouted to the usual island that were disbanded before midnight. This time is the time of sin, if not the time of the battles, the fighting between international spy organizations. Din Phuc's house is about 200 meters away. He walked through a vast villa. Under the moonlight, patchy lime walls, moldy, seemingly not painted for many years. A wide yard ran deep inside, after the fence of the head as high as the head. The trees were overgrown, the house did not see clearly on the street because the old body was so big that the two hugged them. Not a light. He did not believe Din Phuc beat Bilatop and brought it back. He only hoped he saved a few traces or suspicious papers to lead him to the purpose. Night interconnection metal light is almost none. Tit far away, near the new electric train station, there is an electric pole with a small, weak grove, sinking under the pale moonlight. The cold night wind blows through the black trees, jerking the stubborn dry leaves that have not fallen. This gate is old, cramped, iron trees pierced on top. Zhao Deng said that Din Phuc's villa has 2 fierce flat greasy, specializing in biting strangers. Fortunately, the wind blows backwards, so the 2 dogs have not sniffed him. He left the massive iron gate, lowered, hooked in his pants pocket that was rudimentary but firm. Shooting pistol was more talented, he also shot archers and more talented rubber. Need to cover the fierce dogs from afar, he often used light aluminum plants. Shoot dogs with Na is also a subject taught in spy school in Minnesota, and the anti-cockroach field at Fort Holabird, these 2 schools in the U.S. The Fort Holabird antagonist in Baltimore investigates a small steel bullet, withdrawing in a car bearing 20 meters away. A bullet did not kill but was enough to make the dog unconscious for a moment. That is both faster and more humane. Just protecting the secret. The next morning, the owner would not know the villa was searched, and the pair of dogs holding the house was shot down. More convenient than using guns. With a gun with a bar, in the blink of an eye, the other 2 dogs will die and not cry out, but that will leave traces. Viet Bin Din God looks through the gate. The wind still blows the fence. Van Bin knelt on 1 foot on the grass, just like the athlete the Yun on the white line was about to bung. He raced 100 yards. His left hand gripped the 3-handed man, his right hand holding the cowhide wrapped back and pulled backwards for the 2-car rubber strings to stretch. Long on the living room of the villa. Hit the head, it was unconscious, but it was important to the other. He picked up a small pebble thrown into the garden. Like the machine, the flat stood up. The opportunity to wait, Van Bin dropped the steel ball, shouted. The ball flew across the iron door. Van Bin clearly saw that the flat bachelor of victory staggered for a minute in the corridor, after being shot in the middle of the forehead. Then the dog fell, silent, completely silent. This silence made him hesitant. Monster, Zhao Deng said that Din Phuc raised 2 flats, why did he see one? Where is the other? T having rushed now, he was not allowed to subtract any more. He slipped his hand, pushing the gate. The gate is open inside. He slipped in, a large mass of meat in order to head like the wind. The second flat. He dodged to the side and then kneaded on the ground. The heavy body on a weight of the giant dog loses his head. If he hit it, at least he was unconscious and then only a few authors then the flat-trained man who was trained he would bite his neck until he died. Do not dare to despise, he collected the gate, waiting for the second attack of the shocking. Unlike the ordinary dog holding dogs, this flat shamit does not bark ran to report the owner. It stood up the front legs, tall, fierce, tailed, calm. It seemed to be familiar with this murder. 3-meter way of riding, it stopped. He saw clearly the rear leg it shrunk, its tail pulled high. He inhaled a lot of oxygen into the lungs, causing the muscles to stretch, his stomach folded, quietly waiting for the murderer to buck it. Huo also corset deep school students, he learned how to kill dogs without using weapons. Kill with bare hands. Similar to the way of fighting with empty-handed soldiers, the Marine soldiers have to be amazed. Therefore, he waited for the dog to grab his neck. Kumquat right away, the flat-shaped barrier went to the gate. Meanwhile, Van Bin leaned up. His left hand squeezed the muzzle to prevent him from crying, his right hand blocking the throat of the dog. A small sound out. The whole body of a flat, gradually softened. The inside is still quiet. Van Bin broke into the corridor. Partly because the guy's shoe was succeeded, partly because the corridor spread the base of the coconut shell, the sound of his shoes did not make the sound. Din Fuck does not live here. Or is it just a hanging lock to deceive those who are curious? According to experience, he knew that inside the large villas rarely close the door. Or the door upstairs or the lower door is open, or sloppy. The result was not wrong. The door of the book leaf from the kitchen to the above house was just opened. Floor surface is flat. Van Bin grew his tongue, widened his left leg. Wait a minute later, not suspiciously he entered. Half dark room half light, the moonlight outside shines on the dim rays, not enough for him to see the furniture. The furniture seems simple, probably the dining room should have a long table, around the chair, but the listing is probably many people have just pulled sitting, or the dinner has not yet finished cleaning. He opened the door to the living room. Like the dining room, the decoration is nothing special. There was another room only 3 rooms below. He opened the note. Also seeing nothing, except for a ping-pong table neatly placed in the middle of the whole 2 rubber rackets. The villa has been built for a long time, so the wooden staircase is creaking at his feet, although he is very preserved. There are 3 rooms on the ground floor. At first, he visited the office, with a quality table full of paper books. He pulled the door to cover the door and twisted the light. The cozy light radiates as if to repel cold air at night. Van Bin Luke compartment. All are stories in many foreign languages. He looked at the shelf. Also foreign novels, most in English and German. And the bust of the white plaster marks. He pulled the seat and jerked the pink piece of paper. This piece of paper is a story of a story. On the cover, only a few lines of handwriting with blue ink. Under the lights, the words caught Van Bin's eyes. Thank you for moving the heel of knock to visit the relaxation. Now that I rummaged through, please sit still, don't rely on and raise your hand out of your head. Ta-ta, Din Fuck Bin feels bitterly dry in the throat. He had never lost this time. Billatop, the piece of food was picked up to the mouth but was taken away. Then it was his turn to bring his body into the tiger cave to tear the body. However, he still did not lose his temper. Put the piece of paper on the table, he threaded his right hand into the shirt, holding the gun ready under the armpits. But his hand only touched the cool steel lane of the gun. An arrogant laugh from the corner of the room rang, accompanied by a firm voice. Hand down. Put your hand down, otherwise this bullet will explode. Chapter 9. Still the sound earlier. The colleague. Invite colleagues to stand up and return. In front of him were 2 muscular people, like him and also speaking North. Both of them dressed in cadre, high-necked shirt, elephant leg pants with Nam Din khaki fabric, arms with guns, throat pointed at his stomach. The paragraph said, the friend did not expect us to welcome this solemnly. I praised, but you should also watch out. Are you contented? Eat the bottle without response. Older name in. The many of you are wise, suspicious of sesame a litter. Do you think we are not the first thing that you come here to take back Billatop? Van Bin pretended to be surprised. What you catch Billatop? Again. But, as I just said, you should watch. I'm going to die but still old. I asked Tud to give him good. We could not keep him living ideal that you were not contrary to our purpose. If you have the same purpose as me, why are you tricking and threatening to kill? We are not his enemies, but if he let him live, he will know who commanded Billatop to catch Billatop. That is less beneficial but much harmful. Do you understand? The reason we explained clearly, so that he would go down to the golden stream to resentment. We are the second room staff here. Our 2 organizations are allies, each signed a secret exchange agreement. Killing me is a violation of the agreement. He is no longer on this earth. Who opposed the violation for him? Well, it's time. We do the duty. Don't be angry. They look at them about to kill a friend in the profession, the same ideal, but casually as drinking a glass of wine, whoever witnesses must shiver. Van Bin immediately knew that they were professional hands considered cheap lives like duckweed, even the lives of the people they did not hate. However, could he surrender so foolishly? He used to escape death in many similar traps. The essential job is to find a way to extend the time, to think of the liberation. The first answered, "No, don't kill here. He forgot that we are active in the enemy. He will be awarded to another place. Don't be afraid. No pain. Just a second. I shoot very sweet." But with the condition that he obeyed. Weakness by resistance. T in the second ad. You should remember this is a reluctant thing. Thank you too. Well, in the two brothers, who is Din Fuck? The two shook their heads. The young man responded first. In Munich being away, but he would come here to find Bilatop. Din Fuck asked us not to find Bilatop. Now Bilatop has surpassed the border. He tried to fight a psychological blow, although he knew it was hopeless. You are Vietnamese like me and sell Bilatop to the second room. If I am not mistaken, you are also a person who dislikes the Hanoi government. This spy job also has feelings. After saying that, he put his hand to signal the young man. Looking first and after seeing the chance of escaping, Van Bin had to delay another minute. I asked you another question. A last question. Kiem K postponed troops to escape. Okay, we are willing to please him. Just one more sentence. In the afternoon, he let go down to the underworld from resentment. He's about to be back. Van Bin has grasped the value of the sentence blurting. Later, Din Fuck will come here. He still hopes to win Bilatop. He immediately said, "No, I don't want to ask anything. I only asked you to if I had to use a knife, then please hit the heart to remove the dying for a long time. And if using guns." T Young Cunning. "No, we will use guns. Shoot at the heart." Van Bin replied. The Tai Duong died faster. What else to ask for? Please smoke the last cigarette. The young name looks at the old man. The old man nodded. Sucking. Take it fire. I will hit the gun for. Because he had to withdraw the match, he had to put his handgun on the table. The old man stepped back into the corner of the room, about 5 steps from Van Bin. The disgusting gun was still heading directly to his stomach, ready to release a 9mm bullet. He regretted his beloved gun was deprived. Now only 2 empty hands. But it would be better to use both hands than obediently giving the intestine bullets. Yes, just wait for the young man to stoop the fire for him. In fact, he was not so stupid because he was slightly tilted, leaving Van Bin's stomach for the old arrow gun to be easily shot, and while putting the match on Van Bin's lips, his eyes did not leave him for a tenth of the snap. Van Bin pretended to lit his mouth on the fire but tried to give the head of the cigarette out to force the young man to pay the main point to the burning match. As fast as cutting, the guy raced to the side to avoid the old arrow gun and grabbed the bead of the young man's face. The whole body of the young man covered his gun, turned into a bare carpentry for him. His hand broke the enemy's hand behind him, and his left hand hardly hardened the enemy's belt, according to an extremely effective position. The young man with a locked man did not dare to stir. The old man took the gun to run around to shoot Van Bin. But Van Bin was equally fast. The old man ran to the carpentry, man, turned around there, and every time he changed his position, once the young man moaned in pain. Must let go of him right away, otherwise I shot. I released him. Later, the brothers also shot me to death. It would be better to wait for him to shot and die. I will not torture. Weakly. Van Bin smirked. You kept shooting. T pressing the cat and mouse to continue 2 minutes. Van Bin revolved around the room to avoid the muzzle, and tried to pull the young man close to the wall, trying to escape to the next room. Here, he came close to the door. He threw the open door. The whole force into his arm. He launched the mock. To the front, the part of the body jumped into the empty door frame. But in life, who learned the word doubt? This room is where the second room spy hidden for many days, so the orange peel and banana peel indiscriminate on the floor. Van Bin set foot on the pile of slimy and slipped. That unfortunate gesture made him lose 10 precious clock. Do not win. The second is the second, the third player, The oil is very poorly shot because the target is too close. Van Bin could not run away. He was only waiting for death. The second gun exploded. Through the head of Tan, he heard the sound of the set, but weirdly did not die. He was startled to see the old man who just shot him and fell back. The young man before he could sit up another shot hit his face. Zhao Deng wears a black velvet mask leaving only bright eyes and a steel mouth. Zhao Deng laughed. Su almost. After saying that, Zhao Deng closed the door tightly. Van Bin said, in the coming back. Slowly, I lost my life. Rolling the gun into the leather case. I arrived earlier as I made an appointment with him. Unfortunately, the car was broken along the way. Must steal the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to keep up. Suddenly he said, what's body, where are you going to take it? I'd peace of mind. There are brothers outside. 2 masks ran in. According to Trudong, they carried the body from the room to the garden to put in the black car, driving to the door. This car is one of Din Puk's cargo trucks. The phone suddenly rang. Zhao Deng looked at Van Bin silently. Van Bin signaled for Zhao Deng to lift the headphones and apply it to his ears. Din Puk's voice. Zong yet. T rolling the blindness of the pipe to say differently and replied, Zong. At the end of the string, Din Fuk ha. Before lowering the machine, Din Fuk also ordered that within 15 minutes he would return and at home to take care of the arrangement. Set what? He did not say clearly. In the darkness, Van Bin saw a skinny shadow, wearing a black hat, sitting in front of the steering wheel, and his mouth fertile cigarettes. Din Puk's appearance seems calm and deliberately. He followed Din Puk's car suction in front of the mansion gate and turned inside. He shrugged, breathing in an interesting way. As soon as he walked into the feathers, a cold gun was close to his hips, accompanied by a gentle, intimate voice. He Mr. Din Fuk. Invite him to raise his hand. Zhao Deng hooked the gun 6 hidden under the waist of Din Fuk Kai to turn the lights, pointing to the armchair told him to sit. Din Puk's eyes widened in a fear. He said first, brother. The eldest brother. Realizing but not knowing what the real name is. Isn't it, the friend of the second French room? In Fuk protested, we are not enemy sheep, you should not treat me badly. But he arbitrarily broke. He sold Nguyen Don to Pham Lin of the antagonistic Hanoi. But that does not mean that I betrayed. I did not sell the group to the anti-cockroach, then he lost him before. He forgot that Pham Lin knew that Phong Tien Break was the headquarters of the movement. I'd rather let me use the delegation as a bait to catch Billatop, and let the delegation have the opportunity to choose death honored at the hospital Fudon rather than death in the gathering camp of Nok Market or in front of the gun. Again, but the price was so kind that Con Diem was killed. I did not kill Diem. Chin Van Bin stood upstairs to the Hua Bin Hotel to kill Dao Dao. Van Bin threw down a knife to liberate Diem from the enemy's torture after he brought Diem to the antimicrobial Hanoi. If the anti-cockroach did not catch it, so we had to sacrifice Diem. Because he requested, I just accepted the role of this reactional double spy. For many months now, I have not done anything to do anything, so I did nothing, so who killed Fanhua at Bin Din Kwanton? Where do you keep? If you forgive me, I will return Billatop. He let me release me and I would like to return Billatop tonight. You give me the address, I will call the person to tell the Billatop here. Done, I will release him. Release Billatop to let him kill me. Zhao Deng gritted his teeth. I should not refuse because if I refused, I forced my heart to kill him. The crazy painting I refused. The reason I was cautious because in the past time I was completely honest with him, he was considered betrayed by him. Between spy experts, I would like to say that my oil is more honest, he still does not forgive me. The case is that if you want to send me to the alliance, why did you kill my 2 trusted staff? Do not act anymore, Mr. Din Fuk. I took action to revenge. His staff plotted to kill Van Bin. His staff is not as polite as I treated him. They ambushed Van Bin in a cowardly way. Listening to me, Van Bin came here not to carry weapons, with the intention of negotiating with him. Song just arrived, Van Bin was shot down. Even though he healed his emotions very well, Zhao Deng also had his proud and refreshing eyes. However, Din Fuk pretended to sigh, the past also because of misunderstandings. I would like to bear your condition, but why? Amazing clock of Zhao Dong was enough to help Din Fuck rob the advantage. His right foot was hitting Zhao Dong's gun holding. The gun splashed to the ground. A sneak of clock later, Din Fuck jumped into Zhao Dong, and a waxing leaf wax with his hand took place. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Dong excited Din Fuck. Din Fuck Tone grabbed Zhao Dong's gun, but a powerful charge made the gun fly into the corner. Located below, Din Fuck Din used a dangerous atomy blow by Nhu Dao, Zhao Dong, but Zhao Dong was not a mediocre martial artist, so he was removed. The two continued to hold each other's position. Zhao Dong sat on the top but did not capture the upper hand because the arm was still stuck in the terrible lock of Din Fuck. The outcome of Zhao Dong was shot by Din Fuck. Din Fuck leaned up. Zhao Dong Phi body again took the gun. His hand had just grasped the grip. Din Fuck blocked the shoe sole and his face stone in Tru Dong's stomach. Despite sitting down, Zhao Dong could still use the poison to break Din Fuck's leg. Both fall, but Zhao Dong has gained advantage. A series of punches like heaven in the face, chest Din Fuck made him dark face, put his head in the corner. Zhao Yujun brushed his shirt, looking at Din Fuck disdainfully. But Zhao Dong was wrong. The loss of Din Fuck is just a unique design. Zhao Dong had just arrived at the head of the open room when Din Fuck leaned on the person to pick up the gun on the floor. The dynamic, Zhao Dong returned. On the mouth of Din Fuck flashed an arrogant smile. In this time, my turn to own. Bid his friend turned his back. Elder brother, before he died, I need to clear it from the beginning to the end. I put him in the circus. I am not loyal to him, as well as with Pham Lin, but to the second room. In fact, I was just loyal to money. The second room pays me a lot of money, so I cooperated with them. And they asked me to plan to destroy Mr. Hoang's organization here. Ha, ha, on the papers of Mr. Hoang is the ally of the second room. Next time, being reincarnated as a human being, I would like to advise him not to enter intelligence, and especially not to kill the Chinese. Meet anyone who resisted was killed immediately, killing without mourning. Like me here. The rotation turned to the counterattack but could not keep up. Din Fuck smiled faintly, shooting 3 times. First played the heart, Zhao Dong fell down. The shirt of the guy dyed red blood. He approached the spit of the saliva in Zhao Dong's body, then dribbled into a car. So far, no one escaped from his extraordinary gun within 20 meters. Over here Tru Dong was only 6 meters away from him. See who he is, but he shrugged straight. Knowing that a dead face was not important, and his adventure kidnapped Bilatop to monopolize the horrible secrets that could give him a sight. He had to face Bilatop right away, because maybe a third person did not come to the upper hand. His heart was bustling in unprecedented arrogance. With a strategy, he has eradicated the 2 dangerous spies of Mr. Hoang that the entire North Vietnamese anti-cockroach agency had suffered. Second room. The upper level agreed to leave him from Hanoi through France. Over the past 2 years, he has deposited at a Swiss bank of 200,000 US Kim. With that money, he was spoiled for playful, spoiled for the most beautiful female elements in Europe in the most sensational nightclubs. He just pulled the car out of the gate when Tru Dong stood up in the house. Zhao Dong stretched his shoulders as strong as never, working hard. He looked at no one who dared to think that 1 minute he had been killed by 3 bullets. The fight between Tru Dong and Din Fuck was just a skillful ton. Zhao Dong staged the scene to deceive the old fox Din Fuck. In fact, Dong is a high art martial arts hand, Hai Din Fuck has a weapon in his hand. So he deliberately stood close to his gun. For a skilled martial artist, just leaning is to rob the gun, but Din Fuck does not have enough. Battle. Zhao Dong threw a gun near Din Fuck, then turned his back to wait for him to defeat him. As expected, Fuck was trapped. When falling, Zhao Dong was afraid that the enemy would bend down to observe the wound that made his plan expose. Fortunately, Din Fuck is an arrogant child, and if he bent down, he is still mistaken as usual because the bubble of the envy with a red ink hidden behind the shirt dyed Tru Dong's chest. He changed the fake number table, still waiting for him in the grove of black trees. Looking towards Hanoi, Tru Dong also saw the taillights of Cheka. Tru Dong drove. He did not open the backquote phase, and selected a fast speed nor slower than Din Phuc's car. Just pressing the station, Zhao Dong silently praised the judgment of the demon to enter the god of Van Bin. He refused to lie in the trunk like the dark in Billatop. This time, he lay behind, on the mattress. Because Cheika cars are tall clams, the front seat is quite long from the back seat. Van Bin can lie on his back, his legs shrink without fear of revealing. Cheika launches like racing on the road. After a while, the car of Dr. Trudong. Driving zigzag for a long time, Din Phuc ran into a large mansion no less than Kim Lean Villa. This villa stood towering on Li Thuong Kiet Street, about 50 meters from the Northern Police headquarters. Cheika wheels grinding stones. Din Phuc turned off the lights, opened the door. Looking through the chair, the switch was still. Van Bin knew Din Phuc was still going, so he did not follow. Besides, he wanted to give this drama for Trudong. He would appear in a thrilling screen. Last screen. The screen had a Billatop rocket. Black is tight, so it must be observant to know there is light. The person who waited for Din Phuc was a foreigner than a million-taller head. This nose has grown more and more on the skinny face like two crossroads, adding thick white glasses. Strangers wearing black felt. On the head, the whole hat is big. He asked Din Phuc in French, his voice, "Why did you come now?" Din Pham replied, "I were kept by them." That Pham Lin, is that concrete? No, the movement. So, what are the floods? How, have all paid all? And, my 2 employees in Kim Lean Villa were killed. The movement waited for me to kill, fortunately I robbed the gun to die. That's why I came slowly. My presence here is an almost crazy daring act. He probably knew this was so important, so I missed all the principles of primary security to see him. My face, everyone knows in Hanoi, and the police did not leave me half a step. If you leave a trace. No, I was absolutely careful. I also temporarily relieved. Now come to Billatop. I injected mesaline for him. The drug begins to punish. Let's go to his room now. Outside, Trudong went around behind, listening to the lock. In Phuc rubbed his hand. His face was happy. No, not. This house is far away from the road for more than 100 yards, located in the security area of the police, so there is no guard. Because of that, I chose this place to detain Billatop. Hanoi police have ever doubted that Billatop was imprisoned a few dozen meters from their office. In the evening, he was also sure that they would fall in the net at Kim Lean. Foreigners only Billatop, said. He awakened. He asked me to go to the bed. Billatop lost the inherent handsome beauty. It was as cold as cutting his intestine and his forehead was stinking, the effect of serum truth won. He breathed hard as if he was quite heavy on his chest. Billatop's hands stretched on the side, his eyes closed, the long hair was not cared for, but the smell of Chanel perfume was still subtle. Truly, a special serum. When injected, the victim must declare the truth under the pressure of the drug. This serum was used by spies to recover the enemy's testimony that all tortures were helpless. In order for their employees to get out of their dreams under the pressure of serum de l'Antiquité, many spies have given them to their getting used to that chemical. At first he opened only half and closed. Din Phuc had to call his name again. This time his eyes opened, but his eyes became lethargic, losing the daily cleverness of the atomic scientist writing, having contributed to the creation of artificial satellite. The serum truth is tormenting the nerves of the scientist. Din Phuc here. Din Phuc still played that 2 trams house. Billatop blinked his eyelids to understand. Din Phuc continued. You heard it clearly. Give it clearly. And it must be true. Lying is life-threatening. Do you understand? Billatop nodded again. Din Phuc continued. Well, I asked you nothing difficult. Things that he knows every day. Where are the plans about the plan? Nyat plan is a plan to build a rocket in the north of the 17th parallel. This plan is kept safely in iron cabinets. Where is the iron? Number SDAMPJNRBKGF, and number 18695. Is the automatic self-canceling part? Where is this part attached? 1 as well as radio. Iron cabinets containing documents are aligned and self-destruct. Strangers touched, the alarm rang, or asphyxiation, or shot, and the document will be burned, automatically. There are 2 self-destruct parts, one outside in the black copper statue on the safe. In the navel, the statue has a small button. Pressing the new lock open will see 5 red buttons. Press the 3rd button from the left to the newly opened cabinet. The other 4 buttons are all brakes. Touching the brake button, the document will burn ashes, nothing else. Besides, Dinfuck is strange. Dinfuck also works there. I still know I work there, but I don't know what the password tonight. Do you forget that every day and night passwords are changed? Where is the overall construction plan in Eastern European countries? Where? I don't know. Foreigners signal to Dinfuck. Dinfuck turned off the Sony's phone and was recording the testimony of Bilotop. The foreigner withdrew in the glossy box of vultures so that at the end of the bed to the needle and brown pipe. This is a drug that solves the effects of serum truth. Van Bin still pasted himself trying between 2 layers of seats. Cheka turned to Ha Dong again. 10 minutes later, Dinfuck stopped the car in front of the first guard of the military area, the workplace of the missionary delegation of the rocket. Oong, stoi, someone, standing. Chapter 10. Dinfuck had just drove out of the gate when the foreigner removed the plastic band in the machine and took out the bar, put it in a flat leather box, and pulled the blanket up to Bilotop's neck. He built his back to the door with Zhao Deng standing. Zhao Deng threw his hands in his pocket, leisurely appeared. His mouth was in French. Well, him. The foreigner was startled, trying to draw guns, but Zhao Deng laughed. Do not resist again. It's slow. The foreigner shrugged, pulled out his hand and asked, his voice calmly, astonishing, he disappeared. I could come back. Why can't? But please forget the gun in the wrap. The foreigner turned around. His eyes looked straight at Tru Deng's black velvet mask. He, Mr. Elder, of the movement. Zhao Deng leaned hello, as the actor greeted the audience on the stage. Yes, me, greeting Mr. Robert Fran. Robert Fran could not hide confused. Why do you know I'm Robert Fran? He is the respectable economic attaché in the General Representative, who knows? Thank you. He allowed me to ask a question. If I were not mistaken, he was shot by Dinfuck 3 hit his heart. Yes, I was hit by my heart. But, you are so smart. The paperhead is not it. Must too. If I shoot him, he never was fooled so stupid. The person has 5, 7 people, who is like anyone, sir. Because Dinfuck was stupid, I used to take advantage of him to follow here, to him. I did not expect Dinfuck to be so unknown. I don't worry. The next time he was no longer as uncomfortable as this time. The men killed him. Of course. And you kill me. He not. Not because he was afraid of revenge, but because he had not harmed us first. He and I were all allies that I dared to kill him. So he put his hand in the pocket of the trigger. He be an example by presenting the gun in the table. And please don't forget me as a champion. I are the representative of the second room in the north of Vietnam, not a mediocre employee, so I said it was a promise. After saying that, Fran took out the gun and dropped it to the ground. Zhao Deng stone Mouser into the corner of the room, pulling his hand out of his pocket. Fran said, the gun in his pocket. Zhao Deng laughed and gracefully, what there is a gun in his pocket? I was scared earlier so I put my hand in pants for warmth. Playing a painful pain, Fran dumbfounded. If he knew Zhao Deng had no guns, he would give in obediently. Fran gritted his teeth. I'm very good. But you should not rush. Now we are empty. If we need to defend me, I am not so mediocre. I came here with the intention of making up, as evidenced by me not to bring weapons. If he did not want to kill him, he still wanted to fight with his hand and did nothing. Again, I came here with goodwill, that's all. What is the communal house? We don't ask him much. He just needed to return Bilotop, then he was released immediately. The freedom right away. I did not expect Mr. Sin to be so funny. Do you think I'm a prisoner now? He is my prisoner. I will escape now to you. Saying that, Fran approached Zhao Deng, and said, the Fi he was better at martial arts. I just raised his hand to admire the good. Zhao Deng held the statue of the plaster naked on the cupboard placed on the cupboard for Fran to see before he pulled down the table. Incout you to see me. He descended next to his hand. The hard-working iron statue was broken, and the dust flew. Fran pale. He changed to a calm voice. The work of his work has reached a high level, I admire. Yes, please use a cup of wine. This is Mach 10 Cordon Bleu 3 new stars sent from Bin Sang. Without waiting for Zhao Deng to agree, Fran opened the new bottle of wine. He opened the drawer to get the glass. But he pulled out a glossy Mouser. As fast as cutting, Zhao Deng put his hand in his pocket. An emerging sound sounded. The bullet was shot through his pants, touching Mouser. Robert Fran dropped the gun to the room. Zhao Deng shouted, "I'm further steps, I will shoot death." In the second light, the bullet poked over the head of Fran's head and a stretched hair. Fran rolled his eyes. That he was an honorable person, he doubted that he hid the guns in his body. Zhao Deng smirked. Ho, the thief of the old lady met, it was not strange. Besides, for those who swallow the promise like him, what is the honor due? I said frankly he knew we were not going to kill him, although he ordered us to kill us to rob Bilatop. Documents about Bilatop, every intelligence needs, but carefully consider our Vietnamese people. This is part of our country, we have the right. The blood should have been paid for blood. Nguyen Doan died, Phan Hoa died, Tran Tin, Du Hoi, Con Diem died. I had the duty to take revenge on my comrades that Din Phuc as a couple spies sold to the enemy. But I think that doing so weighs only a separate enemy but lightweight. So we decided to kill Din Phuc without touching him. If the Department of Bears knew he lost this trip, he would lose his position, be summoned, delivered to the foot of the paper, clean the file in the office, but it would be better to work with his wife and children, to live with his wife and children. The hometown is better than losing the body here, right? Robert was silent, his face. Zhao Deng continued, his sweet voice. If he did not accept, forced me to kill him to win Bilatop. He died, his department was equally damaged. But if he agreed to his life, he was not fluttering, on the contrary, he would be informed of the results of the Bilatop case. I will approve if he transferred me a copy of the documents won by Bilatop. Agree. Mr. Hoang will send through the ball to his upper level. Can you wait for me within an hour for me to ask the ballet? Cannot. We have to operate urgently. Besides, I advised him not to use the postponement anymore. Because now, my friend killed Din Phuc. Fran sighed. We are the winner, I am the defeat, I have no way other than accepting his proposal. Zhao Deng laughed. We always consider him an ally. I have another offer that I believe he also approved. Now I ask him to help us to evacuate the scientist Bilatop out of Hanoi. Mang him from Hanoi is very difficult. The day as well as the night, the outskirts of the outskirts were all guarded. All vehicles are searched. In addition, the Marines are strictly controlling Dusun waters to find the submarine carrying Mr. Hoang. They mobilized Tenjiang Din to be equipped with state-of-the-art tools and 4 helicopters. Although he escaped from the checkpoints along the way to Dusun, he would be arrested. If he allows. Zhao Deng waved his hand. Did you advise me, right? Many of his kindness. I did not dare to rely on his multi-plotting brain, but only asked him to drive for the car. Robert Fran dumbfounded. He humiliated me too. If you need it, I will lend the driver, and give the car. Zhao Deng laughed. I don't dare to humiliate the attachment of the general representative. I asked him to drive because he was a consular employee, the right to move easily. Now it is not very easy, but at least freely drove at night out of Chao Tan. Since the day when Kai Kwok admitted that the green flower and supported the North Vietnamese stance, he was more free. He want me to drive. I did not believe that he foolishly stabbed Du Sun. When the last minute he will know. Fran sighed. He has not believed me. Accompanying him on this trip, he went to the submarine. I drove to Hanoi, how to show it. If it was exposed, he was only invited by the authorities to the aircraft within 24 hours, Tong to France. Besides, I did not believe that they went to him. Zhao Deng held the bottle of Mach 10 star wine to illuminate the light. The color of wine is clear, glittering like amber. He smiled at Fran, the delicious. For a long time, I have not had this special cordon bleu. Now let us have a glass together. Fran tried to hide his frustration on his face. He quietly opened wine, pouring into a crystal glass. Zhao Deng raised the glass, serious voice. The reputation of Mr. Hoang's representative in Hanoi, I wish the second room more victory. Knowing that he joked, Fran did not dare to grimace. He had to wish. The truth wishes the organization of Mr. Hoang Tong Kong. Fragrant wild wine. Two allies reluctantly sat drinking alcohol as if nothing had happened. Hearing the sound of the Russian soldier ordered to stop, Din Fuck poked his head to the car door, responding in Russian, "I." The soldier put on a gun on his shoulder, holding Din Fuck's special passport. Another person pointed Tiulin into the car, ready to stir. Get used to the solemn control format at the research center. Din Fuck did not look surprised. He is a semi-confidential staff of the center, so he often goes in night, and is granted a special passage, once a week. Recognizing Din Fuck, the lieutenant laughed. A paragraph, he ordered the soldier to return the papers to Din Fuck. The iron horizontal shield was highly lifted for Fuck to drive in. Through 3 electric barbed wire fences, Fuck stopped the car in front of the last guard. Here, he had to present the last passport, sign the import and export book and exchange password. Din Fuck parked on the large yard for the Joshin advisor, and walked to the standing room before going to the stairs at the mouth of the tunnel. The captain Sovi asked Din Fuck, what did he go to the office? Din Fuck lighter smoking, calmly, I have to go to the paper table, deputy head of Tifanov, translate the document of the document. Tifanovi has not ordered me. But Tifanovi told me in the evening. So he waited for me to call Tifanovi. Din Fuck sat down on the chair, empty chest pounding. The standing room lights light as daytime. The captain picked up the phone. Overlooking Fuck, only one soldier was lying on the cloth chair in the corner, reading the picture magazine. If Tifanovi answered, Fuck would be exposed. Want to escape him had to kill Captain Atemi. A bullet shot through the barrel of the bar will be able to cover the soldier who lies in the newspaper. However, the work will be broken. Din Fuck tried to hold on to the last hope. Tifanovi was alcoholic, every night was drunk. At this time, Tifanovi probably slept in the basement. Without listening to the answer, the captain cowhad, ho, calling for no one to speak up. Din Fuck Niem face. The captain has overcome the right to protect security at the center. I have submitted all the necessary documents. I will report to Comrade Starchy Politruk 1 about his demanding the secrets in the tunnel. 1. Russian. Politician. Russian soldiers are afraid of Starchy Politruk as a child who is afraid of him. Captain Chua Da because Din Fuck was right. He has the task of guarding, not allowed to question the reason for Din Fuck to the tunnel. Starchy Politruk will not forgive his attitude. Din Fuck continued. If he did not believe it, please follow me to the Tifanovi office. For a minute, the captain replied, that's fine. I brought comrades down. The officer quickly paved the way. Tiulin swayed under his armpits. The tunnel lines are charmed by Din Fuck like porridge. However, he had never been to Bilatop and Tifanov's room. Through the expectation of the forbidden area, a bearded soldier of Bong Tiulin hat stopped. Seeing the shadow of the captain, he did not bother to ask the password anymore. An iron door appears. The name of the captain pressed the electric button. The door was drifting to the side. Inside is a 15-meter long corridor, with 3 doors for A5, A7, A9. A5 is the office of Bilatop, A9 is by the deputy head of Tifanovi, A7 is a confidential document room. 2 people go to room A5. The captain was a meter before Din Fuck, a confident expression. When the captain walked across the A7 door, Din Fuck jumped behind him, using his hand to hit Atemi hit the neck. Atemi is a dangerous blow. Beating lightly, unconscious, and hard to die immediately. Din Fuck is not convenient. His Atemi piece is enough to kill the dream. The captain staggered to fall into the wall, the section lying on the ground, struggling like a fish beheaded. The first thing of Din Fuck is to cut the phone to eat with the room. He pulled out a grip of flat key, selecting the key of room A7. Half a minute later, he broke into the most secret area of the Soviet Research Center. It was a fairly large room, felt walls for noise to get out. The light of the tube light is permanent on the ceiling and in 4 corners of the room. In front of Din Fuck is an iron door deep in the wall. Another lock. Inside is a small corridor. Bright lights, 2 meters long. At the end is a giant safe, buried on the ground, concrete clinging around. Dinfuck cautiously removed the alarm and destroyed documents, twisting the word lock as Billatop revealed earlier. The door of the safe, wiped the oil thoroughly, opened it without hearing a small noise. Finally, Dinfuck pulled out a scissors, containing many boxes as big as a box of women's face cream. Every box is square, steel. On the lid of the red paper, printed the word, secret. These boxes contain television films. Take the secret document of the center. Dinfuck thought for a minute, body flowing basket on his face. Robert's instructions are also splashed in the ears. The film boxes are numbered from 001 onwards. From 001 to 010 is a document that does not matter, oil is topical. Most importantly, from 11. If possible, he will take the box 11.12 and 13. Dinfuck stuffed 3 boxes of 11, 12, 13 into his pocket. The section he closed the door, pressed the document breaking button. In the moment, the underground electrical machine will burn the remaining film boxes to coal, without making a noise nor trace. Later, the enemy will not know which documents are lost, which document is burned. It is also possible that the enemy thinks that the thief frantically pressed the destructive part, causing the whole burning to coal. The 4 sides are still normal, completely normal. But when he came to the door, Dinfuck stopped. In front of him, his tall body of the deputy head of Tifanovi. Tifanovi Dick. What do you do here? Tifano's face refound when he saw Dinfuck cam gun. The steam of Ka wine was strongly ferried to Dinfuck's nose, making him remember the deputy head of the delegation as a loyal disciple of Lulu, not a scary opponent. Tifanovi asked without slightly. Dinfuck, did you steal documents? The police grabbed it, then sleeping. Dinfuck almost laughed. He was about to forgive the old man drunk, but he quickly changed his idea, inching up the muzzle. Tifanov widened his eyes and looked at the black gun. You intend to shoot me? Oh my God. Dinfuck casually pulled the trigger. The bullet hit between Tifanovi's heart. The victim hugged his chest into the wall. Dinfuck sneaked into the corridor, climbed up the standing room in the mouth of the tunnel. After he presented the paper and prepared the car, a lieutenant called back, and Captain. Dinfuck laughed and laughed. The captain died, unable to go up. The Hong Kong officer put his hand in the gun. His voice was shocked. What do you sleep? Who is beaten? Dinfuck laughed loudly. Ho, what is the lieutenant worried? Captain had just died in the office of the deputy head of Tifanovac. She has a great breast, always demanding to jump out to perform, and her round butt likes to swing. The lieutenant's name opened his mouth and heard Dinfuck's good flesh. When he broke, he laughed and laughed. Dinfuck blocked his fingers across his mouth and told me. The captain told me to come up here, don't say anything. She had a fiancé. Where to here for 2 weeks will get married. She wanted the captain's comrade to give a valuable dowry, and the captain was dissatisfied. Perhaps 1 hour is done. 1 more hour. Long time. Dinfuck still smiled. Ho comrade. Out to the car, he hurriedly started the engine, as if being chased by ghosts to Hanoi. But he did not return to Robert Fran's mansion, representative of the second room, but drove into Lee Kwok Soo Street, and finally do at the cramped district, near the cathedral. Before getting off, Dinfuck picked up 3 film boxes in the box in the dashboard and locked it. He also did not forget to review the gun, after pushing a bullet into the barrel and putting it on his pocket. Looking at the clock, he seemed satisfied. He came on time. K.4 came on time to meet Pham Linh, director of Hanoi Anti-Cotton. Tomorrow morning, he will retire from the capital of North Vietnam, and suspend the role of spying, both for the second room and making the patriotic movement, and a collaborator of the Hanoi Anti-Cockroach Department. He turned to the left, stabbed into the deep lane, behind the old Van Lang School. When he went to school, every day he struggled through this alley to admire the slender beauty of the girl who sold gifts to students. She had a small body, as if the wind blowing was falling. That year, the sky was big. The horrific hurricanes passed through Lee Kwok Soo Street, filled with narrow alleys, but the effeminate girl still sat still behind the water counter, only a few amorous students, among Din Phuc, were falling and buried. The national resistance exploded, the beauty withdrew from Hanoi, then married. After the anchoring agreement, she went to Saigon. Din Phuc stayed in Hanoi, rolled his back to the spy profession full of uncertainty. Arriving at a dark house, he stopped pushing the wooden door gently. The half-closed door opened, Din Phuc entered. He groped through the large yard and knocked on the door. The light inside lights. The opening is Pham Linh. The furniture in the large house is nothing, except for the wooden table and the 2 chairs close to the corner. The upper light has a nightlight of 15 candles, radiating weak groves. Before she could be safe, Pham Linh asked, his voice worried, "Will, where is it now?" Din Phuc pretended to think. Pham Linh poured him a glass of vat dam said, "I am very happy about his reports. My upper level decided to reward him. The amount of $10,000 one promised, I would give him right now. One communist spies all use my Kim as a unit to pay for foreign employees." Happiness face. Din Phuc put 100 piece paper with a fragrant needle and dried. Pham Linh said, "If you only help me to catch Bilatop back, you will be rewarded with an additional $50,000. Minus $50,000, rub the money too big. When did you give?" Pham Linh frowned slightly. "You don't believe me. Tomorrow night, I will have." Din Phuc shook his head. "Do this job, I like to apply the classic principle, money to give porridge." Pham Linh grabbed his hand down on the table. "I don't forget I could catch him, and imprisoned him at any time. Going to court, only the second salary also made him sentenced to life. If I call the court, he will be executed." Din Phuc smiled faintly. "I know, you don't need to teach me wisely. Yes, you can catch me at any time, you can shoot me to die at any time, but bro, if I die, the scientist Bilatop dies." Pham Linh was startled. "IHHB must too. Dead in the end tonight, if not liberated promptly. Who catch Bilatop? That's no stranger. It was the patriotic movement that captured Bilatop. What are they confined to Bilatop?" Din Phuc shrugged. "Why, he kept on my neck, led to torture, and went to court to save $50,000. Pham Linh do tu, the joke. He is a collaborator that I am completely reliable. So you give me money." The tune was reluctant. Pham Linh opened the card to take out a stack of my Kim given to Din Phuc. Winning a glass of wine, Pham Linh said, "Now, he led me to look for Bilatop." Din Phuc XO stood up. The director of the Hanoi Anti-Cotton did not see the murderous spark in Din Phuc's eyes. No doubt, Pham Linh Lam was unlocked. A second of the experienced antagonist director made him lose his life. Din Phuc moved forward. His right hand gripped the gun to the nape of Pham Linh. Unless Pham Linh is a new elephant not falling. Poor for a professional spy. The black belt is easily deceived. Pham Linh died on the ground, his eyes widened. Din Phuc spit on the saliva, the latter on the human world, and again as the director of the anti-cockroach, "Do not trust the spies, bah, heard." He lit the cigarette, opened the door but a black gun pushed him back. Din Phuc almost shouted, "The gunner is Van Bin." He gave his leg closed. His voice was moderate but sharp like a razor. "No stirring. Bodhi here. Do not believe that Robert Fran, the second room representative." The sperm gun was trapped in the pocket. Din Phuc had to raise his hand. Van Bin said, "The sadness, friend. All right, now I bothered him." In the blink of an eye, Din Phuc's gun was confiscated by Van Bin. Din Phuc Din Thua Van Bin approached to counterattack, but had a lot of counterattacks in this way. So before winning the gun, Van Bin did not forget to put small in the opponent's ears. "It not rob the gun, my friend. Being obedient, living, like to die, just cause trouble." Van Bin allows Din Phuc to rebuild. Din Phuc threatened, "If you do evil, I will call for help now." Van Bin smiled, waiting for no call for help. Then lower his voice. "The Inn can catch him, they have not killed it right away. At least he will be treated weekly in the torture room of the Northern Police and the Ruining Company. You are so formidable, dare to kill the director of the anti-spirit Pham Linh." Din Phuc pale. "What do you want now?" "Well, I just want to thank you for lying in the car. Chika's car was so quiet, I slept. You lying in my trunk. No, I lay behind, in places. Many times he looked back but did not see the out. Yes, thank you. While he went to meet Pham Lin, I took the car to open the car, borrowed temporarily the film boxes. The bandit. You lacked calm. Maybe my finger also lacked calm and stirked into his heart. Hey, friend Din Fuck. Where is Pham Lin's dollar money, bothering him to pay me? If I give money, do you forgive me? This is the first condition. And the second condition. Pity him, said the place of hiding the station of the second room, and the organization's diagram controlled by Robert Fran. Din Fuck could not respond. A small response emerged, in hand. Van Bin Island, and prepared to pull the trigger when a bullet ripped through his hand. The gun was scattered to the ground. The two silently watched. Pham Lin sat up with a painful face, and grabbed the smoky gun in their hands. Pham Lin's hissed his voice. Ho, Din Fuck Duok truly stretched. He took advantage of my trust to defend me. Fortunately, I am still alive. And Mr. Z28 beloved. 3 movie boxes, ask him to return. Van Bin replied. I sent to eldest brother. Lie. He also stored in him. If you don't believe it, please search. I'm not foolish approaching you while I was seriously injured. Din Fuck, asking him to turn his back, turning his face to the wall. As for Van Bin, he bothered him to pick up the phone to call Tyru. Van Bin took the phone at Pham Lin's order. He continued. I asked for 314, the specific number of the cylinder. Tell Xylap that I was injured at home number 5, asking to bring the car to solve 2 spies to the department. Do you need to declare my name to the cylinder? I don't joke with you. There are many times, he will freely joke. Van Bin heard in the bossy voice of the cylinder. A minute later, the phone was placed down. Pham Lin again ordered. Ask Mr. Z28 to turn his face on the other wall. Din Fuck sighed. If you don't bother me, it's so bad that we are arrested. Van Bin laughed. The two of us live together in the cell bar, even more fun. Pham Lin quat. Do not talk. 2 people silent. The heavy time passed. Van Bin held his breath. Within 5 minutes, the cylinder will come. He thought, never found out. Pham Lin is a good gunman. 6 meters from he can shoot the fly. He has no hope to deceive. There is the sound of a car off the engine. Then the sound of the shoes stepped onto the floor of the brick. The important moment has come. Din Fuck looked at him. He winked at. Pham Lin shouted again. The IM, lest lost his life. Like crazy people, Din Fuck turned around and jumped towards Pham Lin. Doi. Din Fuck stood froze, then staggered and hugged his chest. The second bullet through Din Puk's arm. But in the last moment he became incredibly strong. Collection of force, he added to Pham Lin's chest. The director of the anti-cockroach screamed, then cried out. Din Fuck gritted his teeth and strangled the opponent. Pham Lin's limbs soft as noodles. The extremely dangerous lock made him breathe. Xylap, the head of the the bucket of the bowl of Takar Baolong in his hand. Van Bin launched, his left foot hit the blue steel barrel. Xylap staggered. The second charge knocked the gun. Cylinder has not yet identified the direction. Van Bin has advanced on the left fan. 2 police officers of Song Song ran in. Van Bin stooped and twitched both. Then like an arrow, he ran to the yard. He hit the 3rd police name. He fell. He picked up Tiulin, charged the bullets, shot the mustache into the door. The gunfire of the 2 police officers answered. Taking advantage of the darkness, Van Bin jumped into the street. A car parked close to the door, the driver. Van Bin shot discharge. Takata. The driver collapsed on the steering wheel. He rushed to his side and launched the car to Lee Kwok Soo Street. He turned off the car light, opened the super-frequency contact machine. Moments later, he heard the voice of the cylinder. Al, cylinder here. Ask Tyru to order security agencies to tighten the roads in and out of the city. Allo, director of the anti-cotton Pham Lin was killed. Allo, cylinder here. I was seriously injured in the shoulder. Asked to send ambulance came. Allo, contacting the police and the army. Van Bin parked in a dark alley near Bok Mai Hospital. In front of a wooden house, he knocked 3 hours, too short along, signaling. The door opened. Van Bin realized that Zhao Deng was drinking intimate wine with the second room representative Robert Fran. Zhao Deng introduced. This is Mr. Fran, the representative of the second room. And this is the person on behalf of Mr. Hoang. Fran tilted his head in the exam. Van Bin told Zhao Deng, "Amigo now. The obstacle is about to be erected throughout the road." Fran asked, her voice trembling, "Pham Lin chasing him?" Van Bin replied, "No, he died. He was killed by Din Fuc, and vice versa he killed Din Fuc." Fran was tacitated in the car. His car is a new type of grinding, 8 extremely powerful machines, splendid 2 colors. Bilotop was built in the rear bandage with Van Bin. Fran asked Zhao Deng, "Do you go too?" Zhao Deng replied, "I had his own car followed." He said that to threaten the second room representative. Zhao Deng also had to cause several chaos in the city to hold the security force and distract the monitoring of the cylinder. Van Bin looked at you with attachment eyes. The two of them were about to apart. They did not know each other and then they met again, but did not dare to shake hands and talk about goodbye, afraid of Fran suspected. Van Bin silently climbed into the car. Tru Deng drove behind. Later, he will hit the car into the West Lake to deceive the cylinder, while Van Bin relaxed to Tanhua. Fran ran through the Bok Mai. Not seeing the guard, Van peaceful. Fran asked him, "In Tan, isn't it?" Van Bin replied, "That. Ask him to go straight to the number 1 highway. The men are really cunning." The lullaby of Mr. Hoang waited for the men on the submarine off the coast of Dusun. Van Bin did not respond, lit smoking. Tonight down to Tui Din, he will throw this stubborn Thang Long package into the sea and take a familiar Salem. Bilotop leaned back on the car cushion, sleeping under the pressure of anesthetics. Suddenly Fran asked, "Did you take precautions in case the electric cylinder to Hanam blocked the way?" "I do not believe that cylindrical inference like that. At this minute, my staff in Hanoi are seeking to make a feeling that we have not been out of the city. Besides, his car with diplomatic numbers, the police would not force him to stop. You and the Hanoi government are allies, do you forget it? On the other hand, I also need to say that in any situation, I decided not to let the enemy rob Bilotop. I will resist until the last minute. If I failed, I would kill Bilotop, kill him before killing himself. We make me creepy. Ho, in this profession dies is normal." He was assured, "I was very skilled. Just 1 pill, he could sleep for thousands of years, without pain." The moonlight has gradually diluted. The more morning the sky was, the more the hoarfrost spread. 2 powerful yellow headlights were not enough to illuminate the straight line, the 2 sides had no trees. Observing Fran's mature driving, Van Bin knew that the second room representative was used to the road. "Do you talk, well or go to Samsun? Samsun is the most beautiful beach in the north, 15 kilometers from Tanhua town." Fran replied, "Yes, each year, I go 10 times. I just stayed in Samsun last week." Van Bin said, calmly, "Do you really dare to take advantage of the position of the general staff attached to the submarine?" Fran was startled, blurted out, "Why did you know?" The memory of being missed. Fran sighed, "The fruit is a genius. Losing to my grandfather did not feel ashamed at all. He was the first person to pry my mouth. I shouldn't have said that last week. Samsun was right. Whoever went to the beach in the middle of the winter months of cold months?" Van Bin laughed, followed by, "From Phi to do spies. The grinding through the palace just now." Seeing the iron tree crossing the road, Van Bin secretly worried. But he stopped worried about Fran's deliberate attitude towards the guards. Fran presented papers with the lieutenant. Because of the sympathy of the Hanoi police, he was granted a special type of Chulu license, freely moving, similar to employees of socialist ambassadors. The lieutenant asked Fran, "The 2 of them? The sitting on the left is Chinese advisor, and..." Van Bin poured out a ribbon. For many years of exile in China, he spoke Samanido and the fire said as the main Chinese. In Quan Hoa's sound, the fierce guy named lieutenant caused too much trouble. Van Bin's tricks were successful. The lieutenant scratched his head and scratched his ears. "Well, the advisory comrade, the command on the arrest of us must consider everyone to go back and forth." Van Bin asked, bossy voice, Hanoi has not called down here to report that my car is about to come here. Not yet, Van Bin grumbled. Harmful food. The car runs away from the guard. Robert laughed. A moment later he said, I have been working here for 2 years, crying a lot and laughing, but never cried a lot and laughed as much as tonight. He was so good at Chinese language. Through Ninh Binh and Bim Sun guard stations, where the army was large, Fran was only asked for papers. On the zigzag road in Sung, bordering the 2 provinces of Ninh Binh, Thanh Hoa, Fran bent down the steering wheel. If the car did not come to Samsun before 4:30 morning, Van Bin's escape program had to slow down 24 hours, with so many horrible difficulties lurking with him every second, every minute. So he constantly urged Fran to kick the gasoline station. Through Temple, Cat Street, the 2 most prestigious temples of Thanh Hoa, Van Bin felt how much. When he was young, his father, a famous radiation, led him into the jungle after the temple to hunt for tigers. The continuous transmission of big fish swimming around the big lake in the temple is the god. The lake water is transparent like a mirror. Standing on the shore looking down, people can see hundreds of gold and silver fish scales. It was recounted that a French official pointed the gun into the lake to shoot the fish to mock the gods, then to die with fresh blood. The grinding via Ham Rong Bridge. Under the moonlight, Ham Rong Bridge appeared, floating on the clear water, between 2 large cliffs protruding, no different from the giant pearl between the dragon's teeth. So it is called Ham Rong Bridge. Ham Rong town consists of rickety tile houses next to new factories, white lime sweeping, clam chimneys rising under the gloomy gray sky, which is the first place before coming to Thanh Hoa province. Van Bin visited this provincial capital many times in his childhood. Thanh Hoa is a beautiful rustic and gentle town like a virgin girl. In the middle of the capital is a massive wall. Inside the palace of the Nguyen King, the golden lipstick, the 4 sides are the wide trenches and lotus flowers. On Sunday, boys and girls dating on Mount Mountain, 3 kilometers from the dysentery to love each other and carved each other on stones. People with family but have not stopped the moonlit habits often go to the shop to type with friends and especially to sleep at night with her head. The time when the girls used jasmine perfume, the tortoise strategy on long hair, every night shook, and mosquito fans for guests to sleep in Tan Lao hamlet were far away. It was far away from the time when the boy Van Bin came to Thanh Hoa to eat the custard apple of the village, such as honey. Oranges of Jiang village were always green, but his gut was always sweet like sugar, and true wall, sugarcane unique, red like lipstick, burning, light touching is broken, no need for knives. The provincial capital was completely eliminated in 1947 after the nationwide resistance. Robert Fran drove around the new provincial capital, fluttering towards Bangkok. 15 kilometers from Kok Kok to the southeast is Samsun Beach. Fran stopped the car in front of Bangkok Bridge. Seeing Fran, the militia said, "Ask him to turn the car to the provincial capital. I have just been banning every car to Samsun." Van Bin peeked out the car door, asked in Vietnamese, "She's due, of the provincial police." Van Bin grumpy. The uncle of the provincial police was very clear. "Do you know who I am? I am the Northern Police Director. If you need to consider the paper, I show my identity card. But whether the soul, tomorrow morning, I will dismiss it all." Respectfully, the militia asked. "No, at night, the director went to Samsun to work. And it is impossible to reveal to you. So, please get out of the car to go to the car to meet the company commander." Van Bin pulled out the key switch in front of Fran's annoying eyes. This gesture proves that he does not believe the second room representative. Because maybe Van Bin's occasion gets off the car, Fran will rush to Hanoi. Vanguard is a small house, near the foot of the bridge. Inside, 2 men wearing black clothes were reading the newspaper under the yellow oil lamp. The militia followed, 1 step away from Van Bin. He returned to the atemi in the middle of his face. The victim fell down on the long wooden chair close to the wall. The company commander let go of the newspaper, stood up. The second name put his hand on the shining machete on the table. Song Van Bin fluttered to spread his hands once. 2 horrific shots into the opponent's throat. The 2 died, unable to cry. Van Bin took a machete to cut off the phone wire, the blew off the lights, and casually on the street. Fran was still in the car, smoking. Seeing him, he asked, "Zong yet?" "Look up the key to the switch," he replied. "Zong." "Invite him to continue." The car jumped across the bridge. To Lai Tan, the old airport under the colonial period, Fran asked, "He killed them, right?" "Must do. The security will discover corpses, and call Samsun to stop us." "I'm cut the phone." Fran exhaled. "The super frequency." Van Bin shook his head. "In hope, I did not see the super frequency phone. Besides, the drama has reached the last paragraph. I am not allowed to be reserved anymore. If I needed to kill 100 people to bring Bilatop to the submarine, I would not hesitate." Suddenly Fran looked into Van Bin's eyes. "I look he suspicious. Looks like he met him a few times." Van Bin laughed and laughed. You see my picture in the second room in the ball. I am Van Bin, i.e. Z28. Fran then said, "How? I heard his name for a long time. If it was him, the opponent had little hope to win Bilatop. I heard that he could have 100 people. People are exaggerated, sir. I just fulfilled the mission of Mr. Hoang's spy on strange land. Do not forget in the car and 2 machine guns. With this type of gun, I can sweep a company car into Samsun territory." Samsun is the first-class resort of North Vietnam with poetic rocks, green casuarina forests, clear beaches and cool climate. Van Bin was happy because he did not see the guard. Fran asked, "What towards me?" Van Bin pointed to the right. "Well, his driver here. It is the road to the mountain, leading to the golden store in the past." Van Bin placed Tiulin across his thigh. His eyes stared at the zigzag road in front. Zhao Deng said the enemy was guarding the secret room in this area. The majority of police and military forces are tragedy along the coast, preventing the submarine landing. However, he still had to be ready. Running 1 kilometer, he told Fran around Belvedere, the highest mountain Samsun. At the top of Belvedere, there was a guard of a platoon, an armed army and an air defense gun. He ordered Fran to thread the car between 2 large stones. Standing outside could not be seen. Normally, the secret landing all took place on a rugged beach, more than 10 kilometers from Belvedere. After many guns with militia at this beach, Mr. Hoang's spies left the landing location to the north. Local police have set up a solid security route, including electric barbed wire and mines in an easy landing place. They did not expect Van Bin to dare to make an appointment with the submarine at the foot of Belvedere Mountain, just under the most important guard. Van Bin turned to look 4 sides. The cold wind blows. The bottom is the vast sea, vague in the moon, and the fog is turbid. The waves flap the rocks loudly. From the left, the village of the village and the resort, and voice the way. If there is no cold wind at the end of the winter like a piece of meat, if there is no anxiety before the water potential to turn around, the scenery of Samsun is so poetic at night. Although not the poet, Van Bin also recovered emotionally. 10 years ago, he went to Samsun to swim and also went to Belvedere to look to the sea. Back then, he looked out to the sea to wait for the fishing boat to buy, boiled and devoured on the sand with red rice cake and fragrant copra. Back then, he went to Belvedere with a woman, more than a naive girl, long hair loose before the wind, the body of the livelihood of the 20th years of carefree. Where she went, she had a husband or not, Van Bin did not know. In the cold breeze, he was suddenly smelled the scent of her hair, her chest and her lovely body. Samsun is no more poetic. Hun Trong Roof was put into history by Van C. Q. Hung in the pre-war love story series was only a black rock block, lying listening to the wind and waves. Au Perchoir and Mon Molin's music and chaos music, the 2 most elegant dance Samsun battle in his ears. Without a stone, Van Bin sigh. Suddenly he heard the sound of shoes exposed. He looked towards the voice of people. A regular army platoon wears battle, wearing a submachine gun, from Belvedere. They Q1, just walk and talk. Van Bin pulled Robert Fran hiding under a dark rock. Fran trembled on him. He knew he was trembling not because of the cold. The weather in France is much colder. Mats of soldiers crushed his heel through the place where the 2 hiding. According to Trudung, about every 20 minutes, the team patrols Belvedere. Van Bin looked at the clock. 4 grams 25. He placed a small suitcase on the ground, opened a pair of special glasses and a pen. He wore glasses on his eyes and pressed the button at the end of the pen. This pen is a lamp that emits an invisible light ray. The human eye can only be seen with offline pink glass. The glasses on Van Bin's eyes are an external pink glass. He turned on and turned off 3 times. After 2 minutes, he continued to light again and then turned off. Through the offline glass, the scene of the sky in front of him became vague as a dream. He saw a ray of light on and off 3 times. The potential of Mr. Hoang has received a signal. Within 5 minutes, a rubber boat will visit Van Bin. According to the commitment, he will release Robert Fran right after the boat ashore. But the second room representative did not think as well as him. The price he returned then, he would see the striped eyes like Fran's fire, and his mouth pursed tightly in a formidable hatred. In a snap, Fran considers the consequences of brainstorming. Although he wanted or not, his second room intelligence was revealed. The guard stations along Highway Number 1 witnessed him drive for 2 strange men. Now he could not return to Hanoi alone. Phuong Khai Van Bin killed the militia on Bangkok Bridge. 3 pagan document boxes in Van Bin pocket made him crave saliva. In the space, the strict face of the second room director in Ballin, he suddenly imagined the grim voice of the upper level. Robert, he brought 2 hair on his head, nearly 20 years in intelligence. Losing close to a 30-year-old young man. Are you shameless? If I were you, I would have stabbed into the Samsun beach. Because in case he committed suicide, I could also panic that he was abducted by Mr. Hoang's staff and killed. Over here, he was stuck to the Billatop case. Robert Fran, he should handle himself. Single from here, he signed and sent me to me. From now on, I don't want to look at his face anymore. Fran choked, wanting to scream a loud voice. He had no way but to kill Van Bin, won the document box, then ran down the town, contacted a resourceful partner of the second room. This employee will transport him to the provincial capital of Thanh Hoa, where there is a local base of the general representative. Early in the morning he will return to Hanoi by private car, and 9 a.m. to the aircraft leaving Hanoi. When the Hanoi government discovered, Fran peacefully drank the 3 stars in the port of Fragrant Port on the cool aromatic people on the way home. Perhaps Fran gave in a cowardly way. Nearly him narrowly are extremely valuable documents. Try more, try a little more. Van Bin is a high-powered martial arts hand, but Fran is not inferior to the religion, boxing and melee techniques. Especially at this time Van Bin is in a passive position. Fran advanced a set, his feet were proficient in gliding on the ground like fallen leaves. He was ready in the hand of the sack-light to steal in the car. He held his breath, his stomach, his strength into his right arm. Then he closed the back of Van Bin's neck and wrenched down. But also in this snap of clock, this cold, a cry, the Bin Bin. It is not the name call but the emergency call. The one who called Van Bin was a woman. The sound of the cries to signal Van Bin a deadly danger. Having heard the creepy cry, in the midst of life like a lead like blinds, Van Bin could not think of launching a wave on the ground. The wrench misses the back of the neck, always fluttering down on the rocks, shooting fire. 1/10 of a second is enough for Van Bin to estimate the strength of Fran. He did not expect Fran to be foolish to that ink. Van Bin woke up, turned his body, locked the arm holding the armware of Fran's wrench and jerked hard. Indeed Fran is not his opponent. Sprinkle an hour, Fran's shoulder blades were broken by the darkness of the darkness. The victim lies on the stone. A woman from above ran down to her, showing proficient in climbing the mountain. 10 meters away, he realized Thuy Lu. He silently thanked Din Destiny to come in time to save him from Robert Fran's poison. Thuy Lu gasped. May. I came in time. Do not know the lucky of Thuy Lu is fortunate for her to catch the submarine or fortunately for both of them. On the ship going deep in the tank, Van Bin supported cold. So in a difficult moment, he forgot to find out why Thuy Lu claimed to him by me. When he retired from Hanoi, he was told that Thuy Lu would join the South with him. Din Phuc is a contact button between Nguyen Don and she, so after the Progress's letter was broken, she had to withdraw into the secret. In fact, Thuy Lu also only hopes to have a chance to go to the South. She was no longer brave enough to live next to her husband's husband, foolish that she did not love. Van Bin asked, "What Willow come here last night?" She replied, "Yes, I came from last night. Receiving the honey of the eldest brother, I hurriedly came here to find you." Van Bin spoke a blaming voice. The out of Twilu also knew how to use the radio. She was surprised. "Rowing, bro. Activities here everyone is trained to communicate." He laughed. So in the first meeting, Twilu said that he did not know how to use it. Well, women are so discreet. He intentionally avoid using the sound of "M" and the "I" sound. But Twilu understood. She stood quietly, dreaming of looking out to sea. Van Bin chuckled. He is an idiot. Where is the stone without knowing that Twilu loves him? He recalled the minutes of living with Twilu in the house near Van Dien Station. Damn, her hand is so slender. Why does the face of a young woman live in the north? Wear lipstick, chalk box, cannot find it, easy to love, easy to feel. In the first meeting, he only had the opportunity to stand far away to admire a female statue. Now the super beautiful statue has turned into flesh at his hand with the ecstatic aroma that overwhelms the cold wind of the winter night in the sea, with the heart-shaped lips that are opened, dating, with deep, deep eyes, deep and fascinating, making Van Bin forget the heaven and earth and the mission. An invisible power buried him in the rock. He tried to raise himself in the middle of Twilu running back to him. The healthy arm of the guy wide and hugged Twilu tightly. He screwed her head to put a burning kiss on her lips. Twilu trembled and snuggled her head on his chest. She trembled with happiness, not because of cold. The rubber boat was floating at the foot of the mountain. Van Bin pressed the light again. The part of the sculptive guy Billatop on his shoulder down. Meanwhile, Fran sat up. Knowing that he could not kill Van Bin and won the document, he screamed, "Bien, saved me." Van Bin was startled. Fran speaks Vietnamese very well. He did not expect. He did not want to kill him for humanitarian mistresses. He doubted that he deliberately harmed him. He wanted to go back to the lower Fran, but could not keep up. Fran's horrific sound has entered the guards in Belvedere. A bright headlace lush from the peak shone down, accompanied by a sticky question from the rod, "Why?" "Who's that?" Fran replied, I saved me with cockroaches." Fran said that he was killed by the enemy spies, but Van Bin promptly launched the blade into his neck. He fell down on the stone slab, and then stopped breathing. The voice in the speaker was drowned in the sound of the wind and the waves. "Why, stopping? Otherwise I shot." Headlights light as day. The light is only a meter away from him. He crawled into the rock cavity. Twilu pressed with him, her fragrant breath in the face. Takata, Takata. The first series of bullets shot down on the rocky side. A second headlight from the left shone to where the two hiding. Van Bin woke up, supporting Billatop Lee on his shoulder, pulling Twilu followed. He slipped 2-3 times, sharp cliffs made the whole body close, but he still ran. The voice on Belvedere was still resounding. "Why, stopping? I did not shoot." Takata. The second series. Then the third series. Then the Belvedere area turned into a battlefield, bullets flying, crispy like New Year's Eve artillery. Van Bin went down to the last cliff. A ray of light flashed in his face. A familiar voice emerged. -423. Van Bin replied quickly. -619. Still the familiar warm voice. The Bin. Ladeep here. Ladeep, the second agent of Mr. Hoang, the best friend of Van Bin in the Secret Service, came to Samsun to close him. Through the gunfire and the sound of the wind, Ladeep asked him, "Is he injured?" He replied, "No, do pass Billatop for me." A muscular shadow appeared in the dark, supporting Billatop on the roll of Van Bin. "The headlights are sweeping down the sea surface." Van Bin asked, "Where underground?" Ladeep replied, "The 200-meter. Beams under a large cliff, under Belvedere, the headlights do not shine. They did not expect our submarines to come here, don't be afraid." However, Ladeep stopped. Headlights are searching ahead. If the enemy continued to show the lights, the three people could hardly hope to go to the boat to swim in the submarine. Except for a second, Van Bin said, "Art we shot the headlights?" Ladeep knelt down on a stone, lifted the barrel of Tiulin. His first bullet made the grove of light. The other two headlights were also shot by Van Bin. The entire Belvedere was in a terrifying darkness. Tuilu climbed down the rubber boat. The two muscular people were waiting, pushing the boat out of the cliff. From Belvedere, Dai Lin shot along the god. The black ship wiped up the surface of the sea, under a large cliff spread like a giant canopy. The door lid on the deck opens. Everyone continuously climbed down. As fast as lightning, the subconscious water dived into the water. When the submarine is about to sink, the Belvedere area suddenly shines. Many fire chow were shot up. Heavy guns competed in bullets. Mr. Hoang waited at Van Bin at the foot of the stairs. Still an old king, wearing a thick myopia glass, smoking immortal cigars, sitting seemed to be afraid of cold on the iron chair. The captain stood by Mr. Hoang waiting for orders. Seeing Van Bin, Mr. Hoang raised his head and laughed intimately. He asked Mr. Hoang, "Did they just shot left on his head?" "Will I get out to sea, sir?" The captain supported the words. "You rest assured. A kilometer from the beach is a solid iron net, full of mines and vessels to explode. This iron net only one is small enough of a ship passed by. We have grasped the enemy's defensive graphics, so we are not afraid of touching mines. Later, coming to international waters is over." Ladeep instructed Van Bin and Tuilu to enter the captain's cabin. Mr. Hoang placed his hand and shouted at Tuilu's shoulder, "The praise her." Tuilu Li Nhi thanked. Bilatop was carried into the revival room, and Tuilu was put into a luxurious cabin by a sailor. Left alone with Van Bin, Mr. Hoang smiled. "How, we have a husband, do not touch and be miserable." Van Bin also laughed. "Well, she told me because of obeying the department's command, so she had to stay with her husband. In fact, she did not love her husband." Mr. Hoang interrupted. "Do not justify it. I read the sympathy for him on the eyes of Ms. Tuilu. Back to Saigon, I will send her out of the country, with another work." From this minute until the ship arrived at Cam Ran Wharf, the time completely belonged to him. He wanted to do anything arbitrary, I did not prohibit it. But you do not forget this is a submarine, a monthly sailor, sometimes not seeing women every year. Phuong Kai misses Tuilu as the great beauty. So that the sailor from the gossip, I told them and Tuilu. It's husband and wife, but just coming to Saigon is. Do you remember? Remember. Mr. Hoang continued. In the cabin of Tuilu, I had 5 bottles of good whistling wine and 3 bags of Salem medicine. Do you need anything more? Well, you know me. When did you have to have alcohol and medicine in her cabin? Mr. Hoang laughed. The content reported to me. Van Bin came to Tuilu's room. Mr. Hoang narrowed his nearsighted eyes to look at him, and shook his head slightly. Opening the cabin door, he stunned. She had just painted lipstick on her ripe lips. Seeing him, she shyly bent down. He moved back, lifting her chin to put the kiss passionately. Tuilu trembled, fell neatly into his solid arms. She muttered like in a dream, "I love you so much, bro." The sudness came to international waters. Van Bin lit the Salem cigarette that he was similar to a week of Japan, and slowly opened the first-class whistling bottle and virginity. Tuilu's sweet flesh smelled into his nose. The lamp in the cabin turned off. Chapter 11. Tay Ba Lin, a rainy afternoon. A strange aircraft landed in the field in the cold sunset. The exit is blocked by obstacles with air soldiers standing guard with a shining bayonet. 2 fanciful flights were abolished. The car carrying passengers to the airport had not been turned off. The driver was ordered to drive back to the city. The air traffic control station does not allow every plane to approach. Unless the muscle jet paints gray, the color of the afternoon sky is flooded in the rain. The huge headlight on the slippery concrete is only turned on for the mechanical jet to land. Then turn off. It seems that the family does not want curious eyes to see the flag color and number of the aircraft. And especially to see the wide cement carpets, the big iron bird being alone. No one to pick up. The door for passengers was also closed. Not including the crew staff, passengers on this strange aircraft only consisted of only 2 people. 2 men. The first person is agile, enlightened, muscular body, the appearance of the East. The second person looks contemplative, and does not need to look close. Everyone knows that Westerners. These two people are Van Bin Z28 and Bilotop, the scientist of the Soviet missile. Although it rained, they did not cover the umbrella, nor wearing a shirt. Bilotop seemed slow. He went down to the plane staircase, covering his eyes with his eyes. 3 cars painted black from the inside of the port run to park into long lines under the wings of the plane. Every car is closed glass. Behind the glass is a black ribs, so it is impossible to know how many people are sitting in the car. But in terms of safety and elegance, it is less than one-sided. The rough shape of the Gaz-13 troop is like a revival medicine for Bilotop. Because Gaz-13 is one of the types of Chaika and Bilotop cars that drove a powerful engine in Hanoi. He stopped for a second and asked Van Bin, the number. Eatvase nodded. Along the way, he asked him many times about the location that he would come, but he did not respond. The back of the car was opened. Van Bin yielded to the scientist's soda house suite first. Also on the back mattress, sitting close to the other door is an elderly Vietnamese man, stern beard, wearing white braces of Hot Tien age. Tran Phien, the military attaché of the Vietnam Embassy in the Federal Republic of West Germany. Colonel Mean gripped Van Bin's leather gloves tightly, his warm voice. The Han was acquainted with Lieutenant Colonel. Hi, Van Bin suddenly remembered that he was Lieutenant Colonel. And a year ago, it was a major. As the general manager of the Lieutenant Colonel, he did not understand why. Not because he has gathered a series of glorious success and the Lieutenant Colonel is his reward. Because in fact, he was not a soldier. Bilotop did not understand Vietnamese, so he sat quietly. Car around a small road, running in front of the airport, and then towards the center of Tay Ba Lin. However, the convoy did not leave the U.S. area. Running around for a while near the boundary of the 200-meter area, the convoy turned into a massive mansion, sweeping white lime. In front of the villa is the Potsdam site in the Russian control area. The gate of the gas station had just slammed. Colonel Tran Phien opened the car door and jumped down. Next to the throttle is a cozy heater room. Tran Phien turned the phone and spoke in German. Al, Tran Phien here. Done. Please contact them over there. While waiting, please prepare. Tan Tien Restaurant. The velvet door is tightly pulled. The lights are soft. The sound of a song is a song from the 4 corners of the room radiating. A cabinet holding things that are suitable for the password, and the bed is low, wide, smooth, covered with fur thick on 2 hands. These amenities made Van Bin crave saliva. Resentment Bilotop. Resentment of Mr. Hoang. Because of Bilotop, because of the king, he had to go to Ba Lin. Mr. Hoang ordered him to close the last alternate of the Bilotop elk. Later, he will overcome the world, to Dong Duc territory, to return the scientist's house to the house. 2 days ago. Yes, 2 days ago, while Van Bin was engrossed in sliding water with Thuy Lu on the Saigon River, Le Deep appeared, millions of men to the headquarters. Although Mr. Hoang only allowed him to live near Thuy Lu during the time when the ship was floating on the sea, in fact, he was not far away from her when the water of Cam Ran Wharf. Arriving in Saigon, the two of them still dated each other, and no night they were not awake all the time. To stay healthy, Van Bin won the afternoon for a water-sliding boat. Of course, like in his own room, Van Bin has Thuy Lu at his fingertips. But the happy day is over. He could only wear a cowboy shirt that was the evil black car of the department that was as fast as ghosts chasing. This time, the department did not play in a wild villa in Gia Dinh but in the building in the middle of the capital in the middle of Saigon. Kiss the wind with him as usual. She bent on the electrical phone. Hoang sat alone in the vast room after the phone. Each machine had a different color. Pre-bouille route with black painted iron. Behind is the big map. Usually, this map is hidden behind the thick fabric, opening and closing with electric buttons on the paper table. Now the brush is pulled to the side. This blue is a speech line with foreign countries, or with foreign figures. The red machine is the switchboard of the Secret Service. Employees of Mr. Hoang talked to him through the switchboard and through the red machine. Turmeric yellow machine contacts the system of provinces. Fortunately, ivory white is a direct contact with the central government. He put the device on the price. rubbing his hands as if avoiding the cold winter in Saigon was still hot above 25 degrees. The section slowly. I want to send you, okay? Is it okay? Is it okay? It was just that Mr. Hoang only asked La, but once Van Bin refused. He was silent. Realizing the rules of the question, Mr. Hoang continued. This time he sang Ba Lin. This time, there was no need to skydoms, but properly in the front door. Beyond the illegal border, I want to give him the interesting feeling of a public visit. This expert has researched all documents about the missiles they built along the perimeter of the Iron Curtain. From now on, their movements will not escape our observation eye, and most wars occur. Their bullets will be destroyed in the first minute. Of course they can move missiles to another place. But moving like that is not easy. It takes a few years. And waiting for them to move, we re-happen to Bilatop. Eat a cylinder. We are optimistic. What this job? When you are no longer optimistic, you have to quit your job. Well, let me continue. In a month here, Bilatop has been fully exploited. As usual, we never return Bilatop to them. But this time, we eat the bottle again. The plan to investigate Bilatop for the Soviet Union. The king pulled out the pocket of the small skin, slowly wiped his glossy glasses. That's decided to return him to the Soviet Union. The first story like this. 2 weeks after Bilatop was arrested by Ta, the House was asked a neutral country to negotiate with us. I have discussed with experts and everyone agrees that Bilatop is no longer useful for us. Through the intermediaries of this African country, we answered approval, but on the condition that we have to compensate us $10 million. 10 million, my Kim. The king still calmly. Do not worth $10 million. It was not so expensive, but I was lucky to arrest a scientist whose surname was close to them, far from the dictator. When the quail was not lost and was being missed and was alive. Oh, I understand. Probably the family of Bilatop urged to go to the family. So at the last minute I changed the plan and asked him to kidnap Bilatop. I do not believe that Quail Boss abandoned Bilatop. This wild girl is a grandchild of Quail. Nephew is more miserable. So the latest determination to demand $10 million. Must too. $10 million is not much. They made satellites, aircraft, and ships spending dozens, hundreds of times like that. But for us, $10 million is quite large money. At least we can train some more employees. Lying in that wisdom, I really demanded that I was really, but I was afraid that they would not pay. Old and shaped, solid but. Where is the return point, sir? I offered to pay in Tay Ba Lin. 1. Military aircraft are waiting for him at Tan Son Nhut Airport. 30 minutes to take off. Bilatop was brought to school before. 1. This story was written before the shameless wall of Ba Lin City. Can use him to learn about my internal part. Umbrella Ngoi laughed. I thought of this hypothesis. And Russia is as wise as the boundary. They forced us to commit not to be poisoned for Bilatop. In the past, there were exchanges. The victim had just repatriated 5, 10 minutes or 5, 10 days, died of poison. If Bilatop dies for a period of 3 months after the repatriation, we have to refund $10 million. Make more intermediaries. We have to be confident. They demanded that. I was ready to commit that Bilatop was not injected with poison. Bilatop about Russia as usual, and the contrary is better than before. Perhaps he wanted to know very much. According to him, patients with guilt, or other inferiority complexes, how to treat them. Yes, I don't know. Fan suffered from dementia. Oral drugs that do not bring about drugs and electricity treatment. 2. Drugs. Narcos, electricity, electroshocks. The doctor who plays anesthetic for the patient is falling asleep. The injection segment into the body of poison. 3. Poison causes the nerve center to be paralyzed in the moment. Once the nerves are motionless, the respiratory apparatus stops running. The patient was pumped in the lungs to breathe. Then we transmit electricity into the patient's brain. Crazy people can only transmit electricity. 6 and 7, such as forgetting all the senses, sin. And all crazy. 3. Curare, but if they are crazy, they also forget the old story, right? Of course Bilatop is the same. He was not crazy, but I didn't want him to remember what he heard, he saw. We have transmitted electricity to Bilatop. However, Our electrical transmission method is different from conventional neuropathy. Scientists are called ESB, for instead of transmitting electricity several times, we only do it once, and use hot electricity to focus on memory cells in the brain. As a result, memory is completely turned upside down. Bilotop is still awake, still smart, but the anti-junctions want to know he had forgotten. Half an hour later, the plane secretly left Tan Son Nhut Flight School. Staff on the plane, from pilot to radio, are all the trusted spies of Mr. Hoang. 4. i.e. electrical stimulation of the brain, electric stimulation method. Room. After listening, Tran Phien ordered Van Bin, at go. They finished preparing. At first, Tran Phien ran slowly, with 2 familiar black Chika painted followed, full of armed guards. Arriving at the last road leading to the boundary of the 2 U.S.-Russian areas in Baolin, Tran Phien parked. The bodyguards turned to the adjacent guard of the American soldiers while Tran Phien opened the bright headlight piercing the rain curtain, crossing the iron-shielded boundary on the boundary. From the boundary going into Dong Baolin's car, Tran Phien's car was painted gold, wearing a diplomatic board, guided. This Opal car is from Indian representatives as intermediaries in the exchange. The rain is pouring water. The scene of Dong Baolin during the day was sad, the night was even more sad, with closed houses, with dying electric light, with empty streets, not a shadow. Are the same sad. Song Van Bin feels Dong Baolin is the saddest city. Perhaps because right behind him was a vibrant Tay Baolin with the number of entertainment numbers. Women were more beautiful than men inside the magnificent restaurants equipped with phones at each table, spoiled for appointment publicly, and the sensational escape nightclubs, the rooms of the ferry. The Russian ambassador was towering on the road. Next is the Ministry of Education of East Germany, located in the corner of the boulevard named after the communist prime minister. Previously, he had visited this intersection many times to meet an extremely beautiful spy, operating under the king. Once he was almost caught because he had a habit of lazy refusing to hide money from West Germany before crossing the border. The Eastern government applies very harshly the rules of repentance. Visitors must not bring foreign currencies, one must also declare. He was leisurely on the sidewalk, and he was considered, and when he submitted the passage, he pulled out a stack of silver. Quack band. Thanks to the beauty appeared in time, and also thanks to the tough pieces, he escaped. The scene is still empty and deserted. In the car was heated, Van Bin felt cold. Suddenly, he broke the high-necked turtleneck to cover the invisible cold air. According to the program that was approved in advance, Don Bin escorted 2 cars running along the luxuriant trees to the site of the exchange. Alcohol. Temporarily drink this Apfelwein. 1 Apfelwein is a sweet beer prepared in Germany, its taste is as sweet as the water, bomb. Van Bin waved his hand now. I stopped, drink 11. The more colder is that German is the homeland of alcohol, but drinking alcohol is not as good as drinking with famous German dishes. German chefs are famous for the discipline, enjoying fried goose stuffed with bombs, and chestnuts or chicks stuffed with milk, eggs, guts, fragrant leaves. Then, premature death is worth it. Well, and still cooked meat with levee. Van Bin thought of craving. Hope to work quickly, and especially do not have a problem at the last minute, so that he can wave the siege, release the Kudam Boulevard too with the beautiful blonde Lily. Sit by. She was the righteous German, all she did not like the German food, and he also knew her hobby. She likes the ship. She likes really nutritious dishes. She often whispered in his ear, brother, I have to be added for fear. Later losing to you. 2. That is the Kurfürstendamm Boulevard, the free line of Tay Baolin. The blonde hair lost to Van Bin is a must even though she belongs to the type of rom-rom, 2 long legs, and oversized, and snake meat on average ink. Time passed. For a long time he had not seen her again, but he believed that she was still thin, her meat was still snake-like that. The competition between the 2 will take place in the middle of the Hin Tun Hotel, extremely advanced buildings with square beds. Nearly the morning, she knew her head on his healthy arm, obediently sleeping amidst the sound of a bird and singing from the zoo underneath. But it was just imagination. Around him the air was still wet and cold. Van Bin licked the edge of the nostalgia. Tran Phien patted his thigh. What is the lieutenant colonel thinking? I know many interesting entertainment places dozens of times more than Saigon. Later, we come to play for fun. Shake our heads. That. Tonight I have an appointment. Thought he had an appointment with a spy to get the document. He did not expect Van Bin to have an appointment with his beautiful girlfriend waiting for him from the evening, waiting for him for many years. The Soda Army was under the command of General Ivan Zhubakovsky, and this massive building was one of the discreet KGB headquarters of the commander of Ivan and the occupied force. The diplomat pressed off the car. A person wearing plain clothes, rigid gestures, waiting for the door. After that, a large group of people also wear plain clothes, and also had a rigid gesture, proving that they were professional soldiers. From the building came out, interact with the Indian diplomat. Diplomacy turned around, raising his hand to wave Tran Phian. Tran Phian opened the car door, shocking Bilotop armpits. The Russian scientist was so sweet and his legs were timidly on the wet road, and almost slipped. He was even more surprised if he knew the day he departed. The Prime Minister, the business, signed a giant amount of $10 million into an anonymous account in Switzerland. The appearance, perhaps a doctor, holding Bilotop again. Then the two nodded, signaling the mathematics of the plain clothes standing on the balcony. Tran Phian pulled the pen to sign the minutes. Playing the driver, Van calmly smoked cigarettes, but his fine eyes were taking a scene around him. He had to open his eyes wide because in the future he would return to Dong Ba Lin. Perhaps the first time through Dong Ba Lin, involved in an important work, his face was pale because of emotion. He smoked constantly, every cigarette only smoked half and threw away. Van Bin smiled. If Tran Phian knows more details, his emotion will increase much. In fact, the blade is only ordered to return Bilotop to General Ivan, not know who Bilotop is, where to be arrested and arrested in any case. Together with the motorcycle escort. In the cold breeze, Tran Phian breathed a sigh of refreshment. That's finished. For him, the new work is small. In the future, there are many Bilotop cases. The four surfaces are deserted. Van Bin knew that vehicles and pedestrians were blocked at the two ends of the road, and where the anti-communist, hiding behind the tree and behind the open door, was glued to the offline glass, looking through the dark curtain. Bilotop was helped on the steps, into the bright building. The scientist went straight and did not look back. He thought of the news that Russia's TASS news agency will proclaim the Bilotop tomorrow morning. Certainly, no word kicked the sweet rocket house abducted in Hanoi, brought to the south and was paid by ransom in East Germany. As usual, Bilotop went to work and returned. No matter what important things happen. But in the dark, the fierce struggle between the soldiers was not rumbling. At night in Tai Ba Lin lights light as day. Later, he will find a way to abandon Tran Phian and go to the room of the blonde girl Lily. Well, for a long time, I haven't smelled the foreign scent for a long time. He envisioned a warm room, a fireplace, a bottle of whistling wine to open the button with a crystal glass, a bag of Salem medicine, a thin nightgown like a glossy paper, fragrant perfume, pollen wax, charming skin and a smooth, no backbone bed. Especially on it, there was a blonde girl with a treasure of unprecedented after-time treasure.